There were no empty spaces on the cold stone, hundreds of names lined up in endless stripes, and there was no pain, no sadness, no melancholy in them. Names are nothing more than memories for all living. All the pain was in the souls of those who were not in this row. Those who carved new names stood nearby, looking with an empty gaze at the old monument to the fallen in battle. Now there were two monuments. The pointed monument to the Second and Third Wars was supplemented by an additional 3-meter-high slab in memory of the heroes of the Fourth War. There were many more names on the new slab. The fallen heroes of all 5 great villages found their place here. A dense row of names filled the entire slab from beginning to end. Fresh flowers lay at the base. How many years had passed since the great victory? 4 years, but the flowers were almost always here. Nothing is forgotten. No one is forgotten. No one has forgotten. And he couldn't forget. The pain dulled over the years was always with him, but he got used to it. He lived with it all his life, loneliness and loss. The tall Anbu shinobi with the fox mask always stood for a long time at the monument when he was not on missions. Here he brought sake, flowers, books, cigarettes, candy, chips, everything that his friends loved so much. Here he told them the news, hoping that they would hear him there, in the afterlife. He usually did not go to the cemetery. There were not many graves there. Many could not even be buried, some were never found. And here they were all together. All their native names. Sakura, Hinata, Neji, Lee, Tenten, Shino, Kiba, Ino, Choji, Iruka and others, other people he remembered, whom he loved. He knew where all their names were, he always found them quickly. Standing here, telling about his life, about the changes in the village, about the peace achieved, about the new kings, running along the peaceful streets to the cheerful laughter, he felt alive and needed. He lived, and there was no place on the monument for him, because he had to carry the memory of the strength and fearlessness of everyone he loved, for the sake of the kings, for whose laughter too great a sacrifice had been made. This laughter was more valuable than anything, it cost too much. And this pain, this loss, this loneliness had to be borne by him, because only he had the power to endure all the pain of the world, closing the circles of hatred. He knew this, he was ready for this. Promising to come later, he would wave his hand in farewell with a tired but persistent smile on his lips, invisible under the mask, and go either to a lonely, small apartment in the slums on the outskirts of Konoha, or to work, to the Anbu headquarters. He had no other business. None left. He wanted to become an instructor at the academy, but post-war obligations had drawn him into service, and he could not get out of it like that. However, maybe it was even better this way. He was more accustomed to and easier in battles. However, now he turned in the opposite direction from the familiar routes, easily and imperceptibly rushing with a light wind between the houses. His path was not long and ended at the entrance to the cemetery. Today, the shinobi was haunted by a bad feeling. He decided that it would be nice to visit some of his friends separately, those whose memorial tablets were still installed in the cemetery. And, oh shit, how long had it been since he had been here? The first to be chosen for the visit was the one who had replaced his father, Iruka. Apologizing for coming empty-handed, the fox stood in front of the slab. With boundless tenderness, he looked at the marble through the narrow slits of his mask, recalling the image of his teacher. Unexpectedly, he quickly bowed low. I wanted you to know about this first. The shinobi straightened up just as quickly and stood up straight, continuing with excitement and pride. I will soon become Hokage. You have always believed in me, supported me, thank you. My dream is about to come true. I promise, I will do everything so that the world no longer knows wars. When we meet, believe me, you will be proud of me. A slight smile appeared under the fox mask again. He wanted to smile with all his heart, as he always did, but his face did not obey. The Anbu captain had seen a lot, it was difficult to surprise him, he was usually reserved, controlled his emotions, knew how and with whom to behave. These 4 years had not passed without a trace. Kakashi prepared him thoroughly, made him read books, play shogi, learn codes, speak correctly, following etiquette. But the fox was already a formed personality, he accepted and absorbed all the new knowledge and skills even through force, feeling the need and responsibility, but at the same time, duty and work never interfered with ordinary life, allowing himself to be a person with his experiences and emotions with loved ones. Alas, but outside the territory of monuments and the cemetery, he actually had only work. Apart from the already independent and often busy Konohamaru, he had no family or friends. Sasuke never returned to the village, occasionally sending notes with reports to Kakashi. The latter never left his office, buried in work. Shikamaru went to Suna 2 years ago as an ambassador, where things with shinobi and orders were even worse. Too many elite fighters of the village were lost in that war, and the new generation was not yet ready to replace the old. Now the fox lived only to bring flowers and good news to the pieces of stone and protect their common heritage, Konoha. After saying goodbye, Anbu walked a little further, stopping at another slab. He looked at it for several minutes, not daring to say anything. His eyes were filled with sadness for the first time today. Pain was frozen inside them, like a sculpture. This pain was dulled by time, but even he was not able to break it. Hello, Sakura-chan. It's been a while since I came to see you separately, the guy said quietly, sitting down in the lotus position in front of the tombstone, and then quickly waved his hands in front of himself, habitually making excuses to the girl he loved in childhood. Don't think anything like that, I didn't have any stupid things in mind, hey, it's just. He thought for a second, but the right words never came to his bright head, so he sighed humbly. It doesn't matter. Well, you know, I miss you very much. Don't think that I'm complaining. No, I can handle everything. I've already said this, but you and Sasuke, as well as Iruka-sensei and Kakashi-sensei, and the old pervert, you have become my family. Here. The fox looked down, not knowing what to say. Or rather, how to express all his thoughts correctly. He was on the verge of his dream coming true, but there was no one to share this joy with. And he really wanted to share it with those who were his family. Of course, his childhood crush on Sakura began to gradually disappear in his youth, and after that false confession it finally disappeared, grew into a stronger, but different feeling, and he saw in her not just a friend, but a sister, a dear and close person, his family. She supported him, scolded him, treated him, laughed with him. He did not see her death, did not see her dead body, so now the image of a beautiful and smiling girl appeared before his eyes. It became bitter. A resounding sigh with carefully hidden pity sounded in his head. And this sigh clearly did not belong to a shinobi. You're going crazy, Naruto. Stop and go home. The Nine-Tails' calm voice still betrayed a hint of slight concern. The Anbu felt confused at the sound of his name. He hadn't been called that for a long time. He had already gotten used to himself as the fox or captain, Buntecho. Kurama himself immediately got down to business in conversations, without using appeals to attract attention, except that sometimes he mockingly called the shinobi, Buddy Pie. Over these years of active communication without a cage and seals, Kurama had finally gotten used to the body of his Jinchuriki and occupied his free time by looking at life through his eyes, calmly communicating telepathically, and sometimes even taking control of the body. For example, when Naruto himself slept, in order to take a walk or eat normal, healthy food. Do I look that pathetic? The guy chuckled, turning his attention to the dialogue with the only friend who was always with him. He easily caught the barely noticeable anxiety, however, he was not surprised, knowing that from the outside it looked like a clear ticket to the clinic. I go crazy more when I don't come to them. You will worry about my mental state when I stop distinguishing your words from my thoughts. But for now, someone has to remember to come to them. Don't fool yourself, the Biju interrupted him. The latter was a little angry that they were wasting so much time, so he usually slept during such visits in order to take control at night, but now he decided to raise what he considered a painful topic. It's time to understand that they don't need anything now. You'll talk to them in the next world. And now it would be better to get yourself a girlfriend. What else do people need to be happy? Kurama was right, and Anbu knew it. He couldn't help but sigh in resignation. All these memories and rare visits were needed first and foremost by the boy. After all, there, in the village, no one was waiting for Fox or the captain. They were waiting at headquarters and on missions, and no one was waiting for Naruto there either, except for a portion of hot ramen. Still, getting up, the shinobi decided to listen to his friend and not follow the planned route, although he planned to visit another grave. The grave of a man whose death he saw with his own eyes, whom he could not save, being nearby. A man with whom Naruto never had time to talk. It was getting dark, the sun had almost disappeared behind the horizon, the world was painted in a warm orange color. It was the best time of day. It took the shinobi a couple of seconds to reach the exit from the cemetery to the outskirts of the street. It was absolutely deserted, as usual on weekday evenings. There, hidden in the shadow of the neighboring building, reserved for ritual inventory, one of his squad was already waiting. A short, rather frail brown-haired man in a monkey mask. Judging by his build alone, one could say that the fighter was no more than 15 years old. You hide your chakra very well, but you are still impatient. If the target is many times faster than you, then don't be afraid of losing it. You are in a hurry, and that is why there are mistakes, Fox said calmly, stepping over the threshold of the gate. He did not even look towards the dark corner. There was no reproach or disappointment in his voice, only the usual dry remarks. And you are obviously hiding. A nimble and quick guy immediately emerged from the shadows, standing right in front of his buntecho. His body spoke of his emotions much more than his face, hidden under the mask, could. He was tense, his fists were slightly clenched, the muscles of his neck were taut, and the shadows on it became deeper. Overall, his posture was unnaturally constrained, as if he was barely holding on to not throw his hands up, shaking them in righteous indignation. His opponent, on the other hand, showed no emotion. He seemed like a mirage, standing so relaxed and calm, as if he was not even breathing. It seemed that if you touched him, your hand would pass through him, even your gaze slid over him, surprisingly unable to catch on to anything. The shinobi seemed to merge with nature and the air itself. This was the level of chakra control of an Anbu captain. Damn it, the monkey said quietly with annoyance, trying poorly, but with all his might, to suppress his emotions. It's not for nothing that you are my rival, you are cool. But damn, I even tried not to breathe, how is that possible? And Izuma-san doesn't notice me. A heavy sigh was heard. Fox slightly bowed his head. He never chewed anything for his teammates, usually he was paired with professionals or a squad, so he did not have to leave the image of an elite fighter. The captain himself was well prepared by the war and Kakashi, so there were no questions for him either. But how this miracle, familiar to him since childhood, got into Anbu, and even into his team, the shinobi categorically did not understand. But unfortunately, he did not know the whole situation in the village, and did not want to build theories, although subconsciously he had them in mind. The service taught him not to believe all assumptions to the end and not to count on anything, so he simply accepted this event as a fact, analyzing situations and keeping them in his memory as a whole picture. What a dunce you are, you've found someone to compare yourself to. Briefly leaving his work image, Fox quickly but carefully poked the boy with 2 fingers in the collarbone, shoulder and right in the center of the chest so that he only flinched a couple of times, confused. Relax, you should see yourself from the outside. As if you're about to burst. That's not how it should be. Not tense, but collected. It's different. So what do you mean by that? The guy mumbled discontentedly, rubbing the part of his chest that he had been poked in, gradually feeling his emotions calming down, and the chakra in those places beginning to flow a little differently and more slowly, as if the light evening breeze surrounding the shinobi set its pace. He tried to remember this state as clearly as possible. The principle is the same as with the angle. If you want to hide, hide where no one expects you. So think about it. He immediately leaned over a little and began to speak so quietly that only Monkey could hear him. Even in his own village, the shinobi did not forget about precautions, because the lives of other people were in his hands, he could not take risks. In the meantime, find Cicada. M2, 12 quarters and, let's say. It doesn't matter, let him find me himself. The fox ruffled the boy's hair and wanted to quickly run away, but his hand was suddenly grabbed, leaning forward. The monkey immediately understood that since it was Mission 2, no one was going to take him on it. And the elders gathered together to finish the second stage of their common task. He tried with all his might to peer into the thin slits on the fox's mask, only for a second and, with effort, noticing the warm blue color of his eyes, he let go of his hand, remembering the chain of command. The fox himself was touched by this, but he did not show it. He also managed to see his partner's eyes, his emotions in their depths. In his soul, he cared very much about the boy, so he could not take him with him, at least not while he felt this oppressive bad feeling. Yes, Captain, sorry. You will become a strong shinobi, I know it. Something was squeezing his heart from the inside. It seemed that he had to say everything so as not to regret it later. An image of the man whose grave he had not visited today appeared before Lissa's eyes. The bright silhouette was quickly replaced by a picture of war. It was better to be a bad Anbu than to live with regrets about even a couple of unheard or unspoken words. You know, if you want, you can become even cooler than me. I remember your dream and I have no doubts about it. Sighing and mentally thinking that he was getting old, the captain quickly hugged the boy and disappeared into thin air, whispering one last phrase in his ear. Become the best Hokage, Konohamaru. These words rang like an obsessive echo in the monkey's mind for a long time. He was infinitely happy and confused at the same time. A couple of salty drops full of joy fell from under the mask onto the dry ground. He, too, had no one else in this world except his adopted elder brother, his main rival. So what do you mean by that, stupid captain? Don't praise me as if you were saying goodbye. If you come to visit as a civilian, I'll give you a good beating, the boy thought with displeasure and pride. But Naruto didn't come again. The monotonous squeak of soulless medical devices eventually begins to drive you crazy, but for this you need to hear it. The gaze of bright blue eyes was directed at the ceiling, too white, too nondescript. He did not like it. Perhaps this is what dry words would look like, he sometimes thought, if they could be given form. Thoughts immediately appeared in his head, hundreds of bright images, replacing each other. Pictures followed one after another, continuing the internal monologue, and something very abstract from the whiteness of the plaster appeared in his consciousness, namely an album. Indeed, a couple of good allegories were worth sketching. He always thought in pictures, images and colors, so sometimes he got lost in communication with other people, with difficulty choosing the right gestures, trying to convey the idea more clearly. Sometimes, lost in thought, he answered strangely. For example, when asked if he was busy, he could run his index finger a couple of times along his right cheek from his lips to his ear, which meant, green. And now the opponent had to think for a couple of seconds. At first they said that this was a developmental delay, that he was stupid, and God willing, he would learn to read before he was 12, but his mother simply always said that he was special. And he did not disappoint her. He learned to read at 6, and soon he was already writing perfectly and legibly. He was not a genius, but he had a dream. He had an ideal. He wanted to become a shinobi, as brave a shinobi as his father. And he was moving towards this dream. They didn't want to take him to the academy. He loved the village, he proved his ability to withstand the workload, but he didn't meet the third criterion, to be healthy in body and soul. They didn't want to, but they took him. Unflattering rumors grew, they could have driven him crazy, but he didn't hear them. A deaf boy will never become a shinobi. He only entered the academy because of his father. Why is Hokage-sama torturing the poor guy? Is he trying to get rid of this cripple on his first mission? Don't you know who he is? Shish, it's a secret. He destroyed the entire Whirlpool village in one night. Someone like that shouldn't become a shinobi. He is the demon fox. The teachers were against it, but no one could argue with the Hokage and the Council of Elders. The boy studied by correspondence. He studied first with a personal teacher, then alone, visiting the academy during tests and exams. Naruto was assigned an Anbu, who specialized in espionage and work with suspects, as his teacher. It was a long side mission until the boy received the necessary base for life and development. Of the distinctive features, one can note that the shinobi had clear facial expressions, he spoke slowly, was fluent in civilian sign language, was cold, patient and in his soul despised, could not stand the younger Namikaze. But duty is duty. He was an Anbu, even if he did not wear a mask then. Nevertheless, this internal contempt, masterfully hidden by this expert in psychology and physiognomy, was reflected in his behavior. He was dry in explanations, did not give anything more than required, never praised, taking all successes for granted, was strict and did not rush to individualize the program to the characteristics and desires of Naruto himself. However, the boy himself did not bother him and, having learned to write clearly and use all the necessary gestures quickly, he no longer needed a nanny. And so they parted. The boy was already learning the theory himself, with difficulty, reading boring books with, white as the ceiling, text, absolutely dry and uninteresting. He studied because it was necessary for his dream, because he couldn't give up. He followed the academy program, nothing more, perfectly understanding that he definitely couldn't handle more, diligently turning the pages of the textbook, as if they weighed tons. He didn't particularly succeed in ninjutsu, he still mastered the transformation technique well, but with cloning things were bad. The clones would look exactly like the original, if they weren't a little faded and translucent. About taijutsu, well, here it's worth immediately writing about the fact that Naruto was an active child at first, but he had absolutely no one to play with. The socialization stage became a huge hole in his biography. He was used to being alone, he loved to run, feel the air resistance on himself and train in the nearest forest near Konoha. Sometimes, Shikamaru, the son of the Hokage's closest advisor, was brought to Naruto to visit and, so as not to waste time, to train together. Then, while their fathers, in the company of a couple of Anbu, discussed something in the office or occasionally in the basement, the boys devoted themselves with all their might, sometimes lying on the grass, sometimes lying on the couch in the living room. A couple of times, Naruto tried to teach Shikamaru sign language, which would make communication easier, because it was faster than writing in a notebook, but he was too lazy to teach. There was never a lively conversation between them anyway. So they spent their hours together. Naruto often drew, usually something bright and strange in its order due to his unusual type of thinking, as if he were keeping a diary of pictures, and the future head of the Nara clan lay, watching the riot of colors on the paper. Occasionally, the latter tried to say something, but he was also too lazy to raise his hand to attract attention. Although in an unusual manner, They could both call this relationship a relaxed friendship, since no one distracted Shikamaru or pestered him with chatter, and Naruto was simply grateful for the company. Namikaze always tried his best to achieve his dream and finally make his parents proud. He wanted his father to sometimes train with him in those rare moments when he was not swamped with work. He wanted his mother, who was constantly busy preparing his sister for the position of the head of the now destroyed Uzumaki clan and rebuilding the destroyed village, to devote time to him. He wanted to be a shinobi, not a cripple. He did not want excessive care, fueled by pity. Naruto distanced himself from his family, did not accept help. He himself destroyed the oppressive bridge in order to later build a new, correct one, to be strong, equal and worthy. And each time he tried his best, studied at home, and then the tests came. He came to the classroom, trying not to catch sidelong glances and not to look at other people's lips, letting out barbs or, worse, words of pity. However, he rarely understood children's and teenagers' lip syncing, so he almost didn't understand his younger sister. They all spoke so quickly. It was easy with Shikamaru. He didn't say anything or spoke slowly and clearly. Naruto was more afraid of looking at adults. He understood almost all of their speech automatically, and what he read sometimes scared him, but he tried not to think about it, reminding himself of his dream. He always looked down at his feet to stay strong. However, if we go back to children, no one at the Deaf Academy bullied, beat, or pushed him, because everyone considered him disabled. Even bullies like Kiba seemed not to notice at all. Even bad attitude towards oneself must be earned. Naruto understood this immediately. He tried to show himself as much as possible in the tests, but the result was always the same. In theory, Naruto always knew everything at least objectively at AB, and if he solved the tests almost without mistakes, then with detailed answers it was more difficult. In principle, he needed more time to translate his thoughts into words and write them correctly, since the answers required specific terms and phrases. Often his writing was not counted due to incorrect presentation or too abstract an explanation. For calculation problems, at least getting a point was a great success, but almost unrealistic. Iruka knew this. He knew that the format of exam tests simply did not suit Naruto, but he also knew that the shinobi world would not adapt to everyone. And expressing your thoughts correctly and clearly is vital for a ninja. He sighed and gave the same grade, according to the same criteria for everyone. Grade: satisfactory. In ninjutsu, nothing worked out well except for the transformation jutsu, and even then there were nitpicks about the same barely noticeable transparency and inaccuracies in the details. The clone, alas, was only one. It was quite noticeable, but for the replacement technique there was a distance limitation, so Naruto could only change with the nearest objects, but not with the necessary ones, standing further away. Naruto did not understand the reason for this, and no one was particularly eager to explain. And yet, despite the boy's efforts, Iruka-sensei assessed it just as objectively. Rating: unsatisfactory. With taijutsu it was more difficult. At first he passed the tests with sparring, like everyone else, but having only his eyesight and scant experience of independent training, he still somehow missed the blows of the clan offspring. So he did not win a single fight and, starting from the third year of training and until the last, 7th, he was released and not allowed, as they said, to avoid injuries due to health reasons. Assessment: not allowed. And only in Shuriken Jutsu did the grades, good, slip through. For Naruto, this was a great source of pride. He tried to share it with his mother at every opportunity when she was not busy, casually leaving the sheet with the results in prominent places. And he deliberately raised his eyebrows in surprise, receiving praise in the form of disheveled hair or a large lipstick mark on his cheek, and then discontentedly tried to tidy himself up, smoothing the long, waist-length curls that he grew out, or rubbing the lipstick mark into a huge stain. He was happy, and this gave him strength. And yet, he often felt lonely in his family, unable to normally participate in lively family conversations, hear the laughter of his family, or his mother singing. In his parents' eyes, he saw knowledge in all his efforts that he did not yet know. He already knew that his parents had come up with something for him, and that he would never become a normal shinobi. They wished him happiness, loved him, but did not believe in his dream at all. This irritated him and put up ever new walls between them. His younger sister slightly avoided him. For her, the long-haired brother, only 2 years older, who was always drawing something and often disappeared somewhere, was a mystery. He did not understand much of what she said. Due to her lively and quick nature, she did not understand sign language. They were strangers to each other as people, but Naruto looked after her, cooked food when their parents were away, braided her hair, always more neatly than he did his own, and the red-haired and active Nito stole his albums and sometimes drew something in them. She was a genius in fuinjutsu, excelled in ninjutsu, her chakra control was the best in her group, and although she was a complete layman in taijutsu, she was famous for her agility and cunning. It was hard for Naruto to admit it, but he envied her. In his own way he loved her, but he envied her very much. And what happiness it was when a year ago, when the boy had just turned 10, his happy mother ran into the kitchen, animatedly shaking some sheets of paper. Naruto already knew from his rich experience that these were sick leaves, because he underwent examinations every year. She was chattering something so fast that the younger Namikaze could not even make out the words, only by her face and wide waves of her hands could one guess that there was something grandiose there. The father, at first detached, fell into a stupor and almost dropped the plate he was wiping with a towel, hastily leaving it on the table, and then smiled, chattered something in response, trying to catch and hold Kushina's hands. Even the sister jumped up from her seat, trying to hang on one of the parents. And only Naruto himself remained in place, blinking his eyes in bewilderment. The first thought in his subconscious was the image of a child, maybe he would have another brother or sister. His mother immediately pounced on him. She, forgetting herself, said something quickly with a wide smile, hugging her son by the shoulders, and stopped when she noticed her son's puzzled and concentrated look at her lips. Having come to her senses, she slowly and clearly said what Naruto had never, even in his dreams, hoped to see. You will hear. He never allowed himself to cry, to feel sorry for himself. He didn't consider himself a cripple, and deafness a disadvantage. Namikaze always tried to be strong, but that day he cried. He was happy. He was given hope. The secret of such unexpected news was simple. The latest examinations showed small but real results of restoration of chakra channels in the left ear. Considering that deafness was acquired, many doctors had long ago given up, because they could not rebuild what was destroyed. Lady Tsunade, the only hope for healing, said to wait until the body and chakra, the density and flow of which was disrupted by the strongest seal from the Uzumaki family arsenal, stabilize, and then it would be necessary to look at the situation. The chances were slim. The situation had not stabilized for 10 years. And yet a miracle happened thanks to persistence in developing chakra control and genes, and since Naruto's body had already gotten stronger and still began to gradually restore itself thanks to the blood of the Uzumaki and a tiny, artificially created gap in the seal of the 9 tails, then one could hope for Tsunade's help. The process of preparation for the operations took a little less than 6 months. The next 6 months were spent in the hospital. According to the doctor's forecasts, he would definitely have to stay there for a couple more months. Naruto practically never left her. They gradually helped him recreate the destroyed channels, but things were going slowly, because this process required personal chakra, and it was thin and weak. Tsunade had already undergone operations several times. This was the last term. There was a week left. Damn white ceiling. Unbearably white. His left ear had been itching unbearably from the inside for months, but he held on. It was a small sacrifice on the way to his dream. He still couldn't hear. The already restored channels needed to be corrected and connected to the non-working part of the inner ear. The boy could already imagine what kind of sensations sound could carry. He tried to connect it with color, images, that is, with emotions. Mom said that sounds can be loud and quiet, rough and gentle, ringing and dull, bright and dark. For Naruto this explanation meant a lot. If so, then sounds can be connected with color. Then he imagined his mother's voice as a soft pink color, his dad's as yellow, his sister's, light blue. It was in these reflections on sound and color that the younger Namikaze was now lost. He was about to stand up and reach for the album, when a small, graceful hand appeared before his eyes, blocking the ceiling. The pads of the thumb, middle and ring fingers were closed, the index and little fingers were sticking out like horns. The goat's mouth opened and closed on the tip of the boy's nose, making him smile involuntarily. It was his mother. They loved this gesture. It was their personal secret, which neither his father nor his sister knew about. A small treasure, known only to him. Naruto tried to sit up quickly. He hadn't been sleeping well in the last few days. The anxiety didn't go away, mixing with anticipation. Sometimes Tsunade came to him, checked his pulse and chakra flow, and when checking his right ear, her face was always painfully displeased. Occasionally, his father came with Mito, but not for long, usually for 5 minutes, to bring something or ask about his health, no more. The dialogue with his son had not been going well for a long time. Shikamaru came more often, but rather to hide from responsibilities or annoying people. He usually lay on the empty bed next to him and either slept or made origami from unsuccessful drawings. Sometimes he read or told Naruto short news from the academy. And then, finally, his mother came. Naruto knew that she was in Uzushiogakure, and a shadow clone was sitting here, but he was still glad, since he was aware of the ability to transfer memories to the original. She smiled, looking at her son tenderly, and stroked his long hair, trying to straighten his unruly bangs. He wanted to look as cool as his grandfather in his youth, whom he had seen, alas, only in photographs. The tall Jonin with long red hair gathered in a high ponytail and a proud, serious look inspired respect. Uzumaki, their branches always let their hair grow, and he wanted to be like them. After saying a few tender words of farewell and apologizing for his absence, Kushina hugged her son, promising to return just in time for the end of his rehabilitation. She held out her hand to Naruto, making the familiar sign of a goat, and in return received the same gesture, reaching out to her. As soon as the goats touched the tips of their noses, the clone disappeared, leaving the younger Namikaze alone. He was happy. So a week passed, a successful operation and, finally, 2 weeks of rehabilitation. On the 5th day Naruto was already sitting on the bed, on the 9th he was walking around the ward, but he still could not hear anything, so he sincerely did not understand what the success of the operation was. On the 10th day his old teacher came and sat down opposite the boy. Namikaze tensed up, he did not particularly like this man. The guest immediately stated the purpose of the visit, he wanted to finish with this as soon as possible and return to normal missions. Since the chakra channels were returned to work artificially, then for normal ear function the chakra itself had to be directed and concentrated manually. The teacher compared it to walking on water or walls, at first it is difficult, and then you do it automatically. But Naruto did not know how to walk on walls, so he did not understand anything. Or rather, it dawned on him that he needed to do it, but how? The answer was not long in coming. Chakra control in the right direction. The only available training method within the ward was the exercise with the sheet, but Naruto had already done it himself, having read the instructions in the textbook. Of course, this was not enough, but it was enough for a start, so the teacher left immediately. The child's head immediately saw the image of his mother's knitting set, which was gathering dust in the closet. It was as useless as his temporary sensei. All that was left was meditation, and in proud solitude and without prompts, which suited him, he always did everything himself. Naruto spent the remaining days before being discharged trying to feel the flow of chakra and direct it in the right amount continuously to his ear. The first sound in Namikaze's life were noises, quiet when the flow was weak and insanely loud when it was too strong. It was as if he was tuning a radio and trying to get the right frequency. At first it confused and drove him crazy. The disgusting noises seemed to corrode his brain, he had to stop and take pauses to come to his senses. Sweat appeared on his forehead. At first it seemed to him that these noises were normal, that all people heard them and that these were the sounds of silence, but the nurse who came in occasionally dissuaded him. Days passed, but it did not get any better. He did not want to hear them anymore. The world without sounds seemed more comfortable, but he could not give up. Of course, Naruto could have asked his father, who came by occasionally, for advice, but he didn't want to be obligated to him. Whether it was stubbornness or the invisible wall that had been standing between them for a long time, the boy didn't know, but it didn't matter. At the end of the 13th day before being discharged, Tsunade came and looked with interest at the exhausted and dejected child, drawing big-eyed fluffy cats. They calmed him down. "How are you, Naruto?" she asked from the doorway, but he didn't hear her. What a slacker. The guy barely had time to notice the approaching shadow with his peripheral vision when he was suddenly hit with an unexpected slap on the back of the head. "For what?" Naruto barely managed to say, focusing his eyesight on the angry as hell woman. He could speak, but he did it very rarely, as he felt insecure. He was more used to writing on paper or using sign language. Now there was an emergency. "How long are you going to hang around? Did I sit here for 6 months in vain, in this hole where there isn't even pachinko to restore your hearing?" Her look was so menacing that the boy's hair stood on end. "I'll rip your ears off, even Rakudo Sennin won't be able to sew them back on." "Stop." He didn't know how loud it was, answering involuntarily, but from the woman's slightly surprised face he understood that it was enough, and then pointed his finger at her ear. "Suckers, like needles." Tsunade chuckled knowingly. The child looked more puzzled than broken. He was always quiet, didn't attract attention, but he never gave up, although his struggle was always internal, invisible to anyone. He doubted, as a child's heart, not yet strong, could doubt, but the resentment and the desire to prove to everyone that he too could be a shinobi, and a worthy shinobi, were stronger than fear and pain. He sighed, looked at Tsunade from under his brows with a determined look and bowed as low as he could, gathering all his strength to pronounce the slightly shameful, as he considered, words as clearly as possible. "Tell me what to do, Tsunade-sama." The phrase was said so loudly that Senju even shuddered slightly. I will become a shinobi. You've really yelled, Tsunade said irritably, but quite contentedly, and immediately lifted the guy up by the shoulders from his bow so that he could see her lips well. He reminded her of her younger brother, who also ran after an almost impossible dream, and in Naruto's case, the reason for the difficult path was not deafness, but a powerful seal, and the woman knew this, but her kind soul still wanted to believe. Okay then, don't yell anymore in the hospital, or you'll get it. That's one. I'll show you how to direct chakra, but only once. If you don't remember it, it's not my problem. That's two. And lastly, if you want to become a shinobi, remember this determination, you're not an ordinary person, lose it even for a second, and you'll never achieve your dream again. Now watch carefully. As if enchanted, Naruto listened to her every word. She was a strong and famous Sannin, and clearly not for her pretty eyes, and now she was hammering every word into the guy's head with such an air as if she was the strongest demon in the world, not the nine tails. He nodded carefully after each ultimatum, afraid to even squeak. The woman was an unyielding authority, she forced herself to be respected with just her aura. Suddenly her gaze softened, and a warm palm covered his left ear. Naruto closed his eyes, listening to the sensations. The chakra stretched in a smooth stream from the hearth, but not immediately to the necessary place, but along the usual route, first passing through other organs, and only then reached the ear. Continuing the movement, no noise arose. So that was his mistake. He was drawing chakra from the nearest flow, slightly changing the course. Because of this there was instability and noise, but it was necessary to lead the entire flow from the beginning. Well, hearing the voice, albeit weak and echoing like from a barrel, Naruto opened his eyes wide and surprised, not knowing how to react. His pupils narrowed and trembled slightly. He had imagined this moment so many times, but now he was simply confused. He did not expect this. Tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. Well, did my voice really upset you that much? He wanted to shake his head, but the woman's hand was still on his ear, and the boy was simply afraid that he would ruin this fragile moment when the whole world had acquired a new, amazing side. Tears rolled down his cheeks like hail. He heard. He could hear everything now. He could fulfill his dream. This boundless happiness was transmitted to Tsunade. She smiled tenderly, realizing that these tears alone, this happiness were worth all the months spent in the office over medical books in search of the necessary treatment, all the sleepless nights. Hope in a new life flared up before her eyes. For this it was worth being a medic. Giving into emotions, she kissed the boy on the forehead in a motherly way. Since his childhood the woman had been watching his condition, which had stabilized thanks to training. It had been a long fight and a wonderful little victory on the way to the dream. Become a strong shinobi, Naruto. He couldn't calm down for a long time, pacing around the ward. Before leaving, Tsunade said that Kushina was about to return to the village, and if you believe the swallow that flew in, the summoning animal of the Uzumaki branch on his grandmother's side, then this was about to happen closer to midnight. His mother had long since become the only person for whom Naruto lived and tried to find the strength to achieve, to remain strong. Only she always supported him, even though she was always busy with the clan and sister, but he did not ask for more. Even that rare silent praise in the form of disheveled hair or a trace of lipstick and their personal sign for good luck before exams was enough. He did not know any other love, spending most of his life in forced social isolation, afraid to look at people, just so as not to see completely unpleasant things on their lips. And these rare crumbs of love were life for Naruto. He wanted to be an Uzumaki. He grew his hair like the now defunct Konoha branch of their clan, wore the whirlpool emblem, although he answered questions about it that it was a sign of peace since the time of the first Hokage. He studied documents related to Fuinjutsu, hoping that someday he would be able to learn seal techniques and learn how to use them when he finally became a shinobi. On holidays, he visited the clan temple on the outskirts of Konoha. He would have liked for his mother to be the one preparing him to be the heir to the now main branch of their family, for his sister to be a Namikaze, and he, specifically he, an Uzumaki. But it didn't work out. He was fair-haired, like his father, and also deaf. From his mother's side of the family, the boy took only incredible stubbornness, vitality and fairly large reserves of chakra, but they were of little use, because even the chakra worked somehow defectively. As a person, Naruto grew up as a surprisingly good child. A kind, quiet, reserved boy who never caused problems, did not get involved in dubious stories, did not ask for anything and did not throw tantrums. But as a shinobi, he was a complete disappointment. Even with his efforts, neither teachers nor elders of the small Namikaze family predicted anything higher than genin for him, refusing to train him, and yet he was the heir of the clan. He was. No matter how much Minato loved his family, duty was duty, especially in wartime. Naruto knew it. No matter how much Minato tried to hide it, the boy quickly guessed that the elders had written him off, and the Uzumaki clan, or rather what was left of it, did not want to hear about training someone, not chosen by blood, not red-haired. Which meant that he would achieve everything himself. With his own strength. Sitting on the bed, Naruto tried to direct the chakra in the right direction again, so that he could learn to turn on his ear by the time his mother arrived. A couple of minutes of meditation led to a light squeak. Well, it was better than unbearable noise. So gradually he began to direct the chakra throughout his body in a circle, trying to repeat the tempo and smoothness of Tsunade's movement. The squeak gradually died down until it stopped completely. Something was wrong. Opening his eyes, the boy did not see the usual boring white walls, which made him jump up and look around. The world around him instantly became dark and gloomy, a shimmering cold fog hung around like a veil. Nothing was visible. Only turning around, Naruto realized that he was standing with his back to the mirror wall, but even so he could barely discern himself in it. He did not want to go into the void at all, which meant that he had to go to the wall and walk along it. One touch to it was enough for the mirror to turn into glass. And then an unknown sound reached him like a roar, but what did it mean? Naruto did not know what the growling sigh sounded like, but nevertheless it produced the desired effect, and the boy backed away. Two huge red eyes flared with a demonic light behind the glass. Even through the fog, two vertical pupils intently watched the child. The fox, unable to move anything except his head because of the seal, spoke first. After a long half-hour of real time and 2 hours of subconscious time, which seemed like an eternity, Naruto opened his eyes. He was already lying on a bed in a familiar hospital, only the world was different now. Demons instill fear and horror when they lie, but the truth from their lips seems even more terrible. Yes, it was the truth, spoken with regret, with pity, not as a warden and jailer, but as another prisoner. Even he, the nine-tailed demon, felt sorry for the child. Kurama knew that nothing could free him from this seal, only the next cycle of reincarnation, which meant that he had no reason to lie. He said something from which it was useless to look away, to the floor, because in the world of the subconscious Naruto heard everything perfectly well. Something that he had always been so afraid to find out in plain text. The fox told the truth, because it was more painful than any lie, and he was always glad to spite his enemies, Kushina and Minato. You will not become a shinobi. Never. This seal will not give you. Look, your chakra is like fog. You are a prison, both for me and for yourself. He told everything. That the Jinchuriki had previously been the mother, about the weakening of the seal during childbirth, that the only option to keep Kushina alive after extracting him, the Kyuubi, was this powerful technique that affected the chakra of both the Biju and the person, applied during the birth of a child from a demon host, when the organisms were still united, but were about to separate. That the seal had previously only worked in theory, that the residual explosion from the huge accumulated array of chakra needed for movement damaged the hearing of little Namikaze and destroyed Uzushiogakure to hell, destroying everyone except the mother and child, who were in the very center, in the blink of an eye. He told about what everyone knew, always knew about it. It was a burden that was better left unnoticed. There were no thoughts. All that was left was the white ceiling and a cold, detached look at it. So how could he live on? For what? All his dreams and aspirations were now empty. And even for his mother he was a victim. Fuck it. It was a rare, unique moment when Naruto thought in words. This family, this village, this shinobi way. Fuck it. Let this dream burn in hell. There was no anger, disappointment or hatred in these thoughts. Only a dry pain, comparable to suffocation, as if it had drunk his soul. He slowly stood up and went to the window, opening it. The second floor was a trifle, staying in the hospital was useless. The house greeted him with the usual darkness and emptiness. Packing his things took even less time than the way from the clinic. On the way, he had already decided what he would take and what he would wear. A life of social isolation usually does not imply special love and connection with the village or people, and the guy had long since destroyed family bridges. And now, the last bridge between him and his mother was burned. No regrets. He always tried to prove something to others, to prove something to himself. There was no need for this anymore. Now Naruto needed a path, a new life, and a person. A path different from the shinobi path. A life among people who didn't know about him and his past. A person he would never find in Konoha, someone who would see him as an ordinary child. Just one would be enough. No, just one. He liked taking care of someone. It was lucky that he had never become a genin, which meant he could leave freely, having learned all the necessary survival skills from the academy and from books. He promised himself never to return. And Naruto never came back. It was getting light. A still slightly warm blonde boy was lying on the cold ground. His glassy, frozen gaze was staring into space. There was no longer any blood flowing from his cut throat, and the fresh wound was beginning to form a dry crust. Leaving home, starting a new life in search of a happy fate was a pleasant whim, but not in the era of war for a child who had not even graduated from the academy. There are no women, children, or old people on the battlefield. There are shinobi in war, followed by hunger and poverty, and then bandits. Killing a well-dressed child with a full backpack who had not noticed a trap by the country road. Not that hard. Naruto did not even have time to think about anything before his death. He ran from the village for several hours and only on the approach to some small settlement did he slow down, feeling very tired from being unaccustomed to it. Sometimes fate is unfair and ironic. In the morning you have dreams, cherishing your hopes and aspirations, at lunch you are given wings and a ladder to the sky. But in the evening you lose everything, the steps crumble into dust under your feet, and you fly down into the arms of death at night. The glorified, romanticized life somewhere where we are not, turns out to be cruel and merciless. Not as ideal as we thought, and in some cases there is no life at all. He wanted to be needed, to become someone, maybe of a different fate. He just wanted to be a shinobi, a simple child, and some love and attention. In his world there was only contempt, fear, pity and loneliness. He wanted to build the right bridges, to be strong. But he couldn't. And now he didn't need it, because there was eternity ahead, and who knows, peace and a sea of bright light. There were no sounds in his paradise, only silence and a century-long sleep until the next reincarnation. Yo. The younger Namikaze opened his eyes in shock. He had already come to terms with the small catastrophe that had happened in his life and was now dissolving in what was his paradise, but someone's voice, it was clearly out of the picture of harmony. In front of him, in a free pose, hanging in the air, sat another Naruto, a short-haired, adult, obviously hooligan-looking one-armed subject. The boy was so confused that not even a shadow of a thought remained in his head. Well, tell me, what's your name? Are you Menma or Naruto? After a little hesitation, Namikaze, after a while, hesitantly began to fold his fingers into the gesture of the number 2. His face depicted a look of universal pain of misunderstanding. Hi, I'm Naruto too, the elder quickly realized from the precision of his movements that the boy often used his hands to answer. Are you mute? Deaf? The answer was accompanied by the necessary gestures. It was unusual and difficult for him to speak, but it was worth it, even if his speech was slow. But now I can hear. I see, the shinobi chuckled. It must have been tough for you, and you died young. An unenviable fate. How did you die? This question did not come as a surprise. After briefly telling the background and recent events, the younger Namikaze was greatly depressed. The feeling of moral dissatisfaction was choking him like a huge toad. He already thought that the elder, who was clearly a realized shinobi, would give him a contemptuous look or start to pity him, but this did not happen. A light chuckle followed. Ha, you know, I would laugh at you, but I died even more stupidly. My heart suddenly seized up right on the mission. Even Kurama didn't understand anything. Fate, I guess. Here his face suddenly changed and he became unusually serious, confidently looking at his small copy. You know what? When I showed up here, an old friend of mine told me a little about you. Let's say he helps those who have the will to never give up, the will of fire. He once gave me the strength to protect something truly valuable. By sacrificing 1,000 pawns, we defended the king. You never gave up either, even though you are a child and made mistakes. They can't give you strength, but they will give you a second chance, as I understand it. What? Namikaze asked in surprise. He heard the words, but the meaning didn't really reach him. Yeah, we can swap with you. What? The boy repeated quietly, raising his eyebrows even more in genuine bewilderment. He was not, in principle, too emotional to show anything more outwardly. Well, look, I am an orphan and a strong enough shinobi. I have no parents, almost all my friends died in the war. The rest scattered around the world. And you destroyed all the bridges in your world, as you said. If we swap, I will get a family, living friends. You will have a new world, a new start, hearing, opportunities. This is a second chance, and believe me, not everyone gets it. Anbu tried to repeat the speech he had recently heard almost verbatim, so as not to miss anything important. This arrangement suited him quite well. So, I'll end up in the body of a tough fighter, and you'll become a nearly deaf outcast. Are you sure? There was distrust in his voice, the situation seemed too strange. I'm used to being an outcast. It's nothing, the elder said, putting his only hand behind his head as usual. And as I understand it, after your soul gets to my world, my body will shrink to the age of 12, when the Kyuubi seal was completely intact. And back then, I wasn't in the best shape. Such is our fate. To drag our tailed friends around with us, nothing can be done, you'll need a whole cage for the time being, he immediately continued, anticipating questions. Yes, the nine-tailed fox will be reborn with you. But believe me, this old fox is not so bad. Everything seemed unrealistic, like a dream. Namikaze wasn't sure he wanted to come back to life and achieve anything again. And that fox too. Doubts led to indecision. He didn't know what to do, and it was surprising that the elder didn't hesitate even for a second. To be deaf, an outcast, and with defective chakra. No problem, as long as he lived, as long as everyone was alive. Where did this desire for life come from? Well, you think about it, the cheerful voice of the shinobi abruptly brought Namikaze out of his reverie. And I'll go now, a miraculous resurrection awaits me in the agony of my throat being stitched back together. Bye and take care of Konohamaru. Wait, where to? But he had already disappeared. The empty vessel in the form of a body was not burned or destroyed, the bandits could not even imagine that the boy would be searched for by shinobi, so they simply dragged him into the forest and threw him into a ravine, where it was supposed to rot, putting all its secrets to rest. But this did not happen. Suddenly, 10 to 15 minutes after the death of the body, the cutthroat was covered with seething red chakra, hissed and began to tighten. The eyes regained their shine, and immediately agony was reflected in them, reacting to the painful healing. The body bent unnaturally, and the face distorted in a silent scream. It was as if he was being turned inside out, cartilage crunched, his heart pounded like crazy. Rebirth is an unbearable torture. Naruto couldn't think or evaluate the situation. The whole world turned into indescribable pain in 1 second, as if nothing else existed. Only after half an hour did the muscles stop cramping, and the agony began to subside. Every breath no longer brought unbearable suffering, comparable to inhaling hot sulfur vapors. He tried to get up, but it was in vain. His legs wouldn't hold up, and the chakra reserves of both the guy and Kurama were almost at zero after the hasty treatment and adaptation to the new body. After making a couple more attempts to get up, Uzumaki lost consciousness from exhaustion. Commentary on Chapter 1. Farewell. Something like that. Warning. There will be at least one more disabled person in the work, and I won't say who. So if you don't like reading about cripples, then sorry. About the release of chapters. They won't be often, I'm a student. A song after the chapter, if anyone needs it. Theory of a dead man, better of. Important. No need to correct, sounds like needles, Naruto didn't speak clearly if he didn't try. Thanks for understanding. S. Chapter 2. The Seal of the Uzumaki Family. The tall, fair-haired guy slowly opened his eyes, wincing in displeasure. Even in his subconscious, the unpleasant sensations did not disappear. His head was buzzing, and his body was aching. The large room greeted him with its usual emptiness and the coolness of the long familiar stonework. The first was incomprehension, then came awareness and the uncertain thought, it worked. As soon as his gaze focused, Naruto noticed two important things that immediately caught his eye. Firstly, he had his right hand again, which could not but please, and secondly, the remnants of the misty chakra that once hovered in the air were clinging to him in a thin layer, similar to frost or white ash. He had never seen anything like this before. The entire floor on this side of the wall was white, as if covered in snow, but not cold at all. Could chakra really have such a shape? No, it was clearly some kind of technique, the guy quickly realized, running his hand over what had once swirled like mist under the ceiling. This, snow, felt almost the same as his chakra in that world, with the only difference being that this one was loose in structure, as if the chakra particles were sticking to each other, forming separate flakes. Even now, although the seal was almost broken, these white snowflakes automatically fought against the invasion and seizure of territory, sluggishly trying to cling to the new owner of the body. At the same time, it was easy to shake off this gradually disappearing chakra, which is what the guy did. Of course, its strange shape raised a lot of questions, but the fox's voice did not let Naruto drown in his thoughts. No, well, did you see it, did you? Wake up, there's no time to mess around with nonsense, the emaciated fox rumbled discontentedly, examining the cracked and in places broken glass wall separating him and Naruto. The Uzumaki of this world are even more annoying bastards, although I thought that it couldn't get any worse. This damn seal didn't disappear completely even after the owner died. What are you talking about? Naruto, who had not yet fully recovered from the unimaginable torment, was thinking slowly. He squinted with displeasure, examining the new inner house and occasionally rubbing the back of his head in an attempt to relieve the aching phantom pain after the torture. The fox, as it seemed, did not feel any discomfort at all, although he looked peculiar. But the guy did not focus his attention on this, because he himself, most likely, looked no better. How cheerful you are, however. Am I the only one who went through these circles of hell? What? You don't like it? I don't like it every time either. You get used to it sooner or later when you reincarnate often. The fox snorted discontentedly. It hurt him too, but he didn't show it, running his suspiciously tense gaze along the cracks. One way or another, we don't have time for your whining. Before coming here, I managed to talk a little with the local Kurama. Listen carefully, Naruto, this is vitally important. The fox was clearly nervous, which was a very rare occurrence. Something very bad was clearly to be expected. Don't let any of the Uzumaki restore this seal. We need to break it while it's still possible. Naruto glanced warily at the wall, examining the sharp chips and scattering of cracks. He was beginning to feel how the newly activated chakra center was beginning to produce new, normal chakra, but in very small doses, part of which was immediately absorbed by the seal. Was the wall restoring itself? No, he couldn't jump to conclusions, he needed to gather more data. This seal, the guy nodded meaningfully at the wall, scratching his chin with such a smart look, as if he hadn't said the obvious at all, drains my chakra. Can it restore itself? I thought about that too, the fox continued irritably, pacing around his cage, approaching the seal but still not daring to touch it. It sucks out my chakra too, although it doesn't seem to be regenerating from that. It's more like, a black hole that absorbs most of the chakra around itself. And you know, this is probably the most effective technique against me. He didn't want to admit it at all, but that was the gist of it. Kurama tsked and moved on to the next problem. You're not very lucky either. I can't restore your vocal cords, especially with the tiny amount of chakra I have left. You were pretty badly cut up. As long as this seal is in place, don't count on my strength. I used up all my remaining chakra just to scan your body. You're also deaf in your right ear, but due to your reincarnation, the chakra channels there have begun to restore, and the left one has almost completely restored. That was the end of the news. As you can see, our situation is not the best. This seal will not allow me to live a normal life, and you will not be able to become a shinobi again. Any thoughts on what to do next? Naruto thought. The situation was extremely disgusting. It was okay to be deaf and an outcast, but he didn't like the situation with the seal at all. Even in its destroyed state, it was causing a lot of problems, and what can we say if it is restored? And then who knows, maybe this strange chakra in the form of fog, aggressive to invasion, is its consequences and, most likely, not its only surprises then. Yes, there were indecently many questions. It was necessary to quickly decide what to do. Having risen from the floor, fortunately dry, the guy went to the wall and crawled through a small gap, trying not to touch the sharp edges. Communicating through the barrier was somehow wrong and inconvenient. If you are going to sit in a cage, then together, that's what Naruto always thought. He continued behind the wall, standing in front of the fox with unyielding confidence. His gaze was full of determination and bright. It seemed that there was nothing impossible in the world for this man. The fox stared with interest and extreme curiosity at the fair-haired 20-year-old boy, whose face was already covered in his usual satisfied smile, waiting for what kind of genius the most unpredictable ninja of Konoha would suggest. Naruto did not keep him waiting. He spread his arms out to the sides and confidently blurted out. I have no idea. I don't know anything about Fuinjutsu, Tte. Well, then why did you come here with such pathos? Kurama, who had fallen into a stupor, yelled at him, hitting the nearby ordinary walls with his tails. Well, get out of my cage then, you empty head. Wait, the guy drawled, raising his hands in a conciliatory manner, and then scratched the back of his head, trying to quickly think of something useful. I don't fully understand the situation yet, but I won't let you be sealed. Oh, how I miss Shikamaru. Well, in order to think of something, we need to get more information from the outside world. But, as much as I would like to see my parents and friends sooner, first we need to get used to it here. Restore the flow of chakra, try to hide you, maybe memories can still be found somewhere here, and check the connections again. Of course, going mute is not a good option. Lots of things to do. If you fall into a coma, then they will find me faster. The fox sighed. There were no good ideas, so it was necessary to rely on fate and wait for further developments. I myself will try to figure out the chakra channels in the ears, but forget about the ligaments. I am not a god to grow you new organs or muscles. Moreover, try not to use my chakra at all. Ideally, it would be necessary to create an illusion of a solid seal if they are going to check it. I don't know anything about genjutsu either, you know. Naruto scratched his nose slightly embarrassedly, smiling guiltily. Listen to you, you don't know anything. The fox yelled again. Think of something, you'll be in the outside world. Hide somewhere, pretend to be a fool. Oh yeah, you are a fool. The path of a shinobi didn't prepare me for this. Genjutsu is generally my weakest side, Naruto muttered discontentedly, ignoring the barbs and thinking, looking somewhere into the void, what he could do to hide the destruction of the seal. My strong side. I am strong in ninjutsu, taijutsu and chakra control, because I still understand its nature, and I think I can do something. I'll just hide you as much as possible until I come up with something better. The fox sighed, looking at the joyful Naruto. He could no longer sit still, he wanted to go out into the real world as soon as possible. Kurama knew that now there would be no quick telepathic conversations, as well as night forays, and a live broadcast from the real world. Again, he had to sit in a cage and wait for news or changes. He would also like to live in the wild, he liked being among people. In that Konoha, the fox, like Naruto, was considered a hero. They treated him well, respected him, always treated him with something during walks. He loved human food, especially fried meat and cheap street pastries that could be bought for pennies and eaten on the go, admiring the bright night streets, drowning in hundreds of multicolored blinding lights. He loved it, because when he controlled the body, he could fully feel the taste and other joys of physical existence. Kyuubi, once the nine-tailed demon fox, became Kurama-san, the protector Biju of Konoha, for the villagers. Some people even built a small temple in his honor not far from the Uzumaki family temple, considering the fox a good spirit. It was a small three-tiered pagoda with red tiles. Of course, it was flattering, but very strange. It also happened that bakers sometimes passed fresh baked goods to the fox through Naruto. Even these buns were special. They always had a lot of filling meat, liver or sweet cottage cheese with raisins, and all of them were passed on to the recipient without a trace, no matter how much Uzumaki wanted to steal at least one. Depriving a friend of a rare joy was a sin. Kurama was able to feel needed, people smiled at him, greeted him. And now everything was starting over. Again hatred, fear, aggression and seals, damn seals. It was depressing. Hey, Naruto, the fox suddenly asked, trying to hide his emotions, what are you going to do now that you've got a second chance? Will you save all your friends if a war is going to break out here too? Yeah, Naruto replied with a genuine smile, stepping closer to the fox and looking at him in a way only he could, as if trying to convey all the emotion, his faith and determination through those bright blue eyes. I will stop the war, make sure no one dies again. And I will help all the Jinchuriki of this world understand their Biju and vice versa. Ideally, I would like to free you all without allowing the hosts to die, but I don't think that's possible. Either way, I want all my friends to be happy. My dream is to live in a world without war and oppression. And I can do it, because never giving up is my ninja way. Oh, such pompous speeches, a little more and I'll cry, Kurama sarcastically noted, barely able to withstand the stream of pathos poured on him. Of course, in his heart he was happy to hear this. Naruto had become a truly important friend to him, his family, moreover, the family of all the tailed beasts. He wanted to notice something else. As soon as he felt someone's well-hidden chakra from the outside, this small splash did not escape even the shinobi. These were dogs. That's it. Go away, they've already come for you. And remember that it's not worth showing off your abilities yet. Having shouted something not very clear and a cross between, don't be bored, and, bye, due to the anticipation pouring over the edge, as well as the famous, Ttebeo, Naruto evaporated, leaving the fox in proud solitude to sleep off, restoring his chakra. In the morning, exactly at 8 o'clock, as usual, according to the schedule, a nurse went to the ward to check the patient's well-being and finally discharge him. Downstairs in the reception area, Kushina was already waiting. She returned, as promised, at the end of rehabilitation, leaving all the affairs to her cousin, the only surviving close relative. For some reason, she felt uneasy at heart. Some bad feeling made her wake up at dawn and go to the hospital earlier than expected. It was not difficult to persuade the staff to discharge Naruto not at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as scheduled, but at 8 in the morning, when the doors for admission were just opening. They were even secretly glad to get rid of him. The woman was impatient to see her son as soon as possible, since Tsunade had already told her about the success when they briefly met at the entrance to the hospital. Of course, nothing sensible could be learned in such a short time, which further fueled the kunoichi's interest, but the joy of good news warmed her soul. However, the happy smile instantly disappeared from Kushina's face when, bumping into the nightstands with shoe covers and face masks standing by the wall and knocking them down, the same nurse, already quite out of breath and scared, flew into the corridor. Meeting Namikaze Uzumaki's gaze, she stopped and turned white as chalk, not even trying to fix the curls that had come loose from her bun and fallen on her face. Her lower lip was trembling slightly but noticeably. The panic was gradually transmitted to the surrounding staff. They visibly tensed up, looking sideways with apprehension at the red-haired woman. No wonder, because everyone in the village knew and feared Kushina's wrath. And disappeared. The girl could barely say, feeling how the beating of her heart exceeded the supposed limit of the frequency of beats and drowned out all other sounds. The hair of the temporary head of the Uzumaki clan immediately broke the elastic band that tied it into a tight ponytail and scattered into 9 tails. This passive skill remained with her from the time when she was a Jinchuriki and, apparently, remained forever. In anger, the woman was more terrible and dangerous than Tsunade, especially if something happened to her children. Taking it out on careless and incompetent personnel was pointless, you can't waste a second. In wartime, the disappearance of a quiet and calm child of famous parents clearly had a high probability of the worst possible outcomes. Heather, she hissed. A shinobi in an Anbu mask immediately appeared next to her. This was Kushina's personal guard, as well as her right hand. The woman gave the kunoichi an angry, almost furious look and through her teeth hissed an order. She had not felt such rage in a long time, especially now that her premonition was confirmed. Send Kenshin and Coyote to search. Now, right. Heather immediately disappeared, following the order. To be honest, she was even a little scared by the menacing look of the enraged mistress. The girl had not seen her in such a state for a long time and hoped that she would never see her again. Kushina loved her husband, her children and her clan too much. It was hers. She had to protect everyone. Of course, the last 10 years were spent in eternal work, travel, searching for the remaining Uzumaki, restoring the village. She did not always have time to be a mother and a wife, having taken on the share of the mistress and the new head of the clan, even took a double surname for this. And no one could contradict her, because by blood of the survivors she was the next heir. To bear her cross to the very end and to fulfill her duty at any cost, this was her ninja path. Family is always above all. Kushina had not only her own children, she had 12 more children, 8 of whom were left without parents, including because of that terrible night, 7 teenagers, 19 adults and 4 elders. A total of 42 people were found during these 10 years, 4 more children were born in the recreated clan including Mito. 58 family scrolls were restored, 165 were lost. Temples on the territory of Uzushiogakure, some residential buildings, training dojos, a library, administrative offices, even some trading areas were restored. But there was still a lot of work. At the same time, she was still the mother of not only the clan, but also Naruto and Mito. The woman also tried to devote time to them when she had the opportunity. Therefore, for today, Kushina postponed all business and meetings in order to pick up her son from the hospital and share with him this unimaginable joy of learning about the other side of the world, a world full of sounds, music and voices. And she was ready to destroy anyone who tried to take it away from her. Minato, who was concentrating on sorting through a pile of reports from the country's border, involuntarily shuddered, feeling a surge of familiar chakra from the hospital. And when this ominous source of trouble quickly began to approach, he suddenly lost all his impenetrability and ferocity, with which he drove away all the negligent shinobi who came with outright nonsense against the background of piggishly bad reports with extremely depressing content. The Hokage was finally embarrassed, hearing the noise in the corridor, someone's squeals, clanging and the subsequent rumble of a door opening with a powerful push, which immediately left a mark in the form of cracked plaster on the adjacent wall and fell noisily. Kushina, angry as hell, stood on the threshold, her hair scattered in 9 tails, and her look did not predict anything good. Covered in sweat, the loving husband could not think of anything better than to ask with a smile. Some tea. You'll have some tea now, Kushina said too gently, clenching her fists. She was so angry that even a couple of veins on her forehead bulged. She took a step forward toward her husband, who was about to run away at any second. I'll make you such a tea that you'll drink only it for the rest of your life. Instinctively feeling a very real danger to his life, Minato immediately jumped up to his wife, grabbing her hands and pressing them to his chest. Running was useless, she would find him anywhere, even on the other side of the world, and he couldn't go far, since Tsunade forbade the use of the Flying Thunder God technique, like any chakra-consuming techniques, after one unexpected fainting spell for at least 2 more weeks due to exhaustion of the body from round-the-clock work and malnutrition. And so, in this way of capturing, he, firstly, held her hands, potentially reducing the damage to a minimum, and secondly, he could solve everything with a dialogue and understand at least what he was guilty of, although he already suspected that something had happened to Naruto, but he didn't want to think about the bad at all. He wanted to believe until the very end that this was some kind of nonsense. Kushina was just not in a very good mood. Sweetheart, listen, Namikaze began gently. You can tell me everything as soon as we solve the problem, but for now we need to figure everything out. If you don't tell me what happened, I won't be able to fix anything. Oh, don't worry, Kushina began irritably. I've already taken measures, so we have plenty of time to debrief. Naruto has disappeared from the hospital. Kenshin and Coyote are already on their way to get him. And you. At this point, she simply roared. You were here the whole time. I'm no better, I left him alone. But you, how could you let this happen? She wanted to say something else about security, seals on the windows or something like that, but, noticing her husband's serious and no longer affectionate look, she fell silent. Namikaze clearly had no time for conflicts in the subjunctive mood, if only, and, would, he clenched his jaw tightly, trying not to give in to emotions and stay cool. His bad assumptions were still confirmed. Minato knew that Naruto was deliberately distancing himself, avoiding his company and would rather spend the whole night forcing himself to leaf through textbooks than ask him for advice, but one way or another, he was his son, and the Hokage loved him very much. The news that the child had disappeared from the hospital just before being discharged from his native village hit harder than any slap and gave rise to a bunch of bad assumptions, considering that Naruto was quietly hated by half of the village, and the other half was afraid of and avoided her. Unfortunately, no laws or means can make people stop gossiping quietly in the kitchen, spreading information like a virus, and embellishing it more and more each time. All that was left was to rely on time. At first, Minato wanted to immediately move to his son, because he had a small, barely noticeable seal of his technique on him since childhood, but he knew that if the distance was too great, he might not survive the move, at best, fainting from chakra exhaustion and becoming unnecessary ballast. Moreover, Coyote's dogs would find the child anyway, and quickly, and Kenshin had a Sharingan. He never doubted these two. Could he be home? Namikaze asked, exhaling heavily in an unusually low and cold voice, squeezing his wife's hands a little tighter. No, I went into his room this morning, just before leaving, to water the flowers. He wasn't there, and everything was as usual, Kushina answered quietly, tears welling up in her eyes. We have hundreds of enemies, what if he was stolen? No, he was definitely stolen, that's obvious. What if we noticed too late? Minato didn't let her continue to develop her disturbing thoughts and hugged her tightly. It was also unbearably difficult for him to stand here and wait for news. If Naruto had been on the village's territory, Pakun would have already notified them, but time was passing, and with each passing second it became even more disturbing. No matter how much security was strengthened in the village, but, although very rarely, well-planned kidnappings still happened, including with Kushina herself at one time. There were unsuccessful kidnappings, like with Hinata. There were even ones planned for years, like, for example, with Sasuke, who was almost successfully kidnapped by a nanny who had been working for the Uchiha family for over 20 years. Moreover, she was married to one of the junior branch of the clan and had never given herself away during all this time. That is why each kidnapping was a big slap in the face of the village. For Kushina, the very thought that her child could be kidnapped was unbearable. She herself knew this horror and despair. And now all she could do was cry on her husband's shoulder and wait for news. She felt pathetic. She blamed herself for taking on too much and losing something very dear in the end. And now she prayed only for everything to be okay and for Pakun to appear as soon as possible. The dogs quickly found the trail, silently rushing between the trees. The boy had not gone too far. The dogs were leading in the direction of one of the small neighboring villages, which, unfortunately, did not have the best reputation. It took the experienced shinobi half an hour to run the entire path through the forest, which the child had made during the night on the road. Coyote was the first to reach the ravine. On the withered leaves in an unnatural, as if broken, position lay a child with a long cut, a line of dried blood stretching across his thin neck. The boy's eyes were closed. For some reason, the dogs were in no hurry to approach him, hesitantly walking in a circle, sniffing, occasionally glancing at each other in uncertainty. They sensed something unnatural. It was the smell of another animal, more terrible, stronger than all those present here. It was the scent of a fox, almost imperceptible, barely distinguishable, but still recognizable. And all the dogs were timid in front of it, assuming that they would tell Coyote about the residual fox chakra later, when the pressure of instinct subsided. And suddenly, as soon as the Anbu thought with annoyance, damn, we didn't have time, Naruto's eyes suddenly opened, and his face acquired a completely calm and meaningful expression, as if everything that had just happened was a completely ordinary matter. Nothing unusual. Only when he turned his gaze to the Anbu, to whom his partner was already hurrying, the boy was surprised. It seemed to him that he should have regained consciousness a little earlier than their arrival, and then he looked at his hands, trying to understand the reason for the delay. His hands were shaking slightly, although weakness after such an attraction for the body in the form of a 10-minute death, cooling down, and then abrupt awakening and lying on the ground in a free pose of fainting, was not surprising. The dogs hesitated, shuffling from side to side. Some of the smaller breeds backed away, moving behind the bolder and stronger hounds and fighting dogs. Coyote quickly approached Naruto, checking his pulse. In the man's eyes, this sincere surprise was a misunderstanding of the situation, and the trembling was a consequence of subconscious residual fear, which was quite logical. Having waved his hand in front of the guy's eyes several times, Anbu watched his slightly inhibited reaction. Naruto quickly realized what he was being tested for and played along, considering the coincidence of circumstances to be fortunate, and noted that all these machinations were exactly according to the instructions. The guy immediately recognized Kakashi in the shinobi. They had spent too much time together. He knew all his gestures, but, of course, the most obvious were the hair and the image on the mask. Well, there was definitely no joke here. Hatake was very observant. Naruto did not recognize the second approaching shinobi from a fleeting glance. He did not remember this mask, and did not dare to look at it for clarification, pretending to be a victim. From the outside it really might have seemed that the guy was in a state of shock. Rapid heartbeat, slight trembling, slow reaction. Coyote couldn't check his adequacy and sanity with the help of dialogue. He knew Anbu's sign language, but not civilians. Lip reading didn't seem possible. He's in first-degree shock, the Anbu quietly stated, turning to his partner who had just approached. He won't need genjutsu, he'll come to his senses soon. Pakun, go to the Hokage, the rest of you, find the attackers and eliminate them. As soon as the dogs took off, Coyote picked up the boy in his arms, getting ready to continue, assuming that the victim couldn't hear anything, and there was no one around. They would have been detected by the Sharingan or the dogs. The strange thing is that they left him here alive, and they went a decent distance, and there's that cut on his neck. Kenshin, go after the dogs and question the attackers before the cleanup. Try to find any shinobi nearby who might be involved in this. Someone clearly helped him. Kenshin obediently disappeared, following the order. Naruto immediately pressed himself against Kakashi, lowering his head down, so he killed two birds with one stone. He still pretended to be a poor and miserable scared boy, plus he hid his face from the shinobi's eyes. It was necessary to process the information and figure out how to get out of the situation, because they obviously would not find any miracle helper in the forest, and the bandits would clearly not hide the shameful murder of a child from behind. What a load of crap, Naruto thought with annoyance, his face becoming unusually serious and focused, even a little fierce, like the face of a seasoned shinobi who had been through hundreds of battles and died, which didn't fit at all with his childish body. The relaxation and frivolity he allowed himself in Kurama's presence disappeared without a trace. I'll have a hard time with this Kakashi now. He won't leave me alone, he'll even send Yamanaka to the shrinks. TCH. In Anbu they taught us to put up blocks of consciousness. But also to break through them. A stupid system. Useless, the guy irritably noted what he had already noticed during briefings and training. But there was nothing to be done, the situation was serious. Against Inoichi, I clearly won't be able to build anything more complex than a paper house in my mind. So, there is an option to act unexpectedly. Since I am a disabled child, throw myself into my mother's arms, play on her pity. I hope that in this world she is just as formidable and loves me. It seems more realistic to use the reverse summoning. If the situation reaches a dead end, there will be time to figure out how to hide the seal. Exactly, Dadbeo. The old toad seems to know genjutsu. If only I could get to Myoboku then. Another question is whether I will have time to make the seals. Playing on surprise against most of the Anbu is definitely not an option. If they suspect, they will keep an eye on me. Naruto bit his lip, feeling that his strength was leaving him and he was constantly falling asleep. At first, he began to blame Kakashi, but no, it was clearly not him. The guy was simply still weak, and jumping through the trees was rocking him. Mentally TS King, Naruto began to fall asleep, but with all his might he forced himself to stay conscious. Oh, shit. Coyote was tormented by bad suspicions. The situation did not fit. giving rise to a lot of questions. The dog's behavior was more confusing. They would have reacted immediately if they had smelled someone else's scent or chakra, as if they were afraid. Whether the kyuubi could be the reason for this, Kakashi did not know, but it would explain a lot, if not for the seal. He kept glancing at the guy the whole way, trying to notice at least something, but he stubbornly sat, pressed against the wall, in a hard-to-reach zone of visibility because of the mask, and even lowered his head, as if on purpose. If this were not the Hokage's son, as an Anbu captain, Kakashi would have already sent an order to assemble an investigation team led by Inoichi, because his methods were always considered the safest and most effective, in rare cases having a side negative effect of temporary mild amnesia. But in relation to Naruto, any attempts to intrude into consciousness were always prohibited. The reason in the form of chakra aggressive because of the seal, attacking any mental intruder with a dense, suffocating layer, was not disclosed, so it was necessary to follow the order and rack your brains over other ways to find the truth. After all, the truth and a full report would still be required, and from Coyote. So, it remained to bring the child to his senses and try to get an adequate answer, which was almost unrealistic, considering what horrors the brain, especially a teenager's, could sometimes draw in a stressful situation. It was, of course, more reliable to look through undistorted memories. It would seem that fate had created an interesting scenario, putting two Anbu captains on opposite sides of the barricades. Kakashi was protecting the village and had to stop any, even the slightest, threats and oddities, because they would demand a damn report from him, and in detail at that. Naruto was protecting Kurama and his future, realizing that against his former teacher he would have to think and watch his every action. Oh shit, both Buntecho thought the rest of the way to Konoha, realizing that they weren't getting anywhere with their thoughts. The howling of dogs echoed eerily over the dark, dense forest. The ancient crowns of the trees hid the earth from the morning sunlight, even the rustling of leaves was practically inaudible here. No chirping of birds, no chirping of cicadas, nothing but the sounds of carnage. It could not be called a battle, more like a hunt, a dog hunt for human flesh. Blood-smeared mouths bared their teeth, growling as they tore off chunks of flesh from those who tried to hide behind their comrades and escape. The heart-rending scream was forever swallowed up by the dense thicket of the forest. Bitten off fingers and limbs with jagged, torn pieces of flesh on the edges lay here and there. The acrid smell of blood that soaked the ground seemed to envelop everything around, suppressing all other smells. Kenshin stepped over another disfigured corpse, whose face was distorted by death agony, and slowly approached the last living bandit. He pressed his back against a tree, sank to the ground, involuntarily shaking with horror. His heart was bursting out of his chest, and in the mask of the approaching shinobi he could already clearly see the face of death. The dogs howled loudly, all of them, having finished clearing out the rats, had already returned and were surrounding the remaining victim, growling and baring their teeth, threatening more, giving space in the last prey to the stronger one, Anbu. Seeing how a piece of human flesh, tightly clenched in its teeth until now, fell out of the slightly opened bloody mouth of one of the dogs, which turned out to be a torn-off ear with a painfully familiar earring, the bandit squealed nervously, feeling the approaching hysteria and acrid nausea, fettering all his organs, his lips covered with a large tremor. One meeting of the gaze of this dog was enough for the man's pupils to narrow into two small rattling dots. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, but he did not notice it, turning his gaze in horror to the Anbu and digging his nails into the roots of the tree beneath him until they bled. He looked like a cornered mouse. The shinobi had no shadow of pity, it was felt even physically. There was nowhere to run. I'll ask the question a second time. Only this time without jokes and bragging. Are you sure that you killed the long-haired, fair-haired boy with 6 stripes on his cheeks? Kenshin asked ingratiatingly in a cold and firm voice that sounded like a funeral farewell, emphasizing the word, killed. The bandit swallowed hard, unable to squeeze out a word. He was scared, incredibly scared, even just breathing was difficult, as if his throat was burning. The noise of blood was a roar in his ears, drowning out all the sounds of the world. Another slow step from the killer made him howl and try to answer. Yes. The man squealed in an unnaturally high voice, digging his nails into the wood even harder. A small puddle was spreading under his noticeably trembling feet, but he apparently didn't notice it. We cut his throat. Almost completely. Forgive me. I'll do everything, I'll give everything. Kami-sama, Forg. The crying suddenly died down, the cold thin steel flashed almost imperceptibly with a light swing, and with a dull sound the bandit's head fell into a puddle on the ground, rolling slightly to the side, the body immediately fell next to it. Having completed the task, the dogs began to disappear one by one in small clouds of white steam. In the end, only Kenshin remained in a small area of the forest, grateful that the smell of urine was strongly interrupted by the smell of blood. The latter was clearly more pleasant. It was necessary to clean up. Alas, the hazards of the profession. Either the coyote isn't carrying Naruto in his arms, or there's a medic of Tsunade's caliber hiding in these woods. We need to hurry. As soon as Coyote reached the village gate, a dumbfounded Kushina pounced on him, snatching her son from the ANBU's hands. She saw from afar the chalk-white child with his eyes closed, a long red mark clearly visible on his pale neck. The ground seemed to disappear from under her feet. Feeling her heart skip a beat, she rushed forward, unable to hold back her bitter tears. Minato did not move, staring ahead with an unseeing gaze. His lips trembled slightly, but quickly pressed into a thin line. His gaze became hard, and his face distorted in righteous fury. He came to the same conclusion as Kushina. As soon as the child was in her arms, the woman froze, feeling the warm skin. With incomprehension, she looked from her son to the Anbu and shuddered, feeling Naruto stir. His eyes opened slightly, but the rays of the sun immediately made the guy close his eyes, wincing from the bright light. A second, and he saw his mother's face. Her cheeks were as red as her hair, and her eyes were slightly swollen from tears. Uzumaki did not even immediately realize that he was looking at her with such sincere deep pain and tenderness in his gaze that he could arouse suspicion. Oh, he was not up to it at all. From such an unusual, far from childish look, Kushina shuddered, tears welled up in her eyes again, and her lips trembled crookedly. He's alive, my boy, what have you been through? Kushina thought, hugging her son with all her mother's love. Pale hands hugged her back, albeit weakly, but very confidently, as if her son hadn't seen her for at least 10 years. Kami-sama, how lucky you are that you are okay. Naruto was happy. It was the second time in his life that he hugged her, the woman he had dreamed of talking to all his life, of telling her, her alone, the story of his life, so that she would be proud of him. He didn't want to let her go, she seemed so close and dear. She smelled of peach shampoo and homemade pastries, and he tried to greedily memorize this smell, with his eyes closed, burying his nose in her shoulder, as if another second and he would wake up again in that lonely little apartment in the slums, all alone, without her. A stingy tear rolled down his cheek. He hadn't allowed himself to do this for a long time, but today it was possible, while his heart was squeezing with such happiness, with such pain. It was worth it. It seemed that his whole life, all the suffering and victories, all the tears, blood, all the accomplishments, the whole path was only for this one moment. He wouldn't even mind dying after this, and would not feel a drop of regret. God, Mom, I wish I could tell you how sad it is that I'm not your son, but I'll try to be one. Oh, you'll definitely be proud of me. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, looking affectionately at this sweet scene, and wanted to go to his family. But he was stopped by Kenshin, who appeared next to him, already quite out of breath, trying his best to breathe evenly. He was obviously in a hurry. Get away from the child, he began quickly, but noticing the Hokage's surprised look, he continued politely and slowly, remembering tact in his position. Please. This is a temporary measure. We cannot be sure that this boy is Naruto. Commentary on Chapter 2. The Uzumaki Family Seal. Here comes the second chapter. Oh, it's a strange feeling when you choose to write fan fiction instead of a scientific article. For Naruto, even this is not a pity. I will not reveal Kenshin's identity yet, although many can guess. About the second Naruto, I think I'll leave his story for the second part, so there won't be any confusion. After all, these are two different stories, not connected in any other way. A little guitar for those who need it. Eddie van der Meer, Warriors. Chapter 3. Move away from the child. 3 pairs of surprised eyes immediately turned to the Anbu, who maintained an outwardly unwavering expression. He believed that he had done the right thing by warning the Hokage like that, but he had not taken one thing into account, Kushina and her character. On the one hand, given his position and the demands of tact, by all rights Kenshin was obliged to pass the information to Minato as quietly as possible, so that others would not find out about it, without revealing his voice. On the other hand, they were standing a little further than the entrance to the village, where there was not a soul, and everyone present was directly involved in the current situation. Minato was the Hokage, and Kushina was a former Anbu captain, and the captain of his and Coyote's squad. Naruto, according to the data, was still considered deaf. Few knew about the successful completion of rehabilitation, since Minato personally issued a decree on non-disclosure and medical secrecy and promised to strip the entire department of their positions if even one rumor spread. He was afraid that people who particularly hated or feared the Kyuubi because of that terrible explosion would try to settle scores while Naruto was in the hospital. Even all the nurses who had access to the room were chosen by Tsunade personally, no others were allowed to see the boy. And so Naruto, unaware of the operation and his healing, was still pretending to be a deaf boy who was happy to see his mother after everything he had been through, so he didn't even flinch at the statement, didn't turn towards Kenshin who had arrived, but mentally made a remark to him about subordination, as he always said to his subordinates during debriefings after missions. At some point, it even became his habit. Outwardly, he didn't show that anything had changed, because he thought that the miraculous healing was connected with reincarnation. Maintaining calm in business is vital for Anbu, and Uzumaki knew how to do this on an instinctive level. Still burying his face in his mother's shoulder, he was working out escape routes in case of an unfavorable situation and quickly came to the conclusion that it was impossible. There was definitely no chance of escaping from his father. So, we go with the flow and enjoy the last moments of the most pleasant hugs in the world. But Kushina apparently had no intention of letting the child go. TCH. I should have followed the instructions, Kenshin thought, slightly irritated, catching Kushina's cold and confident gaze, as if it could drill right through him. The tension was growing indecently fast. Damn Coyote's influence. What do you mean? Minato began, confused, casting a suspicious glance at his overly calm son, but his wife stopped him with a wave of her hand. She wanted to sort out the situation herself. Unlike the Hokage, she was not suspicious of the boy's calmness, despite his hearing, albeit in one ear. Letting go of her son for a second so that he could stand up confidently, Kushina turned decisively to the Anbu and hugged the child tighter to her, so that he suddenly buried his face in her stomach. Naruto was a little surprised by this. He was already prepared for him to be released from the embrace and mercilessly taken to Yamanaka for mental dissection, but this did not happen. So you think, Kenshin, that I am incapable of recognizing my own son? The woman said clearly and ingratiatingly, looking at the Anbu with disdain and pride, as ladies of noble clans usually look at lowly servants. She had just gotten her child back and would not allow anyone to take him away again. Naruto's face, now hidden from everyone, was distorted in intense bewilderment. Even without seeing his mother's face, he felt a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Even he was unsettled by it. Yes, his mother really did not receive her title of Bloody Habanero for her pretty eyes. Namikaze Uzumaki was a very hot-tempered woman, and even the fact that she also quickly recovered did not prevent her, even in seconds of uncontrollable anger, from bringing everyone to horror, and in the worst case, to a hospital bed. A fist brings you to your senses much better than ammonia, and also helps you learn your lessons, this is what the woman always thought. All the men visibly tensed up, because everyone in this company at least once received from a kunoichi, and tried to maintain composure in this difficult situation. I understand everything, Kushina-san, but, Kenshin began, feeling that he was losing control of the situation. Not counting today's incident, he was meticulous and scrupulous in his work, the safety of the village was always his first priority, and Naruto was currently a potential threat. Letting a walking corpse go was a very bad idea in his eyes. No, the woman answered ingratiatingly, still boring her heavy gaze into her former subordinate, no, buts. I'm taking my son now and going to the hospital with him, he's exhausted and wounded. And you and my husband deal with the situation as you wish, he's my son, and you won't take him away from me. Sorry for butting in, I need to write a report on the operation that was done. Why are you so sure that it was Naruto? Coyote asked calmly in a very dry tone. He also had doubts about the guy, and now they were confirmed. Naruto, who felt the intent, studying gaze of his former teacher on the back of his head, was no less interested in this question, because in fact Kushina was wrong. He was not her son from this world, but she still protected him. Where did such faith come from? Because he is marked with Uzumaki blood, and I am his mother. Especially since I saw his eyes, the woman's expression changed in a second, and she ran her hand through her son's hair with special tenderness, smiling affectionately, as if she hadn't been looking at the Anbu with the gaze of an angry Kali just a second ago. Oh, those eyes couldn't lie. This is definitely my boy. Naruto's heart sank pleasantly. He felt so much love in himself in that 1 second, as he had never felt in his entire past life. This impulsive and furious woman for everyone became gentle and affectionate for him, she protected him. She alone, the first and only one, accepted him, without demanding any proof or feats. And he, a weak, deaf child, was good for her, worthy of love by his very existence. My mother was probably exactly like that in that world, Naruto thought casually, enjoying the feeling of thin fingers on the top of his head. He could finally make up for everything he missed in childhood. That's right, she believed in me back when I was just born. How wonderful, And what was Naruto missing from this world? Kushina wasted no more time and, releasing her contented but still slightly discouraged son from her embrace, easily picked him up in her arms, although he was already quite heavy, and immediately headed towards the hospital. Kushina had always been an impulsive and peculiar woman. However, everyone had already gotten used to it. Half an hour later, one of the advisors, Nara Shikaku, came to the Hokage's office. The second, Uzumaki Isame, was already here. Minato decided not to waste time, feeling that the story would be confusing. Moreover, the help of one of the red-haired beasts would come in handy. Unfortunately, all Uzumaki were famous for their impulsiveness and hot-tempered, stubborn nature. They were often compared to a hurricane or a tornado, especially because of the good association with their spiral emblem. Isame was no exception. This very tall, thin shinobi with a neat red bun on his head inspired respect with his whole appearance. Broad shoulders and military bearing, coupled with a black oriental combat uniform, decorated with a dragon embroidery made of silver threads on the back and horizontal string buttons in the front, made him look very stately and proud. His face, touched by hundreds of battles, was covered with small scars and marks, usually visible only up close. The thin strip of chapped lips seemed to have no ability to turn into a smile at all. He walked easily, as if gliding through the air, barely touching the floor, and looked at everything arrogantly and detachedly. In him, one could always feel internal aggression and steadfastness at the same time. Like an age-old rock with the potential to turn into a volcano at any moment, Isame always held himself with dignity, but warningly, saying little and proving more by deed. He was the elder cousin, the only living relative of Kushina and currently a clone, once sealed by the original until claimed. And now the opportunity to use the abandoned scroll turned up. There were only 5 people and a dog in the office, not counting the Hokage himself and the advisor standing to the right of Minato, already without masks, waiting for the signal to start a small meeting between Coyote, Pakun and Kenshin. Kakashi began first, describing what had happened as impartially as possible. Isame wrote down the important parts, as he considered them, on sheets of paper, carefully attached to a black tablet covered with various seals, from where they actually appeared when the spatial seal was activated. According to the technique's plan, all the sheets appeared in the original's desk after being sealed back, and new ones were taken from there. Woke up in a state of shock, first degree. Dried blood on the neck. Was calm. Didn't let me see his face. The description concluded after the story immediately received a mental assessment of corresponds. There was nothing unusual in it, except for the blood, considering that Naruto tried not to look at people's faces for most of his life. Shikaku, who occasionally glanced sideways at his colleague's notes, and Minato didn't even bat an eyelid, also not noticing nothing unusual, again, except for the neck. Kakashi kept silent about the dog's behavior, leaving that part to Pakun. He, in turn, evoked much more emotion in the listeners. Nevertheless, he was not interrupted. Surprised and worried by the news about the fox, Shikaku wanted to ask something, but the clearly gloomy Hokage did not let him. The cold determination in his eyes and the thin, tightly compressed line of his lips still betrayed Minato's internal tension. He had to listen to everything to the end, including the Uchiha's report. Kyuubi's chakra. Residual, Uzumaki wrote down with the same seemingly detached expression on his face, and only Namikaze, occasionally glancing at the reaction of the advisors, noticed the devilish, furious flame in his eyes. Nevertheless, the advisor restrained himself well, no longer betraying his rage. Kenshin was brief and confident when it was his turn. Everything he said was to the point and without unnecessary information. They killed him, the last bandit confirmed it, the body was dumped in a ravine, where we found him missing, but alive and well. The Uchiha tried to avoid the child's name as much as possible, since he still did not believe that the one they had found was Naruto. A heavy silence fell. Even the usually impenetrable Isame exchanged a surprised glance with Shikaku. It was so unreal that the meaning of the phrase still did not reach them. Minato quickly stood up, looking at the Uchiha with some kind of fury and horror. How is that possible? The Hokage said, almost choking with indignation. It looked like a bad joke. His tightly clenched fists turned white. He quickly looked at the red-haired advisor in search of answers, but he was so confused that he even forgot about the Kyuubi and his recent anger. Isame-san. I'm not a theoretician in Fuinjutsu. His gaze became distant again and focused on the fresh notes. He was as brief as always. But it's definitely Naruto. Kushina-san would have noticed the substitution right away. Why? This time it was Uchiha who asked the question. He was still interested in knowing the reasons for such unshakable confidence, since the second representative of the red-haired clan did not doubt for a second that Naruto was Naruto. He's marked with Uzumaki blood, Isame replied reluctantly. It doesn't explain the resurrection, but it's enough to confirm his identity. We've heard something like this before, but what does it mean? Kenshin didn't give up. You are an overly curious and tactless young man, the advisor cut him off sharply, humbling him with a contemptuous, familiar look from his narrow amber eyes, exactly the same as Kushina had recently had. It should be noted that this look was a legacy of their common grandfather. You don't need to know more. The Uchiha had no choice but to politely nod his head in apology to the man of higher rank. Shikaku remained silent. He respected other people's secrets. After all, he had many of his own. Minato calmed down a little from Isame's words and sat back in his chair, returning his face to a state of cold composure and restraint, which he managed to do with ease thanks to so many years of practice as Hokage. He understood what his advisor was talking about. The strength of the Uzumaki is not so much Fuinjutsu, but their blood. Healing blood, in which hundreds of family threads and ancestral hopes converged. This is the legacy passed down from parents to children, and the stronger their will and faith, the stronger the legacy, the stronger the attachment to relatives and their determination. These are the eternal bonds of an unbreakable family, where everyone is connected to each other from the first breath to the last drop of their blood in someone else's veins. The branches of the Uzumaki clan are a multitude of webs of related threads. And although Naruto was the only one in the entire history of the clan who was not red-haired, he was still marked with blood. Kushina explained this by a special feeling of incredible happiness, the strongest platonic love, when you touch someone from your relatives with the help of chakra, and the closer your blood relative is, the stronger this feeling. The feeling that you have lived your whole life for this moment. The feeling that you are not afraid to die for this person. And it was worth Kushina in the morning just slightly touching her son's hair with chakra, as they both felt the strongest affection for each other. And this feeling of sincere love was so strong that Naruto did not even notice this little test. After all, Kushina was a former Anbu. Trust, but verify. And it was all about the especially high content of chakra in the blood of clan members, as an integral element of the composition, which reacted, like a beacon, to contact with another related chakra through the release of hormones. It was also responsible for such clan features as increased volumes of chakra, increased endurance and regeneration, talent for fuinjutsu, red hair and, alas, emotionality and irascibility. The properties of this blood were carefully hidden and the spread of rumors about it was suppressed in every possible way, fearing the start of a hunt and the announcement of a price on the black market for such a precious commodity. I can assume, Shikaku began after a short silence, that two options are possible at the moment. Either the boy did not die, and the seal immediately began to heal the cut, sucking out the Kyuubi's chakra, which is possible given its aggressive defense of the Biju, itself, and Naruto's own consciousness. Although this sounds very unlikely, we are also dealing with an unpredictable technique, especially since this would explain the temporary release of Fox chakra. Or, which seems more likely to me, someone helped Naruto. And since he is alive, and the Fox's chakra is gone, it means that the Kyuubi is still in the cage. In any case, it is worth checking Naruto and the seal itself well. To check the seal, you need to get into Naruto's subconscious. There's no other way, Isame cut him off dryly. Yes, the Yamanaka won't help here, but there is still one option. Shikaku glanced sideways at the serious and thoughtful Minato. He only irritatedly clicked his tongue and nodded affirmatively. This was an extreme, long agreed, but undesirable method. He did not want to expose Naruto to danger, but having at least a chance of the Kyuubi's revival was much worse. And so, having received the Hokage's approval, which meant the end of the meeting, Nara immediately began preparations. Itachi, I will need your help. In the hospital, Naruto was examined personally by Tsunade, who sent the worried Kushina out of the ward to wait in the corridor. The guy noted with pleasure that Senju was exactly the same as in his world. She still hid her old age with the help of chakra and still gave hard slaps on the back of the head when the first fact was noticed even with a glance. The crust of baked blood easily fell from the neck, revealing a thin, not quite even scar. And Uzumaki was trying to pick at it, so he tore off almost all of it on the way. I don't understand anything, the woman said sullenly, examining the former wound with the help of chakra. What have you gotten yourself into, fool? She immediately looked up at the guy's face with concern and was surprised to see him looking her straight in the eyes, smiling cheerfully and warmly. He wasn't focused on her lips, as usual, afraid of missing something. No, he heard her perfectly, and, moreover, he looked unusually confident. As if he were a complete stranger, but knew her well. What? You can still hear me? Have you learned to direct your chakra properly? I praise you, She chuckled, attributing the change in behavior to the recent shock and acquisition of hearing. But I'm afraid to upset you, you won't be able to speak anymore. The guy sighed and spread his arms with a slight smile of a man who had already resigned himself. He was clearly not surprised or upset. So what? Words are empty. He could do everything without them. He did not allow the scar on his neck to be removed. For him it was an important reminder of his past life and the promise he had made. Afterwards, as usual, they took blood and chakra from him for analysis, prescribed bed rest and, having spanked him heartily, with a swing and a resounding clap on the back with a warming compress to speed up the restoration of chakra, they sent him to a hospital bed for a couple of days to recover. Tsunade was very confused by such a rapid regeneration, so she decided to do a couple more examinations a little later. And although the guy considered it unnecessary, a visit to the hospital was clearly useful for him. Firstly, he learned that he could officially hear. Secondly, information about Tsunade's location in the village could come in handy. As soon as the door slammed behind Senju, Naruto immediately jumped up, looking around. There were a lot of things here that, as he realized, belonged to him. This was the ward in which the other him spent many months of his life, and they had not yet had time to take the things, because in fact he was only supposed to be discharged today. The goal of the search was simple: a mirror. He really wanted to see the scar. In the already packed backpack, he first found albums, but now the guy clearly did not really need or care about them. Then there was a pencil case with a bunch of colored pencils and markers, some crumpled things, and that's it. Not much, but, to his pleasure, Naruto noted that the other him was the same asshole, living in disarray, and did not bother about neatly folding clothes. This made the task easier, and he would definitely not give himself away by throwing things around. Of course, there was no mirror, but there was a tablespoon on the table next to the jug. That was enough for a start. Of course, he liked the scar, it looked really cool. But the guy didn't really like the length of the hair, which he had noticed in the dialogue with little Naruto. But it was even interesting to walk around like that for a while. After Senju left, about 10 minutes later, Kushina entered the room, already informed about the muteness and the bed rest order, and found her son maximally focused on examining his neck in a spoon. Only upon noticing his mother, he turned around in shock, surprised that he had not felt her approach, threw away the cutlery, which fell with a clanging sound on the table, and darted into bed, raising his hands in a conciliatory manner. The woman raised her gaze to the ceiling with feigned reproach and shook her head, unable to hold back a smile. No, this active loafer was definitely her son. She sat on the edge of the bed, carefully taking the boy's hand in hers, wondering where to start. Naruto kept glancing at his mother's face, then at her hands. How beautiful she was, even if she looked older than the projection from his world that he remembered. Her eyes were already wrinkled, but they didn't spoil her at all. What's wrong? Kushina asked in surprise, noticing her son's strange behavior for the umpteenth time. He smiled tenderly, just like his father, and pointed to his ear, then put his hand to his chest. Where his heart was. She immediately understood him, slightly puzzled why her son did not use the usual sign language. But Naruto was always unpredictable, like her, and thought strangely. The woman smiled, feeling unimaginable happiness. Thank you. How glad I am that you can hear me. I'm so happy to hear from you. If only you knew, the boy answered with his lips, knowing that his mother could probably read lips, like most shinobi. A pain that Kushina couldn't understand flashed in the depths of his eyes again. Tell me something, please. She had dreamed of this too, to talk to her son like this. And now she simply tried to tell him about everything, even about some nonsense, and, surprisingly, Naruto listened with interest. But soon he began to get confused. He didn't know many names, some of the people from the story had long since died in his world, and to be precise, almost all of them. This gave the story a note of unbearable, crushing nostalgia. Hearing these names again was a little torture, which somewhat undermined her son's mood. Apparently feeling that the atmosphere had changed a little, she quickly changed the subject and began to talk about the house and Sumito, who, as it soon turned out, was the boy's younger sister. Much of what his mother said had its own unknown backstory that Naruto of this world should have known, but due to the lack of this basis in the current owner of the body, all the new information was mixed into one incomprehensible and withered lump of incoherent facts that even the smartest person on earth would not be able to figure out. This completely spoiled the guy's mood, but he did not show it. An hour later, the animated monologue was interrupted by his father who came, and no matter how cheerful he was outwardly, Naruto could not help but notice his tension, which had flashed through at the first glance at his son during this meeting. Unfortunately, he understood people too well not to notice something like that. apparently, they still did not trust him. In fact, Minato was simply ashamed in front of his son for having given the order to check the seal, so he tried not to look at him, although he was much more ashamed in front of Kushina. The parents talked about something else before leaving, but the boy did not listen to them. He felt superfluous. His mother talked about many things, talked about the news, about her sister, about Uzushiogakure, but she did not say anything about him or his hobbies, or his friends, or anything that was really directly connected to him. But nothing, as if there was nothing to say about him. Naruto didn't know how much time had passed, but he was brought out of his reverie by the creaking of the opening door. His mother quickly kissed the boy on the forehead and, smiling, habitually made their sign so that Minato wouldn't see. Naruto looked at the goat with slight incomprehension, and then glanced sideways at his father, who was standing near the door behind his mother, who was still sitting on the edge of the bed. The boy didn't know how to react to this. Kushina raised her eyebrows in surprise and looked at her son with incomprehension. He had always answered her before. She nodded her goat several times invitingly, already thinking that maybe she had said something wrong. Only after this gesture did Uzumaki seem to have guessed that they were expecting something similar from him, and he hesitantly made a similar sign. And as soon as the noses of the goats touched, the woman, smiling, ruffled the guy's already loose hair and fluttered out of the room after Minato, casting a strange, as if studying, glance at her son. Naruto didn't know how to react. He didn't know the gestures, the customs of his new family, many of the people associated with it. Yes, it was his mother, but not quite his, and the guy had nothing to even talk to her about. And asking about many things was still dangerous. He was a stranger to this world, completely unnecessary. He needed to think it over a little. Closing his eyes, the guy plunged into his subconscious. The fox lay, as usual, curled up in a ball, as if not noticing the arrival of a friend, who had brazenly settled down near one of the tails not far from the red muzzle, presumably sleeping. This feeling of loneliness in the childish body brought the guy back to not the most pleasant memories. Naruto needed time to rethink what had always been something unattainable and precious to him, family. If he were asked to choose the most accurate synonym for this word, he probably would not understand what the word synonym meant, but purely associatively he would immediately imagine a house. A house that would smell of flowers and delicious food, and in the hallway there would be several pairs of shoes of different sizes, and someone's pair, most likely his, would definitely be lying around anyhow. On the wall there would be photographs with captions from different years, events and places, but with the same happy, ageless smiles, and someone would definitely ruin one of the photographs by flying into the frame with the stupidest and funniest face in the world. In the mornings, they would quarrel in the house about the queue to the bathroom, and in the evening everyone would drink tea, not even remembering the morning fights. It would be a house of hundreds of household trifles that are usually not given importance, and routines that people usually want to get rid of. And he would like to have them. Home was a protection that Naruto had never had. He lived alone in a stuffy apartment on the pennies of Konoha's orphan allowance, which was barely enough to feed ordinary children, and not nearly enough for those hated by most of the village, or rather, that one. Naruto didn't know how to cook. He was not allowed into many stores, others gave him only leftovers or low-quality goods, but at full price, cheating him when calculating the change. He lived, eating what was most realistically available, food from vending machines and instant noodles from the same place. The boy hated it. The cloying taste of the spices was already nauseating, but he ate. He ate to live, imagining that it was home-cooked food, cooked by his mother, albeit a complete stranger. Then the taste became bearable and even slightly pleasant. Sometimes the third would come in, looking with displeasure at the mess in the pile of instant noodle packets. He would reprimand him, ask if everything was okay, but Naruto didn't complain. Pity was always worse than hatred. He would say that he simply loved these hated noodles more than life itself, and that was his choice. And the Hokage had no choice but to sigh heavily, continuing his short instructive monologue on the topic of how to live. Usually, all these teachings passed Naruto by, but there was one conversation that the boy remembered for the rest of his life. A conversation that changed a lot with one accidentally spoken phrase. "Are you eating nothing but noodles again?" "TCH," the third said discontentedly, and then quietly added, already accustomed to the fact that the boy never listened to him, just like his mother. But Naruto heard it anyway. It was the only thread that connected him to the unknown woman he resembled, and that was enough for him. Then the boy fell in love with ramen, fell in love with all his soul, because she loved him, and he loved her. Loved her all his life, without even knowing her name. With all his heart and soul, as much as one could love. He gave his whole soul to the unknown woman, because in his world there was no one else to love. Throughout Naruto's childhood, he watched from his window as people walked home with bags full of delicious food, bought each other gifts, met and saw off those close to them at their doorsteps. He often dreamed of a family. There were days, back in the days of the academy, when on holidays the boy allowed himself to buy something tasty with the money he had saved. On such days, he covered the stripes on his cheeks with an old, tattered scarf that he had once received from a donation point for old things for orphans, and put on a large, clearly not his size, yellow jacket, for growth, with a hood, a gift in honor of entering the academy from the third, and went to an ordinary store to buy the cheapest and smallest cake that he could afford. For a long time, this yellow jacket was the only completely new thing in his wardrobe, not counting his underwear. Everything else he received twice a year, for winter and summer, before graduating from the academy at the orphanage, looking askance at the shelter where he grew up until he was 6. He even got his orange suit there, and he snatched it very successfully, right on New Year's Eve, when the orphans were paid a slightly increased holiday allowance. It was the only new thing of all those he had ever seen there. Some guy was simply upset with his gift and demonstratively gave it to the shelter to spite his parents. Usually, the nannies took all the good and new things for themselves, but this thing was brought right when Naruto arrived, so after a small squabble and threats to complain to the Hokage and the academy, Uzumaki left with the new thing. So this awkward and strange orange suit became his favorite thing, because it was new, not yet worn, and also his favorite color. A real gift of fate, even if it was too big for him at the time. On holidays, after buying a cake and making tea, Naruto would sit at the table and, closing his eyes, always make the same wish: let there be someone else at this table next time, please, please, please. And now, after so many years, the wish came true, but he was lost in it, because there was clearly no place for him in this family. What is family? Probably, family is when someone picks you up from the playground in the evening. Someone waits for you at home. Someone worries about you, supports you when it hurts, will be happy with you in moments of happiness. And now, it seemed, he got it. And he was confused. These people, these Minato, Kushina and Mito. Who were they? Complete strangers. They had their own habits, customs and principles, and he was a stranger, completely unnecessary here. Naruto. He did not understand most of their conversations, did not know many of the names they talked about, and what can we say about their rhythm of life and unspoken rules? The guy did not even know how to take a step without doing something suspicious and out of character. This tension was throwing him off track, did not allow him to breathe normally. He wanted to run away. And he ran away here. To Kurama. There were no rules, no need to talk and feverishly come up with topics for conversation so as not to feel awkward in silence. Here you could be stupid Naruto. Not Buntecho, not a hero, not a cripple, not anyone else. This was truly valuable. Hey, Fox, the boy suddenly asked quietly, leaning his back against the warm, fluffy tail. His gaze was still lost somewhere in the emptiness of the unbearably spacious room, as if caught by something truly important, but invisible. He kept thinking whether he had done the right thing by coming to this world. You could have lived there, in freedom. Why did you follow me? He didn't know if the fox was asleep, or if he heard his question, and it didn't matter. He himself didn't know why he asked. Rather, this question was more necessary for Naruto himself, and the answer was completely unimportant, as were the reasons. After all, the most important thing was that the fox followed him and paid a very significant price for it. Uzumaki wouldn't be upset if he didn't receive an answer. He was sure that his question went into the void, but the fox was not asleep. I just went, he answered after a while, lazily opening his eyes. He knew Naruto would ask about it someday. He thought about what to answer, but he couldn't find the words, and now the conversation had to take place. Do you always need reasons to follow someone? You followed me and now you're sitting in a cage, Naruto reasonably noted, still getting lost in the emptiness of the room. His once bright gaze was clouded by far from cheerful thoughts. Even his voice seemed empty and somewhat cold. No emotions could be read in it, although in the guy's soul there was annoyance, misunderstanding and some dissatisfaction. It was always like this when Uzumaki thought about his family or the past, and Kurama knew it. And your dream remained there, although it was so close. What is my dream in your eyes? Freedom. And you gave it up. That's a serious thing. There must be a reason. The fox turned his head towards Naruto, who was sitting sideways to him, and exhaled loudly, so that the guy was hit by a stream of warm air, but not a single muscle on his face moved, and he remained sitting, leaning his back against the red fur. Naruto did not at all become depressed. The fox clearly did not like this mood, but he understood the guy. Iruka was no longer here, always ready to support and help with advice, or Jiraiya, who displaced all sad thoughts with his energy and eternal getting into bad stories, and the guy was confused by new sensations, did not know how to behave further. None of his teachers here could help him with advice, which meant that now the role, so to speak, of support had to be played by Kurama. I'll try to explain it as best I can, but I'm not very good at it. Naruto, here you are. You always dreamed in your heart of a family, of your parents being alive. I know about it, I saw it. And here it is. Your dream came true, but you're sitting here in a cage. Just like me. And I. Naruto repeated quietly, he was beginning to understand. The lights in his eyes began to sparkle again, and his gaze, now quite conscious, was directed at the red muzzle. Now the fox seemed unusually calm and wise, as if he alone was now granted the honor of seeing some invisible truth. Making your own choice is what freedom is. Make a decision, follow your heart, and not regret it. Yes, this is my dream. Or, as you would say, this is my ninja path. Naruto chuckled, looking down at the floor in exhaustion. He blamed himself for this temporary mental weakness. Just think, he, an Anbu captain, a hero, a 20-year-old guy, had lost his temper over such nonsense. And who said it would be easy, that his family would accept him right away? Moreover, he already had something that needed to be returned, and someone who had always been with him. After all, the fox had simply followed him, he had seen his entire journey and decided to continue watching, helping, even if it cost him a new cage. Family is selflessly sacrificing everything for another person. Family is doing everything to protect those who are dear to you. Hey, Kurama, Naruto said cheerfully, standing up, he was infinitely grateful. I already left the past behind once, but as you can see, it still follows me like a shadow. I can't do anything about it, because it's the part of my life that made me stronger. I can't forget it, no matter how much I want to. But I'm glad I have someone who will listen to my whining and help me deal with all the darkness. Yeah, I guess that's what it means to be a family. For now, my family is just you, and you only have me, but soon our family will be bigger. Let's build new bonds. Let's become shinobi. Let's find all the Biju. Let's break Danzo's post. Let's reform Root. Let's attack Akatsuki. What if Akatsuki isn't here? Let's create Akatsuki, Kurama said, pleased that the boy was starting to fool around again. It was much better than a sour expression. And then we'll beat them up. It sounds stupid, but I like it. For a second Naruto even began to think about it seriously, but he didn't show it, maintaining his careless, hooligan image of the most unpredictable ninja of Konoha. We'll show them all, Kurama. We'll build a bakery temple in your honor, I promise. Go away already, you still have to pay everything back. And don't you dare be a wimp anymore. And I'll ask you about the buns. And a lot. You'll get fat, you'll see. Even Choji will call you fat. To Kurama's malicious laughter, Naruto left the subconscious and, having dressed and left a note, slipped out of the room through the window to take a little walk and look around. Fortunately, no one had managed to put seals on the windows yet. I really need some fresh air, I'll be back soon, don't worry. Naruto. Oh, there was so much more to do. After all, it all started from the very beginning, and he was no stranger to difficulties and problems. He had to restore all the lost connections, understand and get to know the new family, the new Konoha, become a worthy son, and he had already become a worthy shinobi. He had to save all his friends, stop potential wars and reconcile people with the Biju. So much, but he would not give up, because only he was destined to close the circles of hatred. Commentary on Chapter 3. Step away from the child. Tram-pam, we write chapters instead of a bunch of damaha and scientific articles. For such sacrifices it is not a sin to put a like. Ahahaha, well, you got my hint, right? I'd be glad to receive more reviews and criticism. Wow tilde. Thank you to everyone who has made it this far, for reading these giant sheets of water. Gracias. Chapter 4. Little Lies. A cool wind swept past noisily, mischievously tangling his already shaggy and uncombed blonde hair even more, but Naruto didn't pay any attention to it, throwing the strands back. There seemed to be something new in the breeze, unimaginably welcoming, it raised the guy's already elevated and determined mood to the skies. He stood under the perfectly clean windows of the hospital, thinking about where to go first. The hospital park greeted him with its gloomy look of boredom and despondency. Smooth paved paths ran in regular rows, benches were located strictly every 9 meters from each other, even trees and bushes were planted in a row. It seemed that this place, Calling on patients to rest and breathe fresh air, recovering, was easier to die from. Naruto never liked it, and even in this world it was the same. As correct and straightforward as the second Hokage, who built it. It was necessary to get away from here as quickly as possible. These ideal, right angles of the paths were psychologically difficult, and physically even a little nauseating. However, as was the second Hokage, again. This world was new, probably better and happier than the world Naruto lived in. It was clear even from the fact that among some of the nurses he saw Uchiha, and quite lively and cheerful. And what was that? Butterfly, that changed everything. Where was that first point of difference from which a different branch of history began? He didn't know yet, but he had to find out at any cost, because Kageyaswell could live here in the form of Black Zetsu. But that would all be later, for now he needed to get used to it. Yes, it was the beginning again, but now everything was different. He had power, experience and confidence in his hands. He was a shinobi, undoubtedly a very strong shinobi, and even a child's body did not prevent him from feeling like one. Understanding the nature of chakra had become an integral part of him. He remembered all the techniques, sensed natural chakra, mastered several styles of close combat and was well versed in all the tricks and techniques of Anbu. The weakness of a child's body was only a temporary drawback, especially since it had basic physical training thanks to the solitary training of another Naruto. Other issues were the amount of chakra and the reaction of others to the suddenly appeared skills. And if the first problem was solved by finally removing the seal, then the second required many years of hiding the power and supposedly diligent training. But these are trifles. This is all complete nonsense, because for these tiny inconveniences he received his friends and family back. It was a very unfair exchange, but, fortunately, in Naruto's favor. I'll probably stop by Ichiraku first, Naruto thought briskly, taking his first steps towards the stuffy park, but his joy quickly evaporated, as did the hope for a tasty lunch, but there's no money, of course. Just before entering the park, the guy sighed long-sufferingly and slightly drooped. It didn't matter whether he was an orphan, a war hero, or the son of a living Hokage, there were things that never changed, the emptiness in his pockets and lonely walks around Ichiraku in the hope that a miracle would happen and some richer acquaintance would feed this hungry man. Of course, not for free, but for a huge thank you and pleasant company during the meal, and in Naruto's case, it was worth something. It must be admitted that he was quite charismatic. There were no acquaintances here yet, and, therefore, catching one of his lazy friends with cheerful exclamations of Shikamaru treats was not possible, and therefore, there was no choice. It was necessary to simply move forward. There weren't that many people in the park. Old women sat on benches in small groups, with the same interests. This interest, as usual, consisted in discussing all the latest stories and another, information team, on the neighboring bench. Sometimes they came together in debates, opposing each other purely out of the stubbornness of an old, deep-rooted feud, the origins of which even history has forgotten. They agreed on only one thing. Uzumaki, who had been passing by frequently in recent months, was not liked by any of them. They contemptuously hissed and loudly discussed, knowing that he would not hear them, but would understand that he was not welcome here. And so it was, he always quickened his pace and avoided them. And now the most important and authoritative old woman wanted to say something, looking askance at the guy approaching, surprisingly, with a confident gait, but she immediately bit her tongue and sank down. The others fell silent, echoing her, looking with all their eyes at the culprit of the commotion. A cold, warning and not at all childish look cooled their ardor. Some of the old women, former kunoichi, felt a primordial fear, as if the nine-tailed demon himself looked into their souls and drank it all up without a trace. It was the confident look of an elite shinobi, and they, ordinary civilians and former low-ranking kunoichi, could not resist it. Everyone looked detachedly into the void, slightly bowing their heads, not knowing why, until the guy calmly walked with a leisurely, floating gait past both benches. Only then did they come to their senses, but they were still lost, looking with apprehension at the retreating, disheveled, obviously unkempt hair with its sticking out bangs. What had happened to that neat and concentrated boy who walked with his head down, looking at his feet? This child was different. He looked like a wild animal, like the fox itself that sat inside him. And the old women had nothing to say, because no one would believe such a thing from their lips, since even they themselves did not believe it, did not understand what had just happened. Oh, shit, I went a bit overboard, Naruto said to himself, scratching his head slightly in displeasure as he moved away from Konoha's main gathering point for word of mouth. I only wanted to spread a small rumor, but now I'm going to get a bucket of incredible stories. You're a fool, the fox's familiar voice sounded in the boy's head. Well, Kurama, Wait, what? Naruto stopped in surprise, unable to communicate with him telepathically because of the fox's seal. Then what was that? After checking several times, the guy was convinced that the Biju was clearly not here. It was his brain, accustomed to these internal dialogues, playing a cruel joke on him. The phrase he had said not long ago immediately echoed in his head, "You'll worry about my mental state when I can no longer distinguish your words from my thoughts." In horror at the realization, Uzumaki grabbed his head, breaking out in a sweat. "I'm going crazy. Damn it. So, we need to go to this. What was it called? The library. It's all this damn park. I knew it was some kind of psychological weapon of the second. You can't, damn it, build it so poorly." And as soon as he turned 90 degrees to the left towards the library, it is worth noting right away that he had only been there twice in his life, and then on Kakashi's orders, but he remembered where this temple of despondency was. He saw Sasuke sitting on a bench in the distance. Makoto was standing next to him with some kind of box in her hands and talking about something with a sullen Tsunade. Naruto stood rooted to the spot. He was glad to see his best friend, and in the company of his living mother, but not here. Not in this park, saturated with the faint smell of medicine and the smell of slow death, waiting around the corner for every doomed person. Here hopes died more often than encouraging words were heard. And he would not want to meet his adopted brother here, so dejected, looking with an unseeing, clouded gaze into the void. Uzumaki wanted to come up to him, but did not have time. Makoto gently took her son by the hand and slowly led him to the entrance of the hospital, following Tsunade. It seemed that Sasuke looked as usual. He was focused and gloomy, as if there was nothing left in his soul. Like in that world. And yet there was something strange in his movements and behavior, but, alas, Uzumaki did not have time to examine it in more detail. And yet, how ironic, even in this world they couldn't be happy children, just enjoying life. Naruto had already sensed Coyote's approach and didn't even turn around when he appeared behind him. "Naruto-kun, by order of the Hokage, you must report to point 12 of medical building number 4 for a medical examination before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I will be your escort." Naruto only nodded slightly, still watching the Uchihas leave. You didn't need to be an Anbu to understand the situation the Uzumaki was in now. He knew where he was being taken and what for. And no matter how deliberately soft the Anbu's voice was, no matter what suffixes he used, this was not an invitation, this was an arrest. And he didn't demand consent, and the phrase, "until 3 o'clock in the afternoon," meant, right now you are following me. There was no choice. Turning around, he calmly and intently looked at the shinobi's mask, and then glanced to the side. Kakashi in front of him, 2 more Anbu behind him. Quite thoroughly. Well, there was no escape. And if he was going to die, then with a song. He noticed them. Coyote thought unexpectedly to himself, noticing the calm look in the boy's side, but then pulled himself up. No, that's impossible. That look was probably directed at the Uchihas. Kakashi also noticed that the boy didn't ask any questions, didn't ask to go to the ward or home to get something. He simply nodded and followed him, as if he knew where and how to go, not being surprised by anything. Pretending to be childishly confused was beyond Naruto's powers. He already understood that it would be an unnecessary farce if he was being led there. Here it was worth relying only on luck. If he was lucky, then it didn't matter at all how he would behave now. Point 12 of medical building number 4 was a unique place. At least because there were 3 buildings on the hospital grounds. The 4th was an underground research center, which in his world Orochimaru once managed. The building contained 10 points, in which the personnel worked in their working cells with partitions. In the 11th there was a warehouse, and the 12th, the most mysterious and isolated point, was the laboratory of the manager himself. They'll dissect him like a frog, Naruto thought too apathetically as he followed Coyote down the stairs to the lab, surprising even himself. And it doesn't matter. If you're afraid of Orochimaru, don't go into the forest. We've been through worse. In the cold, even too cold laboratory, lit only by a meager, blue neon backlight, they were already waiting for him. Orochimaru was standing at an unusual operating table, the recess of which was filled to the brim with ice, illuminated by the same blue neon from below. Right there next to him were Kenshin, Shikaku and, which, however, is not surprising, Lord Hokage himself, whose jaws noticeably clenched as soon as his son looked at him with an appraising, as if seeing through him, look, and at the same time absolutely calm, as if he had been here, and more than once, and the current situation was generally obvious and uninteresting to him. No, they'll definitely take me apart from my organs, Naruto thought, appreciating such a beautiful sight. But it looks nice. And the snake has a creative approach, it turns out. Orochimaru asked everyone except the boy himself to leave the room and take a place in the next room behind protective glass, impenetrable from this side. As soon as the door slammed shut, he, knowing that no one could see them yet, bared his teeth, picking up a perfectly sterile scalpel from the table prepared by Karen, and looked at Uzumaki with a snake-like, predatory gaze. The scientist was more entertained than he really wanted to scare. Somewhere very deep in his soul, this frightening Sannin was a curious child, tearing off ants' asses and loving to mock others. But, to his disappointment, the smile that made some impressionable workers faint had no effect on the boy. His face did not even twitch, and his gaze looked purely and sincerely, without challenge, even with some interest. Naruto only blinked a couple of times. The scientist chuckled with curiosity and slight displeasure, fixing the boy with a studying, even slightly enthusiastic look, and put the scalpel back in place. Uzumaki's consciousness was touched by slight nostalgia, but once upon a time during the exam this man scared him to the point of trembling, to the point of stopping his breath with his appearance alone, with his name alone. And now, after so many years, who would have thought, now Naruto scares old ladies in parks with his gaze in much the same way, and the terrible and merciless Orochimaru drills him with a slightly disappointed look, because the prank failed. And that means it's time to get down to business. Take off your clothes, Orochimaru hissed briefly, still looking intently at the guy. What? Right away and without music? Naruto mouthed and raised his eyebrows in surprise, overacting, mannerly covering himself with his hands. He had forgotten that his father could be watching him right now. However, what does it matter now? Orochimaru, reading this strange utterance on the lips, was at first slightly surprised, and then smiled maliciously. No one had spoken to him like that for a long time. He even liked it a little, but he didn't show it, maintaining the image of a butcher who was about to cut up a small carcass and count all the bones, and then use the meat for experiments or, perhaps, even eat it with a glass of alcohol reagents. Scientists are unpredictable and moderately crazy people. I won't even give you compliments. Undress and put on that robe that's behind you. With the same predatory smile, he pierced the guy, still unperturbed, with his gaze one last time, and then switched his interest to preparing the IV. The cold ice that Uzumaki had to lie down on in a clean patient robe unpleasantly burned the hot skin of his neck and quickly soaked the fabric. This was clearly not ordinary ice, it seemed to freeze to the bone. Naruto involuntarily shuddered, it was unpleasant. And just as he was getting used to the new sensations, the bright lamps above the table suddenly lit up, delivering a new portion of discomfort. Orochimaru's face appeared in the bright light with a nasty and satisfied smile. He was clearly mocking, and the guy's dissatisfied reaction undoubtedly pleased him. Great. Not cold, no? The scientist asked, too solicitously, so much so that his voice made you want to hang yourself. The temperature is wonderful, I could live forever in such a temperature, Naruto answered silently, his lips blue and trembling from the bitter cold, driving away suicidal thoughts. He wanted to give that smiling face a good punch, but he forced himself to smile just as nastily. The lips, proudly stretched in a trembling smile, inspired Orochimaru to new vileness, and the guy already felt how his kidneys were turning into 2 ice pebbles and were about to fall off. Just wonderful, Orochimaru drawled, picking up the IV needle, his voice clearly not promising anything good, and now, I'm going to need your hand. Oh, I'm so worried, I can't. Still squinting from the bright light of the lamps, Naruto looked at the Sannin with distrust. Worried. The sky would sooner fall. It took a second to understand what the whole farce was about. Orochimaru stuck the needle into the already blue skin, but missed the vein, hitting something. A sharp pain spread throughout his body, but Naruto only flinched in surprise, suppressing the strong word that almost escaped and tightly pressed his lips, looking at Orochimaru with some cruelty. Orochimaru did not remain in dead and carefully, with some frightening interest, watched every movement of the boy, greedily studying the interesting find. Well, I hit a muscle and he didn't even cry out, that's interesting. Very curious, good restraint, what else can I do to you without causing Minato's anger? Oh, Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry, my hands are shaking. Let's do it again. Damn snake, I'll remember this, Naruto thought vindictively. Are you trying to play with me? We'll see who wins. Removing the needle was just as painful, but fortunately, Orochimaru hit the target the second time, not in the vein, but in the chakra channel. The boy immediately realized that something was wrong. Naruto's gaze, already slightly blurred due to his watery eyes under the burning lamps, switched to the IV, trying to see the contents, but there were none. The IV was empty. And as soon as Orochimaru unscrewed the wheel on the tube under the boy's silent cry of, "Stop!" the boy's chakra immediately began to be rapidly sucked out. His limbs began to go numb, and his head began to shake. He was temporarily killed with the help of chakra conducting ice and light, creating the illusion of a coma and preserving his organs and consciousness from final death and decomposition. Sweet dreams, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru's hissing voice sang for the last time, and Itachi's face and two glowing red eyes appeared before Naruto's completely floating gaze, which was kept conscious by sheer force of will alone. It only took Itachi a second to find himself in Naruto's mind. The plan was to rid the Jinchuriki of most of the personal hostile chakra that had once killed one of the Yamanaka clan and nearly killed Inoichi, and to use genjutsu to create an illusion of an invasion that the seal would attack, generating new chakra flakes. It would take at least a minute to see the pattern and memorize it exactly, as well as to clarify the state of the fox and the boy himself. And as soon as Itachi opened his eyes, immediately going to create illusions, he was taken aback, looking with incomprehension at the almost destroyed seal and with a sly smile at Kurama looking at him. There was no hostile fog. He was thinking of immediately going back and warning the Hokage, when someone's heavy hand fell on his shoulder from behind and abruptly grabbed him with a death grip, as if absorbing chakra and depriving him of the ability to do anything. The Sharingan immediately went out, and the Uchiha slowly turned his head, trying not to lose his composure and not to give away his tension. It was Naruto, an adult, a little older than him, a short-haired subject. This was not a small deaf boy, this was a shinobi. All of Itachi's warlike mood disappeared without a trace. He frowned and stared at the Uzumaki with incomprehension, waiting for what would happen next. If you only knew, Itachi, how glad I am that it was you who ended up here, he began, smiling contentedly. I certainly wouldn't have come to an agreement with Inoichi. You know my name. The dumbfounded Uchiha barely managed to squeeze out, he couldn't even imagine how to react. What the hell? Trust me, I know a lot. I'm Naruto, not exactly who you think, but Naruto. Look, let's make a deal. No, Itachi interrupted, he was already prejudiced against Naruto, and now the image of the boy as a danger to the village was confirmed. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but it's not normal. You do understand that you are now on my territory, and I can easily kill you. Uzumaki answered calmly, measuring the guest with a cold, confident look. Moreover, now I hide my strength and the power of the fox only because I want to live a normal life, return and protect my friends, live with my family, but if you take this chance away from me, the smile suddenly disappeared from his face, and his gaze became cruel, as if incinerating. His fingers closed tighter on Itachi's shoulder, bringing sharp pain, but he did not show it. I swear, I will open my eyes and blow the Uchiha clan to hell. He wasn't joking. It was obvious. Moreover, it wasn't even a threat. It was a fact. Although Naruto honestly wasn't going to destroy anything, he would have slightly spoiled the appearance of the city and run away. And he wouldn't have been able to cause much damage while the seal was sucking his chakra like a black hole. But Itachi didn't know that and thought for a second. He didn't want to give up, going over hundreds of possible moves in his head for a successful start to the battle. He wouldn't be an Anbu if such statements had such an effect on him. But the situation changed abruptly, and Naruto's face lit up with a sincere smile again. Listen, Uzumaki said, scratching the back of his head with his free hand in a relaxed manner, as if he hadn't been glaring at Uchiha a second ago. If you help me now, I'd like to talk to you again. Believe me, I have something to tell you. I'm Naruto, really Naruto, but not from this world. I was a shinobi of Konoha and Buntecho of the 8th Anbu team. There was a war in my world, a terrible, merciless 4th shinobi war. I'd tell you more, but we don't have time. It's time for you to go back. I'll let you go now, and in general, I don't care what you say, I'll still find a way to get out of this. But if you help me, perhaps many of this world's mistakes can be avoided, but no one should know about me. Okay, TT Ibeo. Itachi saw the pain that flashed in the boy's eyes for a second when he spoke of war, so strong that his determination and categoricalness about it wavered. It couldn't be faked. It was the pain he saw in the eyes of those who had been through the Third War. The same way Obito looked when he remembered the past. This pain was war. War is a mutilated soul, and once it began, it never ended for those who saw it with their own eyes. It was a poison that could never be removed from the brain, and Itachi knew it. And as soon as the strong, paralyzing grip disappeared, the Uchiha evaporated, returning to his consciousness. Do you think he'll cover for you? Kurama asked, somewhat displeased, his existence clearly forgotten. I don't know, but Itachi was a cool guy in our world. We'll see. I have to go too, I have to be ready for anything. In reality, no more than 30 seconds passed. Itachi's gaze became conscious, The shinobi straightened up, dryly looking at the childish, calm, still blue from the cold face, which immediately barely trembled. Naruto's eyes slightly opened, looking expectantly at the Uchiha. The guy began to breathe a little easier. Orochimaru unscrewed the wheel and sent the chakra current back as soon as Itachi finished. Minato looked at Kenshin expectantly. He was already prepared for the worst, but still did not lose hope. The Hokage's concern was only revealed by his cheekbones and tightly pressed lips. The seal is intact, Itachi said dryly, not recognizing himself. He still didn't trust Naruto, but he trusted his pain. Naruto is fine, the fox is in chains. Minato couldn't help but sigh in relief. Of course there were no fewer questions, but his son was fine, and that was the main thing. The corners of Uzumaki's lips twitched slightly, and he closed his eyes, continuing to listen attentively to the conversation with the last of his strength. Can you draw a pattern on the seal? Shikaku asked thoughtfully, looking strangely at the Anbu who was putting his mask back on. No, I didn't have time to see it because of the attacking fog, as Inoichi-san said, it's very fast. The seal is still actively protecting itself even with the fox's chakra. Naruto's consciousness was still floating, sinking into the embrace of a cold sleep. The amazing thing was that he woke up at all. The last thing Uzumaki remembered was Kenshin's mask and Shikaku's now indistinct, quiet voice, after which he sank into a restless and painful sleep. His head was ringing as if there was a bell in its place, and the ticking of the clock, like a huge cast iron stick, was heartlessly pounding it, and it seemed to be pounding him physically, not just mentally. With a heavy swing of his hand, Naruto knocked the clock off the bedside table and experienced another nightmare, the crash of the mechanism falling on the parquet. Fortunately, everything calmed down after that, and life became a little easier. The guy woke up again with a healthier head and was even able to sit up to assess the situation. He didn't know how long he had slept, but it had clearly been a lot, judging by how stiff his body was and how his joints ached. His stomach seemed to be stuck to his back, but he didn't want to eat. Sticky nausea loomed somewhere in the background. Orochimaru clearly didn't limit himself to a simple defrosting and ran a couple of tests, because Naruto hadn't been this bad for a long time. The last time he suffered like this was when he got drunk to death for the first time at the age of 17 or 18 at Shikamaru's birthday. And even then it wasn't so difficult for him to even think. Water. Naruto managed to draw out wearily, diligently lifting his body off the bed onto his katani, numb legs, which were about to treacherously give way. Uzumaki didn't really care where he was, he clearly had no time to look at the interiors. He barely made it to the door, without falling even once, but he obviously knocked something over on the way. The next obstacle was the stairs. Here he had already learned from the bitter experience of a year of drinking with Shikamaru, after whose departure to Suna the whole of Konoha breathed a sigh of relief, because it meant the end of these familiar evening promenades to the bar and not always back. The secret of the descent was simple. Uzumaki simply sat on the stairs and slid down, his butt slapping against the clean wooden steps with a characteristic sound. This minimized the chance of falling, but greatly increased the possibility of vomiting. Besides, when you're drunk and young, it's a lot of fun. Sprawled out on the steps below, Naruto mustered all his willpower to stand up, and as soon as he rose, leaning with difficulty on the railing, he saw a red-haired girl at the table in the kitchen to the right of the stairs, looking at him in shock. She was so surprised that she froze with a spoonful of cereal in her hands. Uzumaki quickly realized that this was his sister, but, however, the moment for the introduction was chosen very unsuccessfully, which meant it could wait. She needed water. Mom, brother has gone crazy, Mito screamed, watching as the supposed madman fell head first into the sink and turned on the water. Drink from the tap. Yes please. Such a thing as parasites clearly did not bother the carrier of the main and most deadly parasite in the world. Kushina, who was watering the flowers in the garden, nevertheless heard her daughter's scream and quickly ran into the house, throwing the watering can aside on the way. Mito immediately rushed to her mother, forgetting about her favorite cereal, and looked with apprehension at her barefoot, uncombed brother, who was either greedily drinking water or pouring it on his head, splashing water all over the kitchen like a shaggy dog. Water kept running down his back onto the floor. Kushina watched this quite patiently, considering her son's condition, but her eye twitched traitorously from contemplating the area affected by the flood. Is he drunk? Mito asked childishly sincerely. She had seen her father once after a hangover on some big holiday. He also drank a lot of water, but more decently, from a jug. What are you saying, sunshine? Kushina smiled tenderly, stroking her daughter's hair. If my brother had come home drunk, he would have had no reason or anything to drink water with. Naruto choked, turning to look at his mother with a pained look. And although he was only 11, this was clearly a warning for the future. Water was still dripping from his wet, tangled hair onto the floor, but he clearly had no time for it. His head resembled a heavy ball. Oh, if only Kushina knew how Naruto spent his 18th year of life, drowning in alcohol and random women, but this was clearly not the information he wanted to tell her, it was clearly worth leaving out. Although this time was useful in its own way. Then it helped to forget, but waking up from this illusion was 100 times worse. After all, the stronger the pain from waking up, the deeper he sank into the temporary salvation of alcohol. However, this is how Shikamaru lived then too. They tried to forget, going deeper and deeper into this world of shots and strong drinks, as if each time they were trying to get so drunk that they would never wake up and get rid of the torment of the oppressive past. They had fun then. They were young, drunk, they danced, they felt needed and loved, drowning in the arms of equally drunk girls, and then they woke up, and all the pain hit them again and again. Shikamaru was able to save Temari. She begged Kakashi to make Nara an ambassador and took him with her. There was no one to save Naruto. He had to get up on his feet and fight on his own. As usual, he was alone on the battlefield, but he got used to it. Waking up from this squandered year, the guy realized that such a life was breaking him more than anything. He understood that a little more, and this would break him completely. Then he gave up on himself, his name, and went to Anbu, forgetting himself in work. So he finally became who he was now, a collected, broken, but adult Naruto. He knew what he wanted, and relied only on himself, without involving others. He had to be a savior and a support. He had to help everyone who no one else could help. Why? Because it would save him too. Caring for others, promises and goals, only this always saved his soul from collapse. It was always like that in that world. And now, already in this world, this altruistic hero was sitting at the table, holding a cold carton of milk to his head, while his mother was preparing some light porridge for him. Perhaps in this world there was a better fate for him, and here there was still a place for him. Well, at least near a carton of milk at his parents' table. And for starters, even that was enough. His sister looked at him with curiosity, smiling slightly, as if he were a complete stranger. Surprisingly, right now, such a wet, disheveled brother with a suffering face and slightly swollen eyes seemed more understandable and closer to her than that eternally collected Naruto, who tried to seem correct and ideal, as if he was trying to please and justify all expectations in the world. She really liked such a simple and funny-looking brother. It suits you to be a fool, the sister said sincerely, catching the boy's affectionate and cheerful gaze from under the bag. He just smiled slavishly and sighed humbly, mouthing, "I know." He clearly liked the sincere little bandit with a bandage on her bruised nose. That was probably what his sister was supposed to be like. Commentary on Chapter 4. Little Lies. Here comes the head of the chapter for the night. Thanks to everyone who waits and believes, special thanks and rays of love to those sincere people who always leave reviews. I remember you, your support is very important to me, it inspires. Thanks from Some Classics. Coolio, Way Down We Go. Chapter 5. Soul. Some feelings are very difficult to describe, almost impossible, especially when you yourself do not understand them. How could he answer the question about his feelings? Probably, he still would not be able to find words, suffocating in emotions, silently opening his mouth and helplessly swallowing air. These feelings were akin to a lump of dry tears in the throat, coming up, but still not blurring the eyes, as if they were someone's phantom fingers, with a strong grip finding a target on the once cut neck. And as if there was a small warm ball, but heavy, as if lead, in the very center of the chest. It seemed that the whole world, all the time, the entire plan of the universe converged on this one point, and everything worldly faded into the background. What was it? What was this feeling called? Probably, it was the soul. Could one dare to call something as abstract as the soul a feeling? He didn't know, but it didn't matter to him. If this was a dream, he probably would have preferred not to wake up, because for the first time in many years since the war he felt this, what was supposedly his soul. I know how you feel about it, but it's very useful for you now. It's the perfect composition for restoring both strength and chakra. His mother's uncertain, even slightly guilty voice brought Naruto out of his thoughts. A plate of porridge appeared on the table in front of him, more reminiscent of something gray, dead and unidentifiable. Eat at least a little, this time it's super useful, Bane. Of course, the sight of this liquid did not embarrass Naruto, as well as the reaction of his sister, who immediately turned pale and moved away. She knew the taste of this substance for sure, and even the sight of it was enough for her to start her immune system working at a frantic speed on its own, just so she wouldn't eat this healing muck. That's why the children in the Namikaze family never got sick. Naruto was happy even like that. He was sitting at the table in the house he had always dreamed of, and his mother's gentle voice caressed his ears. The feeling of happiness was mixed with a sense of the fragility of the world, which still seemed like a dream, and the dulled pain still loomed somewhere in the background, having long since firmly taken root in his heart. But even it was not able to break his faith. And even the terrible taste of the disgusting porridge was pleasant to him, because his mother had cooked it. To be honest, Kushina cooked porridge, like any healthy baby food, let's say, tolerably well, but special, healthy porridge, like an analog of medical pills, to be honest, was just awful. She tried her best, but usually nothing tasty came out, but the medicinal and restorative effect was simply killer. Little Naruto was always picky about food and cooked breakfast himself, while Mito preferred cereal. And imagine the woman's surprise when her son asked her for another portion of porridge, having gobbled up the first plate in a couple of seconds. Another portion of this undoubtedly useful and healthy slimy liquid with a clearly disgusting taste. Do you really want more? Her surprise knew no bounds when her son handed her an empty plate, smiling, looking straight into her eyes with a cheerful, satisfied look. There was no longer any shyness or pickiness in him. Having received another portion of the strange gray substance, which tasted a little like Sakura's pills, but only a little tastier, Naruto returned to the table. His hair was almost dry, and his health was noticeably improving. Whether it was supposed to be like that on its own or because of the healing porridge, he didn't know, but he still ate more of it just in case, and quite cheerfully. After 2 years of serving mainly on nasty energy pills and a whole 20 years of eating only ramen, Naruto didn't even know what picky food was, and that's not even mentioning the bug stews on Mount Myoboku. But if you compare, then after the mashed maggots with mosquito sauce, this slimy porridge was a very, very tasty dish. Do you really like it? The pale sister looked at him with wide eyes, gobbling up the unidentified gray material with both cheeks, with some kind of superstitious horror. Naruto only nodded his head affirmatively. His life basically taught him to enjoy everything that was given, especially for free, and not to turn up his nose too much. Yielding to curiosity, Mito, timidly, moved closer, taking a teaspoon. Knowing her brother's usual reaction to this healing storehouse of vitamins and nutrients, she began to suspect something was wrong, because he ate with such an appetite, as if there was something edible in his plate. Kushina simply sank heavily into a chair in a state of deep shock and looked in amazement at the long-haired miracle, which looked like it hadn't been fed for a month. She clearly didn't expect such a reaction. Mito carefully picked at the unidentified substance in her brother's plate with a spoon and hesitantly tried it. Her eye twitched treacherously and suddenly froze, the pupils narrowed into 2 small dots. She turned even whiter and, having swallowed the piece, began to tremble noticeably. Her face twisted in exhaustion. The beloved cereal asked to come back, trying to leave the body as quickly as possible, like the already vanished love for life and faith in the psychological health of his brother. The latter looked at it in surprise, squinting his right eye. This reaction was strange to him. It was normal porridge, about the same level as Anbu Field nutrition pills and bars, which, by the way, even in his world were made according to Kushina's recipe due to their unique energy composition. The woman invented this recipe completely by accident during the mandatory medical courses before the Third War, after listening to the assignment and, in a panic, throwing everything that came to hand into the pan. The effect, of course, exceeded all expectations, almost morally killing Minato and instantly curing his gastritis, but for some reason Kushina was no longer allowed to attend the courses. I told you, he's gone crazy, the girl said discontentedly, still maintaining a sour expression on her face. But he'll be healthy, physically. About 20 minutes later, Kushina came down from her office with some scrolls in her large bag over her shoulder. She was obviously in a hurry, and unexpectedly for herself. As usual, Mrs. Namikaze Uzumaki could not live for herself and her family, running away on urgent clan business. Every time, getting ready and casting a farewell glance at the children, she felt guilty, unworthy of being called a mother, but Minato always supported her, insisted that they understood, and although the children themselves never complained, Kushina could not get rid of the oppressive feeling of guilt. Naruto lay on the couch in the living room, feeling unusually cheerful and good, as if he had drunk a large cocktail of energy drink and coffee and smoked half a pack of cigarettes after a 40-hour shift on border guard duty. Yes, he had experienced such things in his life. He seemed not to notice his mother's quick preparations at all. Unusual porridge. Strange porridge. A simple series of abrupt thoughts slid through the guy's head while his sister, panting, tried to comb his completely tangled hair. It was probably an overdose of usefulness. It seemed that a little more and he would shine like a neon light bulb. Naruto, Mito, mom's leaving, the woman shouted, already standing in the doorway and pulling on her shoes. The scrolls, as usual, fell out of her hands and rolled across the floor, slightly annoying. Naru, sunshine, feed your sister dinner if I'm late. Love you. Bye bye. As soon as the door slammed shut, Naruto turned his head to look at his sister, whose face was filled with intense concentration. He wanted to examine her. He was interested in everything. Her gestures, her character, her facial features. And now that he was feeling better, it was possible. She was similar. Yes, she was similar to him. But she was better, as if everything good that Naruto had always had was given to her, and even more. She was beautiful as a child can be, and very charming. Sunny. She was a very fair child with big blue eyes and long red hair, gathered in a neat ponytail. The side-swept bangs with a couple of loose curls made her look very much like her mother, although her facial features and especially the shape of her eyes clearly resembled her father. An angelically sweet child, and only a black nose, decorated with a bandage, and a couple of abrasions gave away the bully in her. Active, talented, but moderately lonely. She even smiled like Naruto, and behind that wide smile there was a cross to bear. She was responsible for too much. Mito grew up with a disabled brother and important, eternally busy famous parents, whose authority could not be damaged. She was pulled like a rope by the elders of the Uzumaki clan and the small Namikaze family. Women from famous clans who were not very familiar with her would say jokingly that a good bride was growing up, and everyone would ask about Kushina's plans for her. The teachers would praise and fawn, always setting her as an example. She had received the maximum amount of attention in her short life, and it would not be surprising to become arrogant if she needed all of this. If it flattered her. She had almost no friends, and she didn't need many. Most of the class envied her. They talked behind her back, so that she could hear. Some considered her an upstart, tried to hurt her, because no one likes teachers' favorites. Others, like the teachers, fawned, seeing benefits for themselves, but she was not interested in them, although it was very offensive. She was not very good at understanding people, and yet she easily noticed fake smiles. There were also those who were always sincere with her. There was even one rival. However, she still did not have time for all this. Her whole life was a wheel of studying, training, housework. After all, nothing comes easy, nothing can be achieved with talent alone. She worked hard and studied, because she was responsible. She was the next head of the Uzumaki family. She hated it, trying to overcome her contempt for the saccharinely drawn faces, and smiled as best she could, trying to hide the hole where something should have been. A soul, perhaps. Mito had a piece of the missing puzzle. She had a best friend, Konohamaru. He was also her self-proclaimed rival. Moegi and Udon were also good guys in her eyes, and that was the end of the list of interesting people from their stream. The heiress of the Uzumaki clan always wanted to play pranks, run around, suffer nonsense and was not averse to fighting if someone offended her friends. She liked to drive Ebisu-sensei to White Heat together with Konohamaru and especially to such a state when he began to get confused in shouts of, Honorable grandson of the Honorable Third Hokage, Honorable daughter of the Honorable Fourth Hokage, and it became completely unclear, who is whose daughter and who is which Hokage to whom. But, unfortunately, again and again she had to return to the fact that there was not much time for pranks. Of course, Mito loved her parents very much. They were the second puzzle, but, as in the case of little Naruto, they simply did not have time to pay enough attention to her. Another problem was the responsibility itself, because she absolutely did not want to be the heir of the clan. The girl wanted to become a shinobi, and for people to treat her like an ordinary child. She wanted to be a hooligan, fight and gain respect with her name, and not the name of her parents. Ideally, to become an elite jonin or even go to Anbu. The third puzzle was her brother, Naruto. Withdrawn, quiet and stubborn, he never smiled at her. He smiled very rarely, they never even talked. But it was with his help that she was able to understand the two most important things in her life. Persistence solves everything and that words are not needed. He inspired her to be strong and not give up. He cared for her, not excessively, not ingratiatingly. Naruto cooked her food, even if she did not ask, braided her hair, treated bruises and abrasions. He always packed her bento before the academy, not trusting this process to his mother, because she was already very tired and always cooked delicious lunches and dinners. There was some special love in all this, but even so, for some reason, he distanced himself from his sister and did not make contact. And now he suddenly seemed so close and dear to her, so simple and artless, that she could not restrain her desire to be with him like this as long as possible. She pushed aside her plans, her homework and combed his hair, thinking that if Naruto had really gone crazy, then she was even glad about it. Or maybe the opposite. Maybe he had only just become normal, the way he should have been, and had lived his whole life crazy and boring. She needed this. She needed an older brother who could become her support, take on some of the oppressive responsibility, or at least just be there. She glanced sideways at him and froze in surprise, noticing his return gaze. He had never looked at her so confidently, straight in the eyes. She was not very good at judging people, but that gaze. There was so much tenderness and love in it, so incredibly sincere and deep, that Mito even shuddered slightly in surprise. She, too, like him, felt a heavy, warm ball in her chest. Was it a soul, or maybe they were becoming souls for each other? A smile blossomed on the girl's face, she blushed slightly with happiness and did something she had never done in her life. She hugged her brother, burying her face in his shoulder. I'm glad you came home, that now you're like this. She tried hard to squeeze out the right words, but couldn't find them and laconically stopped there. Like this. That alone was enough for Naruto. He thought that getting used to his sister would be difficult, but his doubts quickly disappeared. In that face, in those eyes, he saw his parents' features, he saw himself in her. It had been a long time since the shinobi felt so needed. Now he had her, a small part of his reborn soul. And he promised himself to take care of her for the rest of his life, as long as he breathed. He would learn to live in a family for her, because she was part of his dream. A little younger sister with a similar wide smile. Itachi hadn't been home for a long time, justifying himself with work and other petty excuses. However, his parents didn't insist. They understood him. They felt it too. A warm southwest wind gently touched his cheeks. It was flying from somewhere in Suna, carrying good news of change on the wings of messenger birds. The end of a long winter, the creaking of a pen, and with each new bird the sadness retreated, and the pain in people's hearts was eclipsed by hope. And only Itachi did not feel better. He did not believe in peace and promises. Politics was just chatter for him, because Suna was not considered the most honest player, and Konoha was no better. If he were asked to describe his thoughts about this world, he would probably compare it to a sandbox in which two children had been fighting for a shovel for a long time, and then a tall third bully came. There was nothing to be done, the children united against a common enemy, and even if they win and are happy, fighting side by side, the essence will remain unchanged. There is only one shovel. And this shovel is a sphere of influence in the territories. Suna wants a piece of forest with springs. Konoha, which holds most of the assets of the country of rivers and is its main financial investor, is the main exporter of fresh water, agricultural crops and weapons in the west, and it is not profitable for it to allow Suna, the main buyer, to get even a part of green territories with fertile soil. And for several decades, a successful policy of containment not only reduced the possibility of annexation of neighboring small countries to zero, but also created the illusion of peaceful coexistence based on the division of labor. We give you water and food, you give us resources, medicine and practically duty-free transit. And everything would be fine, if not for the country of stone and its attempts to enter the southern market. It sounds relatively simple, but in reality everything was too complicated. However, Itachi did not meddle in it. The main thing for him was always Konoha, and the rest of the world, let it be covered in ashes. Warriors are not asked for their opinion, they are led to war, and he walked with his head held high for the ideals that he considered right. 4 years had passed since the night Sasuke was kidnapped. For 4 years Itachi had been living in a temporary apartment in the slums, in a building whose dilapidated apartments were rented out or given away permanently to shinobi in need and orphans who had entered the academy. On the first floor there was a dormitory, children's and adolescent sectors, and above there were single blocks with the proud name, isolation wards, for adults who had housing difficulties. Once upon a time in that world, Naruto lived in one of these wonderful single-occupancy apartments, and for him the name, isolation ward, was just perfect. Ironically, in this world, in the same dilapidated block, Uchiha lived, and the name of the floor, alas, was also very convenient for him. Itachi hardly ever left the house without a mask, immersing himself in his work. He felt guilty. He was tormented by what he considered to be weak-willedness. And no matter how much he suffered, he could not do what he considered right. Or rather, he had decided everything for himself long ago, it was just that the right time had not yet come. And so he lived, from job to job. Uchiha never doubted the case, but he loved his family very much, especially his brother, so his heart could not allow him to return home for so many years. Sasuke hadn't seen his brother for 4 years. His father, who had once trained his youngest son, had finally given up on him as his successor. Even his success at the academy didn't particularly interest him. Fugaku waited for Itachi to return home. At first, Sasuke didn't understand why his brother had left and why his father no longer trained him, because it wasn't necessary to have the Sharingan to become a strong shinobi. Right. But one day, when he was about 9 years old, while sitting in the shade on the terrace, he witnessed a rather unpleasant conversation between his parents. But, dear, think again. He is very talented and very successful in ninjutsu, and his eyes. But she did not have time to finish, she was abruptly interrupted by a cold and decisive voice. It's none of your concern. Minato and I have already decided everything. At this point the conversation ended. Fugaku was a man of action, he did not chatter about trifles and did not like to waste time. And no matter how much he loved his wife, even with her he did not show much tenderness, especially in front of others. Not to mention the children, he never showed his feelings, maintaining the face of a proud and principled man. He loved children, especially Sasuke, but in his own way, dry in words and emotions. And he simply could not allow his son to be sent into battle without a Sharingan, its mere absence was a disgrace. He simultaneously valued his son as a capable and diligent child, but was also disappointed in him as an heir, as his support, as the future, who could lead the clan. Now he saw only one way out, namely to come to an agreement with the Hokage and send Sasuke to bureaucratic service in Konoha together with Naruto. Of course, his son was not in such an uncompromising state as the deaf boy, and probably Fugaku, like many heads of famous clans, would sympathize with Minato if such a Naruto was the only one. As ironic as it may be, but in the young generation of heirs, as they had long been whispering throughout the area, there were two more great disappointments, Hyuga Hinata and Sasuke Uchiha. That is why the heads of the clans usually remained silent in solidarity, mentally agreeing that this was their punishment for all the sins of their families. Nevertheless, Fugaku could still recall his eldest son, more mature and promising, from service, although he refused the position in favor of the younger one and was not eager to return home, and Hiashi had a second daughter, and a very capable and talented one at that. Minato did not have such an opportunity and flew with the option of rooting his small family, however, this did not bother him much. The Namikaze clan never played a major role in Konoha's political games. The sounds died down, and Sasuke was left alone. The blurry gaze of his green eyes looked at the sky, dotted with small blurry spots. He didn't know yet what his father had decided about him, but he wasn't surprised. It was just bitter. So much effort, strength, effort. He was ready to become a shinobi, he was considered the best in the group, his fire techniques were already at the level of a genin and could become even better. Why didn't his father believe in him? Why didn't he give him a chance? Because there was a war. Because Fugaku, Minato and Hiashi had seen the war. They had seen the pain and cruelty with their own eyes, they had felt it, they had brought it. Who, if not them, would sense a new war on the doorstep and the rat smell from the shabby alleys of their own village before anyone else? Oh, they would not allow their children, not fully combat ready, to go to war. Not them. Their hearts had already experienced too many sacrifices and losses. And now they had no choice but to leave their children in Konoha, choosing for them the unenviable lot of office plankton. But the children did not know about this, they had ambitions and dreams. For them, even battle was romanticized by honor and glory, dignity, their name, their face. And only adults knew the value of this name, built of blood and bones, and a face covered with scars. Military glory is a golden crown that opens all doors and roads, but only it carries the rot of hundreds, thousands of ruined lives and aspirations. They felt this burden on themselves, and now a new war flashed on the threshold, and its cold crooked fingers reached for their necks. And now Fugaku waited for Itachi to return home. There wasn't much time, but the children didn't know about it. Monday started very early for Naruto. The alarm clock, quickly whistled from the bedroom of his parents who never came in the evening to replace the old one that had been destroyed by a fall, was turned off exactly 4 minutes before the bell rang. The sun had already risen, and the dial showed 6 o'clock. Getting up without an alarm clock had become a professional habit, very annoying on weekends, but useful on weekdays and missions, when you need to act in silence. Nito was still sleeping soundly, clutching in her sleep a battered one-eyed bear, her main childhood sparring opponent. She had beaten him, and loved him, and moreover, had almost never lost a fight to him, if you don't remember the time when, while delivering another blow, she slipped on a paw stuffed with cotton wool, which treacherously slid along the parquet under the weight of her mistress who had stepped on her, and hit her forehead on the corner of the table. And only a small scar on his left eyebrow reminded him of his shameful childhood loss to a plush toy. Having finished his morning routine, Naruto, trying to suppress a yawn, opened the closet and was immediately amazed by the amount of clothes. They were new, bright and so diverse that he was even confused for a second. He had never had so many things in his entire life. Having dumped everything on the floor, he looked through the pile and could not even decide what to put on first. Uzumaki had not worn anything so colorful for a long time, choosing more neutral things for missions. Now he could once again become a bright, flickering spot on Konoha's reputation. Naruto decided to act from the already familiar logic of convenience for movement. Somehow from a pile of things he fished out black breeches, a white t-shirt and a light orange jacket, the zipper of which stretched even on the hood, apparently for complete concealment, if anything. The Uzumaki clan patch on the back very neatly covered the Namikaze clan patch that was there before, which was noticeable only if you turned the jacket inside out. The hood had two toad eyes on each side. As a child, Naruto had always been a little envious of children with such unusual things, because they cost a lot, and now he had one, and he was happy as a child, even though he was 20 in spirit, and by rank of shinobi he had once been considered an Anbu captain. New and beautiful things can make anyone happy. The guy folded the rest of the clothes back into the closet, and more neatly than he had ever folded anything in his life. He did not want to wrinkle them. Already dressed and more or less completely awake, the shinobi went downstairs. His sister was still asleep. He hadn't had much time to spend with her yesterday, since she had to leave urgently for lunch as soon as a swallow with a note flew in through the window, and Mito returned very late, very tired and battered, immediately crawling to sleep. Naruto didn't know who this flying messenger belonged to, but he didn't meddle in other people's business, curbing his curiosity. He spent almost the entire day alone studying the house and looking through family photos, in which the other him rarely flashed, and when he was present, he was sullen or unhappy that he was being photographed at all. Although there were a couple of photos where he was smiling or enthusiastically doing something, but these were secretly taken photos of Kushina, who tried to capture her son in a familiar environment for him. Uzumaki spent the rest of the day in his subconscious, chatting with the fox and thinking up plans for the future, even trying to pick at the seal, but it was giving him an electric shock, so he had to abandon the idea until better times. But there was good news. Over the course of that night, Kurama's progress in establishing contact with the world had moved forward through trial and error. He still couldn't communicate telepathically, but now he could see everything that was happening outside through Naruto's eyes if he wanted, and there were absolutely no emissions of fox chakra. Now Uzumaki wanted to do something nice for his sister, who was tired from training yesterday, at least breakfast. He wasn't very good at cooking, though, so after standing by the open refrigerator for about 5 minutes and not finding any milk for the cereal, he decided to take the path of least resistance, spread some jam on his toast and make ramen, crumbling some sausages into it. And while the jam was found quickly, as were the bread and sausages, there was a snag with the ramen. It wasn't in any of the drawers. Raising one eyebrow in bewilderment, Naruto couldn't believe that what was happening was real. As far as I know, Mom always liked ramen, the shinobi thought with concentration, his gaze once again becoming unusually mature and calculating, as if he were in the midst of a battle and not in the kitchen. He scratched his chin and looked around carefully. If I were a woman, a kunoichi of the Uzumaki clan, where would I hide ramen? The size of a package of noodles in a container is 130 by 160 millimeters and 55 in depth. The weight is about 100 grams, or to be more precise, from 104 to 108. The package in a cup is 145 in diameter and 90 in height, approximately 140 grams in weight. Sufficient space is needed to store packages. If I am from the Uzumaki clan, then I am a master of fuinjutsu and cannot worry about the size of the storage. But if I am a shinobi and really love ramen, then I will not hide all the supplies in one place. I have children, so I will hide the seals or stashes higher up and in a place where they are not interested in going. With the help of simple reasoning, Naruto actually found a couple of storage seals. One, the most intricate one, under the packages of the miracle porridge base in the top drawer, one in his mother's cosmetic bag left on the shelf at the entrance to the kitchen, and the last one at the bottom of a flower pot near the refrigerator. Yeah, we're stashing noodles in decent quantities, right, Mom? And here I was wondering who I was after. That explains a lot. Naruto was familiar with this. Once his supplies were taken away by Sakura, who was trying to switch to a healthy diet, and to avoid boredom and to prevent anyone else from eating tasty, high-calorie food nearby, she persuaded Uzumaki to do the same. The latter was not very enthusiastic about the idea of eating air and grass, so he learned a couple of simple storage seals and hid his supplies very skillfully not only around his house, but also outside it. In total, he had 48 hiding places, and in all that time Haruno was able to find and neutralize only a third of them. And now Naruto was following a familiar pattern. Of course, he knew that there were many more hiding places, but these 3 would have been enough for him, if not for one, but his mother clearly wasn't used to the most basic seals, and to open them, it took a little more than, well, I studied Fuinjutsu to hide ramen, so I only got through 2 pages of the manual, didn't understand anything, and then asked Kakashi to show me how to do it. Fuinjutsu had never attracted Uzumaki, he didn't know the true power of this art, and there was no good example in Konoha, so he never sought out these wilds, the foundations of which lay inside old dusty books in the most frightening place on the planet, the library. The search continued. It was already 10 minutes past 7, when finally, under the kitchen sink, in the very corner behind a bag of potatoes, 3 unsealed packets of noodles were found, but, alas, they belonged to the lowest rank in the personally compiled Uzumaki rating. The rating was easy to use and approved with the support of a famous culinary critic, supplier of rare packages and expert of all Konoha, Shoji Akamichi. If, for example, a collectible shinobi noodle with sealed real pieces of meat that appeared after opening the package, sauce and rare spices belonged to the rank of SSS, or, as the expert himself said, tripleska, then ordinary packets of cheap ramen from a vending machine with the flavors of seafood, shiitake mushrooms, and kimchi, including noodles and mediocre additives of a cloying flavoring and an unknown flavor enhancer, belonged to the lowest rank of D, or let's starve today, and were rejected by connoisseurs in favor of a more or less tasty packet of dashiraki with the flavor of chicken, belonging to the rank of C, or a packet of beef of the rank of B. And, unfortunately, now in front of him lay packets with the most disgusting additives and one neutral package of curry noodles of the rank of C+. It's a duck, Naruto thought discontentedly, pursing his lips in irritation and looking down at the low-ranking, plebeian noodles with a disappointed, dejected look. Someone forbids mom from eating instant noodles, this is a false hiding place for distraction. Well, damn, she could have at least put it with chicken. So what am I supposed to do with these mushrooms? There was nothing to do, breakfast is an important meal before a busy day, you can't skip it. Naruto decided to make himself some seafood noodles, as the most disgusting, and left the better one with curry spices for his sister. And as soon as he poured boiling water over the contents of the bags, light and rather sluggish steps were heard on the stairs. Mito yawned and, rubbing her right eye, entered the kitchen. She was already dressed, but seemed so sleepy, as if she had just woken up. Her eyes were traitorously sticking together. After yesterday's exhausting training under the guidance of one of the elders, even 8 hours of sleep was not enough for her. Ohio, Ni-san, why are you waking up so early? The youngest Uzumaki Namikaze drawled, but suddenly stopped and stood rooted to the spot. The drowsiness had disappeared as if by magic. With dumbfounded eyes, round as 2 coins, she stared first at the ramen, then at her contented brother, sipping tea with toast. Huh, what are you doing? Is this ramen? You found ramen, and brewed it? What's going on? Naruto, are you dying? Naruto was slightly surprised and looked warily at the brewed noodles, then indifferently shrugged his shoulders and invited his sister to the table with just one hand gesture, smiling affectionately. She had to get used to the new him, he could not live by the old rules, and did not want to. And yet her reactions amused the shinobi, she was so emotional, with such a lively, mobile face that he involuntarily remembered himself as a child. It warmed his soul. Mito carefully sat down at the table next to her brother, where tea and sandwiches were already waiting for her. Warily pursing her lips and sullenly looking at the guy with a distrustful look from under her brows, she continued the one-sided conversation. Is this a test? You always forbade me and my mother to eat that nasty stuff, the girl muttered incredulously. She loved noodles and sometimes ate them in secret from everyone when she was home alone. The previous Naruto was a big opponent of fast food, so he threw away all the ramen he found. And it all started with the fact that Mito almost got gastritis due to overeating this product. Kushina considered this strange concern on the part of the boy so cute that she did not resist and simply hid all her treasures from both her son and daughter, taking care of her stomach. Naruto sighed, casually waved his hands and smiled playfully, winking at his sister, and then reached for his portion. Taking off the top plate, which served as a semblance of a lid, the guy inhaled the smell of low-grade noodles with a full chest, thinking with a desperate smile and tears in his eyes that in this world, seafood was just as disgusting as in his, even by smell. But this was no time to complain. Naruto wasn't picky about food, even though he was considered a ramen connoisseur, so he simply picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Mito was still squinting at him appraising Ly, biting her lower lip completely, and then turned her gaze to her portion and, not feeling any danger, loudly said, "Itadakimasu," and pounced on the food. Finally, she rejoiced, quickly taking off her plate. The girl had been so hungry for junk food that she was now simply in seventh heaven. "Oh my god, curry, I love curry. With sausages. I never doubted your culinary skills. Ni-san is the coolest." She blurted it out so joyfully and quickly, immediately attacking the food, that Naruto even choked from surprise. Moreover, he was more surprised that his culinary abilities had just been praised, since they were limited to ideas like, why not throw almost expired sausage and yesterday's rice from the refrigerator into a frying pan, pour an egg, throw in some cheese, mix heartily and eat with ketchup or pickled ginger. Or, why not add stewed meat to pasta and pour it with mayonnaise, proudly calling it pasta. And these amazing experiments caused a nervous tic in Sakura, as well as an eating disorder in Kakashi just by looking at them. Needless to say, this would-be cook was not allowed near food supplies during missions and was simply given portions at the right time. He considered himself a master of beggarly cuisine, because, to his own surprise, he received tastier tolerable dishes in the end. Shoji, the only one who dared to try his cooking, called it an inner sense of food combinations and also noted that it was quite edible, and called the rice omelette cool. And now Uzumaki received a second praise from his sister. This gave him strength. But their peaceful breakfast was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Out of breath, sleep-deprived Minato ran into the house and was planning to go up to the office for important papers, when he noticed the children at the table and froze in place. His son was sitting contentedly next to his sister, sipping noodles and tucking his disheveled hair behind his ears. As soon as he noticed his father, he immediately smiled, still holding the noodles stretching out of the plate with his teeth, and pointed a finger up, squinting his eyes cheerfully, in the depths of which little devils were dancing, well, or one big red devil. Mito, swinging her legs under the table, tried to drink the broth with a characteristic loud slurping sound using the pump vacuum method, simply lowering her face into the plate and pursing her lips. The eye on Minato's already exhausted face twitched traitorously. The father of the family melancholically put his hand to his face and tensely tried to remember why he had come at all. This picture was so unusual that it simply threw him off track. "I guess I'll pretend I didn't see it. Are you okay?" he asked resignedly, still remembering the papers and their importance. Naruto bit off the noodles that were in the way and importantly spread his arms, showing off the set table, with a satisfied and proud look. Minato nodded humbly, thinking that it was time to get some sleep, otherwise the pile of work was having a bad effect on him. "Well, Mom will be back soon, sorry for not warning her. I'll tell her that there's a ramen amnesty in our house now. Have a nice day. I promise to bring something tasty tonight as an apology." "Thank you, Dad, and have a nice day," Mito sang, finally finishing the broth. The Hokage smiled and ran up the stairs. Still, he was pleased that his children were getting closer. Something strange was happening in the house again, and Naruto had become so funny and slightly silly. He thought with warmth, but a little excitement, that now in his house there were 3 people with Kushina's character, including the mother of the family herself. But before, his son was more like him in character. Why had he changed so much? Was it all about his hearing? As soon as breakfast was finished, Mito put the dirty dishes in the sink and, throwing her backpack over her shoulders, was about to leave for the academy when she saw that her brother, already wearing shoes, was also standing at the door. "Are you going to class today?" she asked with slight surprise. Naruto turned around and nodded contentedly, smiling with only the corners of his lips. His gaze was so mature and tender that the girl's soul trembled again. How she loved him like this. Mito cheered up and jumped with a running start onto her brother's back. "Then carry me." He didn't mind. Taking Mito's legs, Naruto left the house, thinking that having a sister was so cool after all. Having breakfast together, going to classes together. At that moment, it seemed to him that he understood Itachi, all his actions. The shinobi understood that he would probably have done the same, giving everything for his family, putting his life on it. And ahead was the first day at the academy, meeting old friends and dear people. This world seemed so perfect that he completely forgot about the seal and the problem with chakra, forgot about Kagaya and Madara. Now he was just happy, feeling something very warm and heavy in his chest, feeling this slightly painful, but pleasant feeling. Yes, and now he knew for sure, it was the soul. Commentary on Chapter 5, Soul. Here is the 5th chapter after a long delay. See. Thank you all for waiting. Special thanks to Dr. 19 for remembering me and everyone who left reviews under the last chapter. I really appreciate it, you really inspire me. I am very grateful for the support. And LT, 3 special thanks to those who point out all the typos and inaccuracies in the PB. You are awesome. And to Yulia, thank you for helping me. I love you. The author has finished the chapter and is sitting and crying over the credits of the 10th film, which were sent to him without words or inserts. And I wasted so many years of my life on this crap Naruto. Oh, what a song, I can't. Maybe someone will cry with me. Tsukuma Switch, Hoshi no Yutsuwa. Chapter 6.1, Academy. The dilapidated walls of the academy greeted them with the familiar dampness created by the floor, still slightly wet after cleaning. The parquet boards creaked quietly under the weight of the cheerful girl's steps, breaking the absolute silence. Classes had already started 5 minutes ago, but she was in no particular hurry, contentedly stomping along the familiar corridors. Sometimes Mito turned around with a smile at her companion, who seemed to be floating behind her with a silent gait, but the girl did not even seem to notice his unusual peacefulness. One wave of her hand, one farewell word, and she disappeared behind the door of her classroom, leaving her brother completely alone. Naruto sighed contentedly, continuing his quiet, noiseless path. After a short recovery, his chakra began to accumulate again, despite the still existing problem with the seal. Of course, there was still not much of it, approximately at the level of a clanless and far from the most talented student of his age, but he did not need more for now. He didn't need chakra at all yet. He had won his due, proved everything to everyone in that life, and the external peace and quiet of this time gave him the illusion of his uselessness as a warrior. For the first time, he felt like a human being. Naruto. Just Naruto. It seemed that he was no longer a weapon or a sacrifice brought to the new world. Now the guy felt like just a person who could afford to enjoy time with his family and friends, to live for his own pleasure, and this feeling made him infinitely happy. He wouldn't care even if all his chakra, the memory of all his techniques, were taken away. He wouldn't give up only Kurama, and the rest could burn in the fire. But the chakra remained, as did the memory. Habits, however, were also with him. Perfect control of internal flows in a light step. This is something that could be compared to breathing or swallowing. It was a natural and imperceptible process. He himself no longer noticed how what was once difficult for him during training and required constant control, became an integral part of his existence. Naruto was happy that in this world someone sincerely needed him as a person, but some things can never be washed off the soul. Uzumaki did not want to admit it, but he was already a weapon, and he remained one even here, in a world where no one else had ever considered him as such. And even somewhere in his soul, he was glad of the seal that restrained his power, not allowing him to again become a faceless hero, as he was there, in a lonely apartment and in an equally lonely Anbu headquarters. And now a struggle began in his soul. A struggle between a sense of peace, security, a new life with a sense of duty to this world. And he didn't know what to do, how to act. But, fortunately, right now no one demanded his answer, and he walked, lightly stepping silently touching the creaky parquet, letting go of all his thoughts and worries. Probably, he would have hanged himself long ago because of the eternal oppression of heavy thoughts, if he had not been a rather flighty-minded slacker from birth, always making a choice in favor of positive emotions and hopes. And even his work in Anbu could not knock this freedom in the flow of thoughts and feelings out of him. Sometimes it is vitally important to be a positive fool, because only in this way, since childhood, he learned the truth. You can contain all the hatred and pain that corrode the soul, tired of so many years of emptiness and lonely agony. The familiar door in a peeling frame and the quiet, muffled voice of Iruka-sensei behind it. It took him back to the past. His heart sank painfully, and he experienced not moral, but real physical pain, giving a special, excruciating bitterness to his happiness. And yet, how sweet it was, he accepted it with grace, like medicine, albeit with a not very pleasant aftertaste, for his soul. Naruto stood hesitantly by the door, trying to enjoy the languid anticipation, the whole range of feelings seething in him. He did not want to interrupt the lesson with his sudden appearance. How long it had been since Naruto had been late. It was nice to experience all these small carefree joys again. Smiling at his thoughts and the tugging, pleasant, but painful feelings, the boy ran into the neighboring classroom, where, fortunately, there were no classes at the moment, and climbed out the window, quickly looking around, very skillfully pretending that he did not notice that he was being watched. All the way from home, all the way along the corridors, even at home, Uzumaki felt a slight, persistent apprehension. It was like an obsession, pursuing him, hanging like an invisible weight on his shoulders, distracting him. It was not difficult to guess that on his tail was an Anbu or a high-ranking shinobi, and one very professional one at that. Even Naruto, who perfectly sensed the flows of natural chakra, barely felt it when, feigning thoughtfulness or fatigue, he froze for short moments, trying to meditate and look for small scraps of information as discreetly as possible. These short seconds were catastrophically short of even determining the location of the one who was constantly watching him, but quite enough to confirm his presence and, undoubtedly, danger. The former captain allowed himself only 2 such short checks and did not risk any more. This Anbu was a huge problem. And, what's most unpleasant, Naruto didn't know a single shinobi of the old generation in his world who had such espionage skills, and those of the new generation whom he knew were clearly still under the table, so he had absolutely no idea how to behave, or rather, what was natural for him in terms of abilities and what was not. It was easier with his character, a sharp change in behavior, activity could well be attributed to adolescence, the consequences of the shock he had experienced and, in the end, to the acquisition of hearing, increased self-confidence. Psychological changes in a child in any case could be described by any, even the most delusional idea, which is often used by unscrupulous psychologists and psychiatrists. And since his mother recognized him, and Itachi played along, then Naruto was not worried at all in this regard. But abilities and knowledge are overly adult, and perhaps even deviant behavior. It would have been much more difficult to explain here, it was necessary to be extremely careful and not overdo it. Someone clearly didn't trust Naruto. And that someone could be absolutely anyone who had a shinobi of the proper level at his disposal. Moreover, given the fact that not many were aware of the situation, the list of candidates was not long: his father, Kakashi or Orochimaru. It was quite logical. Hokage, Anbu of the Intelligence and Tracking Department and the head of the Konoha Science Department with its eternal experiments, underground bases and illegally registered former Nukenin under its command. Uzumaki clearly didn't consider Mama, as well as Shikaku, who did not act arbitrarily in these areas. Itachi was on his side. How confusing, Naruto thought tiredly, even exhausted, going over the possible options and motives in his head over and over again. He didn't like to think so much, but he had to. The shinobi on his tail didn't lag behind for a second, slightly irritating with his quiet and intrusive presence. It was distracting, didn't allow him to collect himself, constantly irritating his instincts. Maybe it's someone else entirely. To hell with it, I need to relax. In this situation, the most inconvenient thing for the guy was that Itachi did not bother him because of his tail, and it was obvious that he would not be able to talk to him until the obstacle was eliminated. In the meantime, all he could do was pretend to be an ordinary child, hoping that either Uchiha or his mother would scare the pursuer away from him. And, of course, even in such a situation, the guy did not behave completely normally, playing on reverse logic. After all, if he had not done something strange, then, firstly, he would not be Naruto, violating his own rules of behavior, and secondly, he would have aroused suspicions of inconsistency in behavior with what he had already carelessly demonstrated in the beginning. In this case, reverse logic worked like this: the guy was doing something strange all the time now, which means everything is fine, he did not notice anything and really began to change, and maybe even grow up. Although, rather, according to ordinary logic, the conclusion suggests itself that something is clearly wrong. But shinobi would not be shinobi if straightforward logic was an authority for them. Here the third change of behavior, not supported by any event, would rather give food for doubt. And Naruto knew this, he was trained in this, and trained by Kakashi, who skillfully took advantage of the unpredictability and unconventional thinking of his student. And so, obeying an involuntary impulse of the soul, Naruto climbed out the window. He was so tired of this surveillance, which had not stopped for the second day, so tired of the constant need to think and analyze something, that such antics were simply begging for his soul. It was as if he was mocking fate. What else could it throw at him that was unexpected? It seemed that it had already laughed enough in its entire life. And he seemed to throw it in its face. Here, look, I'm not afraid of you, I can handle everything and still remain myself. And the guy could not think of anything better than to sneak into class secretly. He did not want to use chakra to walk on the walls, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the pursuer who was not far behind him, so he simply clung to a small ledge and hung on it, gradually starting to move to the left. Weak preparation made itself known by a nagging sensation in his muscles, but for him these were trifles. He didn't even think that he could fall if he cramped even one arm, but it didn't bother him. Fortunately, he still crawled and was even able to pull himself up. The windows at the end of the office were always open, and no one paid much attention to the light head that appeared in the very last window. As soon as he saw the class, the shinobi felt a strong excitement. It was as if his soul was twisted into a knot, and in a second he was able to switch to a new wave of sensations, completely forgetting about the pursuer. It touched him so much. It seemed that his heart was about to stop. It was so painful and unbearably joyful to see all his close and important people alive. He thought that a little more, just a little more, and uncontrollable tears would gush down his cheeks, but the guy held on, trying not to come apart and not to go to extremes. Everything was as usual, as it had been many years ago. Uruka-sensei, alive and, as usual, cheerful, was writing something on the board while his monotonous story was narrating. At the last desk, a meter away from Naruto, Shikamaru was sleeping, drooling on his snow-white, clean, untouched notes. Next to him, Choji, hiding behind an upside-down textbook, as if behind a wall, was eating a large and very high-calorie bento, not noticing anything at all, completely carried away by the process. The smell of food teased Kiba, who was sitting in front of him, who was sniffling discontentedly and very briskly drawing some scribbles in a notebook, constantly fidgeting and trying to quell the growing feeling of hunger. Ino and Sakura, surprisingly, were sitting together somewhere in the middle of the classroom, communicating in written dialogues on a torn piece of paper. They giggled quietly, throwing cheerful, playful glances at each other, as if they were discussing the funniest and most secret thing in the world, known only to them. The lesson, as it seemed, was not interesting to them at all. Shino, who at first seemed to Naruto to be listening attentively, was in fact very engrossed in a peculiar cutting on a piece of paper using the control of one small termite. At the same time, he himself was motionless, so one could suspect him of inattention only from above, seeing the results of the work on the desk. Naruto no longer remembered the names of the other guys, who were also busy with something, but not the topic of the lesson. They never became shinobi in his world, so their paths almost never crossed in life. However, for some reason Sasuke was not in the audience, but Naruto quickly attributed his absence to the hospital and decided not to dwell on it for now. Of all the acquaintances, only Hinata remained unnoticed by a glance, the only one in the audience showing interest in the teacher's words. She sat apart and looked very unusual. Not externally, internally. Straight posture, collected and focused. Yes, this Hinata was definitely different. Apparently, unlike the others, her life, like Sasuke's, in this world turned out differently than in ours, Naruto thought, stopping his gaze on the dark-haired girl sitting by the window at the third desk. Sasuke has a whole clan. I wonder what happened in her life. Maybe something good. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Hinata turned around, feeling her gaze on her. Naruto needed only to see her face once to feel an unpleasant feeling of nostalgia. He froze in a slight stupor, feeling a very deep and bilious feeling of guilt. The girl looked at him without shyness. Her surprised look was replaced by a kind and even slightly mocking one. She smiled widely, sincerely and slightly waved her hand, as if inviting the guy inside. After that, Hyuga immediately turned away, again immersing herself in the topic of the lesson, as if nothing had happened. There was nothing surprising about it. But for Naruto, this meant a lot. That smile. Those eyes. Oh, my god, in that second the boy cursed his ability to read people 100 times. He saw a reflection of himself in her, and it just threw him off. It wasn't like with Mito, in whom he saw his features, similar gestures and appearance. It wasn't a positive family resemblance. He saw another of himself in the Hyuga, his path and his emotions. And it hurt him. He didn't want anyone, especially one of his precious friends, to go through something like that. With a slight movement, Naruto silently jumped through the window, pushing off with his foot from the ledge, and sat next to the sleeping Shikamaru. No one noticed him. It was true. The only ones from their generation whose fates had changed up to that point were the same children whose lot was not easy in any of the worlds: Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata. Hyuga was a weak and kind child. Like her mother, she loved to dream, flowers and cinnamon sticks. She didn't like fighting, she didn't like the clan branch system, but she couldn't do anything about it. In this world, she didn't have the sun. There was no Naruto to follow, entrusting her hopes to. She had a family, but she was alone in it. Her cousin avoided her, her sister kept her distance, her father seemed to not see her at all. The entire clan considered her weak, preferring Hanabi. They whispered unflatteringly, cast disappointed glances. At first, she didn't understand the reason for this, but the older she became, the more obvious it was that the whole problem was in the clan itself, in its traditions. And she wasn't the only one who was this unfortunate child, deprived of a happy childhood and affection. Their entire family, all the Hyugas were unfortunate children who grew up to be dry and cruel people, accustomed to serving imaginary rules, to meekly obey one stupid word, the family name. Then Hinata had to become the sun herself, to live for someone, so as not to break completely. She loved Neji, she loved Hanabi, her father. There was always so much love in her heart that even she herself was surprised by it. She had to study hard and try hard to prove to her father that she could be strong. She even had to become the head of their group to achieve great results. She didn't want to be the head of the clan, but this was the only way she could fix everything and free Neji from the seal, not let it be placed on Hanabi. This was the only way she could free herself and free her entire clan, following the path of the heiress through force, changing the rules and foundations, little by little, gradually eradicating evil from the heart of her family. And she smiled, realizing that there was no one on her side. Not yet, because there was no other way. Uzumaki didn't even know what a strong influence he had on the girl in that world. In this one, she had no light, no one to count on, no one to rely on. Here, Naruto didn't overshadow her heart, and she was able to stand on her own feet, speaking out against hatred and misunderstanding. In this world, she was the victim, given as a gift to the future world. She had always been strong, or tried to be, in any world, but here she was especially strong. Now her determination was supported by confidence and absolute loneliness. Pain is something that will either never let us turn away from the chosen path, or something that will finally break us. But even so, suffering and pain are a sacrifice that we pay for the future, for strength, for success. This is the coin with which we pay for our life, filled with even seconds of happiness. And it was worth it. Naruto was in pain. He took a deep breath, collecting his thoughts. The guy already knew that this pain would not let him stop. Everything can be fixed. He repeated this phrase in his head a couple of times, which with each new circle accumulated more and more confidence, acquiring the appearance of dogma. Uzumaki was especially guilty before the girl. He could not save Neji, he could not save her. And in both cases, he was there. Very close, but he could not do anything. He never had time to talk to her. Then, during the war, Hinata was dying in his arms, trying to say something important, but the blood pouring down her throat did not let her do it. And now she was sitting in front, very young, alive, smiling this persistent and painful smile, which Uzumaki himself had seen in the mirror more than once. And now he could not leave everything like this. Naruto owed her too much. Now it was necessary to sort out her situation, as well as Sasuke's situation. And the shinobi was ready for this. And so we get the answer to the homework problem, Iruka summed up, having finished demonstrating the solution to the advanced task, and turned to face the audience again. It's a pity that only Hinata could solve this problem at home. He had only just said this when some guy sitting next to Kiba quietly but quite audibly muttered, "Kramer," with some disgust. Hinata didn't even flinch, although Naruto was sure that she clearly heard. Kiba only glanced at him with boredom. Apparently this was already a habitual comment. Uzumaki didn't like this, and he gritted his teeth slightly irritably. The guy never liked bullies. Of course, he couldn't say a couple of kind words, due to well-known reasons, but he didn't want to stay on the sidelines either. Well, if there are no more questions, then let's move on to the promised independent work. I warned you. A long, disgruntled howl filled the classroom. Taking advantage of the hum and the teacher's distraction with the question papers, turning away from the window as much as possible, Uzumaki gave the boy sitting in front of him a very hefty flick. And as soon as he turned around in displeasure, preparing to throw a couple of groundless threats with all his schoolboy coolness, the cold gaze of the red, animal eyes of an almost unknown boy, so close, cooled him down. He became embarrassed, grew haggard and turned around sharply, biting his tongue. It was a simple partial transformation technique, not even requiring a seal due to the very small scale of application, almost imperceptible, no kyubi, no thirst for murder, just the collected and intent gaze of a confident person. And the technique immediately dissipated, flashing a bloody gleam in the pupils for only a second. But it had the desired effect. Against a naughty child, this was a completely worthy measure of a small upbringing. The rumble of dissatisfaction with the independent work that rolled through the audience not only successfully drowned out the sound of the flick, but also involuntarily woke up the sleeping Shikamaru. He shuddered with displeasure, instinctively wiping a thin line of drool from his cheek with his wrist, and sat up straight, surprised to notice his friend sitting next to him with a still sleepy look. And just as he wanted to say something else not particularly coherent and clear, he was interrupted by Iruka, who also noticed Uzumaki, who appeared out of nowhere. Naruto. How is he? Why didn't I see him at roll call? Now all the surprised glances were directed at the guy, who calmly spread his hands, clearly showing that he had nothing to do with it, had been there the whole time and was no less surprised that he was let through. This reaction slightly surprised the teacher. He thought that Naruto was bad at reading lips from afar and couldn't make out his words, being in the back row. However, that was always the case. Shikamaru, could you tell Naruto that there are no tests today? Naruto always came only for tests and exams, so Yumino's first thought was that the guy had simply mixed up the dates. Nara, who was already more or less awake, looked at his friend from head to toe with an appraising glance. Naruto clearly looked pleased and cheerful. Shikamaru looked at him as if he were a completely different person, noting with pleasure that, apparently, the operation had been very successful. He was the only outsider, not counting the hospital medical staff, who knew about Uzumaki's treatment. There was no need to hide it anymore. For the first time in so many years, he saw such a bright life and sparkle in his friend's eyes that he himself felt his happiness. Although the strange scar on the guy's neck embarrassed him a little, he did not attach much importance to it, because if it were serious, Naruto would not be sitting here. Leaning back contentedly on the back of his chair and putting his hands behind his head, Shikamaru with pleasure and some pride turned to Iruka. I don't think there's any need for that. He can hear you just fine now. Not only the teacher was amazed by this answer, all the students were surprised, even Uzumaki himself did not remain indifferent. But he knows, Naruto thought, slightly embarrassed by the abundance of attention to his modest person. He didn't know his backstory yet, but he quickly realized that the others were not aware of his treatment. Apparently, I was friends or at least in contact with Shikamaru and, perhaps, Hinata. Since they were the only ones who reacted so positively to my appearance. Didn't I really attend the academy? Well, what did I do then? Oh, that's great, Iruka exclaimed cheerfully, having learned the good news. He was sincerely happy about it, like any teacher who cares about his students with all his dedication. But no one told me about it. So, you will be attending classes from now on. The question was immediately accompanied by the boys' quick and satisfied nods. Excellent. Come to me after class, and for now we will move on to work. I hope you thought to use the break to review the material. Shikamaru was slightly embarrassed after this statement, turning slightly pale. He had completely forgotten about the independent one and had happily slept through her announcement. And as soon as Naruto looked at him with a silent question, Nara immediately moved closer and gloomily whispered. Mom said that if I get even one more pair, she will send me to dig beds for my aunt for the entire vacation. You should have seen her. The women in our family are just awful. She won't let me live. Naruto, knowing the nature of the women in the Nara family, was not surprised and immediately assessed the scale of the threat. In fact, such statements and punishments served as a very good motivator for the lazy representatives of the clan. In Shikamaru, Uzumaki immediately saw his ally, so he decided to behave with him as he behaved with another Nara, namely simply and naturally, as with an old friend. And he was right. Having received their sheets of paper with questions, the guys looked at each other with pained expressions. Naruto may have been 20, but he already remembered absolutely nothing from history, not counting the main points, and he doubted that the history of his world was completely identical to this one. The question was nasty. Name the decisive battle of the Third Shinobi World War and its main participants. After looking at the sheet of paper a couple of times with hopelessness and a slightly detached smile, Naruto signed it, borrowing a pen he, of course, hadn't thought to take anything with him, and put it aside, turning the question down. He signed it, and quite simply and tastefully, Naruto. He wisely omitted the last name, almost writing, Uzumaki, out of habit. As for the question, of course, he remembered something vague and not very coherent about the Kanobi Bridge and his father's participation in the battle, but he didn't care much about the grades. It was better to write nothing at all than to write something completely inappropriate and crumpled. Oh forefathers, why am I so stupid? It's even a shame. I'm dumber than children, but that's nothing new. I don't like history, Naruto thought helplessly and feigned suffering, switching his attention to Shikamaru's sheet. The other had a much easier question. Name the founder of Konoha and give a brief description of the historical figure. But he didn't write anything useful, obviously thinking that AC would be enough for him. His main goal was still not to get AB, so at the bottom of the sheet he proudly signed, Hashirama Senju. First Hokage, and that's it. Brief and succinct, just in the spirit of Nara. Having pulled a clean sheet of paper out of his friend's notebook without being asked, Naruto decided to restore his self-esteem a little, as not a completely hopeless fool, and to supplement his friend's answer. He knew about the founding of Konoha from the original source, and the truth of these facts did not bother him, since he assumed that such ancient events, in his opinion, were similar, because there were not so many differences between the worlds. Hashirama and Madara. So, what do I remember about them? The shinobi thought tensely, staring at the blank sheet of paper. He didn't feel any particular reverence for these people, although he deeply respected them. It would seem that these are names that everyone knows and honors, but he had seen them in life, and that was enough to dispel idealized illusions. So, the first one is a joker grandfather. He loved to gamble, he spoiled his first granddaughter a lot, but he was very strong in spirit and, not without reason, was known as a natural leader. The second one, well, Uchiha, what can you expect from him? He went crazy in his old age, he loved to throw his eyes left and right. He was quite the schemer, but in battle he was insanely strong. Damn, if only I knew what this brief description for the assignment meant. Okay, we'll write at least something, he'll figure it out somehow. Tapping the other end of his pen on the desk with a little enthusiasm, Uzumaki collected his thoughts and wrote what he considered correct. Hashirama Senju had mastered the element of wood and wanted to bring about a world where children would not have to fight each other. And Uchiha Madara was strange and unceremonious, but in battle you could call him a monster. As a weapon, he used a gunbai. With the triumph of a dog who was given a bone just to shut up, the former Anbu captain moved the sheet closer to his neighbor at the desk. Have you written everything yet? Nara asked in a whisper, looking at Naruto with slight surprise. He was used to the guy always taking a long time to write his answers. However, this time everything was unusual. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders meekly and lifted his sheet, showing the absolute absence of an answer. Oh, there's something about the Canopy Bridge and your father, the guy said, not very confidently, quickly reading the text of the task. The only answer was the written phrase, forget it, in the corner of the torn piece of paper. Naruto so sincerely didn't care about these tests, for him they were never an indicator. Are you speechless? Nara asked, still quietly, surprised by his friend's absolute silence, and, reading the vague phrase, a little bit, on the sheet, he sighed heavily. I am amazed at you, more than anything else. How did you manage to do this? His question remained unanswered, if you don't count the sly smile and the look of a seasoned conspirator as an answer. Nara pulled the sheet of paper so kindly provided by his friend closer and ran his eyes over the text. Uzumaki's handwriting remained clear and legible. The only thing that was confusing was the fact that the text had absolutely no mistakes and was rather dry and laconic. This was not at all typical for little Namikaze with his type of thinking. He always wrote intricately, but legibly, so that people could understand him, and he made mistakes from time to time. Adult Naruto, on the other hand, had trained for a long time to write quickly and clearly, as his profession required, and the dryness of the writing, as well as the perfect literacy, were developed over the years of writing reports. The sixth Hokage did not accept reports even with one typo. In order to delay the work, he had to try. Shikamaru had a mild respect for the clear writing style, thinking that Naruto had obviously been trying hard and hadn't wasted his time at home schooling getting his thoughts in order. And now he'd even helped him with a question. Nara was never stupid, he was very lazy. If Konoha had a laziness competition, he wouldn't even go, taking all the prize places at once by his absence. And now he really didn't want to think or do anything, although he didn't want to work all the holidays much more, so he picked up a pen, deciding to accept the generous help. While Shikamaru lazily began to rewrite the text on his sheet, Naruto continued to look at his friends with interest. How happy he was to see them. The pain was still looming in the background, but he tried not to notice it. His heart ached pleasantly. The shinobi spent the rest of the lesson, having nevertheless handed in his shameful, well, okay, clean sheet, in agonizing anticipation of the break. Commentary on Chapter 6.1. Academy. And here I am. In honor of my upcoming birthday, 19.11, yeah, the author wrote a big chapter of 18 pages in Word, but since such a volume is inconvenient to read, it was decided to split it into 2 parts. The second part will be posted tomorrow, because I'm mean. Here. The best gift for an artist is a repost of his work on the page, and for fanfic writers, a review of the work. So I would be glad to receive a couple of reviews from you, because you are cool. Many thanks to everyone who stays with me, remembers this work and waits for new chapters. Thank you very much. It makes me happy. See. A little about Hinata. I really love this character, and I clearly didn't get enough of her development in the anime. I was unpleasantly surprised that she didn't do anything with her clan after the war, didn't destroy the seal, so I decided to fix it in the work. Wow. A song for the soul. Avicii, addicted to you, yeah, a bit old, what can you do? Chapter 6.2. Academy. During all the breaks Naruto did not leave his old friends, finally taking away the pen and the only notebook from Nara for communication purposes. He did not mind. He decided to completely dedicate the first break to Shikamaru and Choji, who were sitting next to him. Akamichi first introduced himself, finally confirming the former captain's assumptions that almost no one knew him, and introduced Naruto to the schedule of all the big breaks and the work of the buffet. The information was, of course, valuable, but already known. The free academic cafeteria for those with benefits, where food was given out by a nice granny who did not have a grudge against Kyuubi, was one of the little joys of Naruto's childhood, forever imprinted in his soul. Choji did not have time to tell about the classes and teachers. Hey Naruto, does that mean I can talk to you without sign language now? Naruto looked up in surprise and saw Hinata smiling cheerfully and apparently not using suffixes at all, at least towards him. His heart was pierced by guilt again. For some reason, he was very afraid to talk to her, so he's supposed to put it off until the next break. Well, or until tomorrow. Until next week. But she came earlier. Ah, Hinata-chan, do you know Naruto? Choji was surprised, as always kindly and sincerely, raising his eyebrows like a child. Of course, she's the class monitor, Shikamaru answered, stretching and wincing slightly. The answer seemed obvious to him. Bringing assignments and picking them up from students on sick leave is also the class monitor's responsibility. Especially since she knows sign language. And it was true. Hinata had been using sign language for several years at a fairly decent level. In the side branch of her clan, there was a deaf girl whose parents refused to train her, but Hinata did not refuse. She studied with her, took care of her. Hiyashi called it kind-heartedness and a waste of time. And she called it hope. After all, everyone deserves a chance to become stronger. Hyuga was a good class monitor. She visited Sasuke and Naruto every week, gave them or their relatives printouts, took completed assignments. And if Sasuke always refused help, then Naruto sometimes even asked for it himself. And she helped, patiently explaining the material with her hands. Their relationship could hardly be called friendly, rather purely business. Namikaze was always immensely grateful for this help, but tried not to abuse it out of respect for the girl in her time. Nevertheless, she always treated him well and tried to support him, as she supported that girl from the clan. And she sincerely believed, seeing his efforts, that Namikaze could become a shinobi. Wow, I've never been sick, Choji said, thoughtfully rubbing his chin with his fingers. A logical chain began to form in his head. So if I were sick, you'd come to me with assignments? How awful, and you can't be sick in peace. Of course, so don't even think that you'll be able to dodge your homework. Come on, the girl giggled, sitting down on the bench next to Akamichi and pushing him away. She continued more quietly. I heard that we'll be assigned to practice soon. But for now it's a secret. Naruto, haven't you already been officially reinstated on a full basis? He won't answer you, Shikamaru said, holding back a yawn, anticipating the girl's questions. Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders in response, a very peculiar answer to the question posed. The latter was sincerely convinced that he was a full-fledged student of the academy. He was a little speechless. Hinata didn't even have time to be surprised before the bell rang. Even it couldn't save Choji from simple-minded surprise. The fat man chatted with the guy the entire break, but he didn't even suspect that he was mute. The next break was supposed to be long. The geography lesson dragged on indecently long. The subject was taught by a decrepit old woman, her creaky voice inspiring some kind of gloomy despondency. It took Shikamaru literally a couple of minutes, and he was already fast asleep on Choji's soft and large shoulder, and the latter, it seemed, did not mind. Only now in all these years Naruto asked himself the question, what does Shikamaru do at night? It is impossible to sleep so much. Physically impossible. But any member of the Nara clan would have answered this laconically, possibly, soberly assessing the incredible abilities of their family. Although there was a grain of truth in Naruto's guess, Shikamaru had two small secret passions, board games and comics. He could leaf through comics all night long or develop strategies in various board games or card games, some of which he even invented himself and each time tried to bring to a logical conclusion. Nara generally felt more productive at night, because then everyone was asleep, and only the crickets outside the window disturbed the absolute silence. That's when he enjoyed the peace that could only be disturbed by the ringing of the alarm clock. At night, you don't have to go anywhere, you can think, dream about something. Yes, Shikamaru lived more at night, sleeping during the day or before dawn. Having decided not to disturb his friend, Naruto looked out the window. For a long time now, the guy had not been interested in the well-known geography at all, He had already forgotten that Iruka did not teach all the lessons, and this was upsetting. He had to sit and wait. Because of inaction, the feeling of persecution came back, elevating the tedium of waiting to the absolute. Fortunately, he knew how to wait. He had to learn. Outside the window, children from the younger groups were playing on the playground. Having cast a bored glance at them, Uzumaki suddenly perked up, seeing a familiar blue scarf, which some fair-haired girl was pulling, clearly trying to take it away or at least strangle Konohamaru. She was screaming something angrily, while the boy was trying to break free, clutching his favorite scarf around his neck with all his might. Naruto did not have time to think about anything, as a red tail flashed in the air, and a fist, thrown with all his might, flew into the girl's eye. Moreover, the blow was quite well placed for a child. Now on the playground something similar to, "I warned you," was screaming Mito, watching the girl who flew back from the blow, fell to the floor in shock and blinked her eyes. And only the pain reached her consciousness. She burst into tears so loudly that even some of the guys from Naruto's group, sitting by the window, looked sideways at the yard in surprise. Hinata even chuckled with slight pride. She didn't really know Mito, she had only seen her a couple of times at the academy and in the Uzumaki house, but strong, fighting women always instilled some confidence and pride in her, especially when they were protecting someone. Naruto was a little taken aback and covered in involuntary goosebumps. At that moment his sister reminded him of his mother. It was as if he felt this blow on himself. Whether it was the memory of the body, he did not know, but he definitely did not want to ever get caught in the crossfire, even considering that the blow was not very strong. Konohamaru, who had fallen to the ground as soon as his scarf was suddenly no longer pulled, looked at his friend in confusion. Although it was very unexpected, he was incredibly grateful to her for her help, because he couldn't beat girls outside of sparring, his conscience simply didn't allow him to. But when you're a girl, there are no prohibitions on methods of returning unruly girls who don't understand other girls' words to their senses. Mito had indeed warned her classmates several times not to pick on Konohamaru, or better yet, to stay away from him, but she stubbornly pestered him. At first, she simply brought him something tasty, let him copy his homework, which gradually began to irritate Mito, and then, seeing that she was still getting no attention, she began to act harsher, picking on the guy, calling him names and ruining his life in every possible way, finally driving the red-haired beast crazy. She did get some attention, but not from Konohamaru, but from the fist of Uzumaki Namikaze, who with special love, left her with a huge black eye. The winner did not have time to enjoy her triumph. As soon as she helped Sarutobi get up from the ground, the teacher came running to the heart-rending cry, immediately sending Mito to the director. And she, proudly raising her head, went towards the academy. There was not a shadow of fear or doubt on her face. The girl was a little embarrassed, but very pleased with herself. Her friends were only her friends, and no one dared to offend them. Taking a deep breath with a slight feeling of hopelessness and pride, Naruto had good reason to believe that his sister was much more like him than he thought. She was just as impulsive and simple-minded as he once was. Warm feelings filled the guy's heart again, but as soon as he raised his head, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat, causing Uzumaki genuine confusion. There was nothing on the branch opposite the window, about 80 meters from the academy building, but Naruto could swear that he saw something out of the corner of his eye, did not feel, did not sense, but saw something. He had served in Anbu for too long to even allow himself to think for a second, it seemed so. Shinobi never seemed to seem so, and especially not to a special squad. This slightly angered him. Nevertheless, now, more than ever, Naruto felt vulnerable, absolutely helpless. They kept him under surveillance like some kind of criminal, played with him, not caring at all about disguise, just sitting on a nearby branch. Yes, they were afraid of him, but they underestimated him. And they were right. He was a terrible opponent with his hands tied, now completely harmless. This mistrust was justified, and Uzumaki had to convince them otherwise, but how? For now, the best strategy was to do nothing. After thinking for a bit, the guy came to the conclusion that they could well be testing his level, if the assumptions were confirmed, first allowing him to sense his presence, then notice himself visually. And if that was the case, then Uzumaki had already screwed up a bit, and absolutely instinctively by looking at the branch. Now he had to be even more careful, playing out an absolute lack of perception of this game, turning what happened into an accident. Which, in fact, he decided to do. This is so hard, Naruto thought tiredly, staring blankly out the window, resting his chin on his hand as if nothing had happened. I haven't tried this hard in a long time. Call Obito back, Kushina babbled, displeased but affectionately, as only she could, sitting down on the edge of the table next to Minato, who was sitting in a chair. She didn't like at all that one of the best Jonin was following her son like a shadow, as if he were a dangerous criminal. I won't even mention that it's morally wrong, it's simply inappropriate. She crossed her legs and raised her nose slightly, pronouncing the last word syllable by syllable, with a smart look, moving the finger of her right hand from side to side in time with each syllable. Minato looked at her with a smile. For him, even she, sleep-deprived, with dark bags already visible under her eyes, small wrinkles and a not entirely neat hairstyle after a night spent working, seemed like the most beautiful woman in the world. And when she flirted with him, behaving like she did now, he simply couldn't refuse her. And if they were at home, he would have answered yes 100 times to any of her requests and would not have regretted it, but now he was Hokage, which meant he had to think like Hokage. But damn, this woman was throwing him off track. I can't, dear, you yourself must understand that this will be useful for Naruto himself. Obito is not a stranger to us, the fact that he will look after our son is the best option. He wanted to say something else, but the woman immediately, with a couple of light, graceful movements, found herself on his lap, finally tearing him away from his work. Is he really in such serious danger? The woman laid her head on her husband's shoulder, trying to speak in as soft a voice as possible, deliberately dropping the topic of mistrust towards Naruto himself. Minato sighed deeply and helplessly. He knew his wife's game too well, but he couldn't do anything to counter it. He couldn't do anything to her alone, and she shamelessly took advantage of it. Tell me right away, what do you want? Namikaze asked, finally giving in, turning his tired gaze to his wife. I know he's marked with blood, but his behavior has been very strange since. He tried to choose his words as carefully as possible to describe everything that had happened that was still unclear, pausing briefly and continuing softly. This incident, it's very unusual for him. You see, I still feel guilty, the woman said with genuine pain, pressing herself closer to her husband and closing her eyes. She looked so depressed now, her face having changed after mentioning the past events. This scar in his muteness. I am so guilty before him. Minato also felt lousy. He was no less guilty, and wanted to say something to console her, but she did not allow it. I spent so little time with him that I did not even notice how he began to grow up and change. Please, let me look after him. I know that it is my duty. The woman looked at him with such a pleading look, with such despair and remorse, that he couldn't help but be moved. He felt it too. Kushina looked so helpless and vulnerable that Minato simply couldn't say no to her or anything that would upset her. Not even physically. Feeling cornered, the man looked into her eyes again with regret and, realizing that he was drowning in them, nodded weakly. Go to sleep. You need to rest, dear. He ran his hand through the woman's hair with special tenderness and kissed his wife on the temple, trying to convey to her all the tenderness and regret that he felt now. You did a great job. And invite Shikaku to me, I'll call Obito away. Thank you. The woman sighed with relief and smiled slightly. Her husband's soft voice made her soul tremble even after so many years. She hugged him one last time as tightly as she could and stood up. It was necessary to pack all her things. Don't be late for dinner. You should rest today too. Have a nice day. She smiled brightly and fluttered out of the office, sending her husband a flirtatious kiss goodbye. Minato leaned back tiredly in his chair, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He always had a backup plan for everything, it couldn't be any other way. After all, he had been successfully pursuing his policy for so many years, holding back 4 huge and influential powers, and here was just one woman. And yet, for him, she was clearly more terrible and dangerous than all the powers put together. Literally 2 minutes later, the advisor came in, expecting orders. And Minato didn't keep him waiting. He was serious, no longer allowing himself the relaxation and tenderness that he allowed himself in the presence of his wife. This character trait was a common legacy of their ancestors with Naruto. Shikaku, the man began intently, thoughtfully covering his tightly pressed lips with his hand. His cold gaze was fixed on the void. It seemed as if he was calculating several games at once, thinking more about when to use what first, rather than what to do. He always had everything planned out in advance. Recall Obito, let him report. And, he paused again, turning his thoughtful, thought-clouded gaze to the advisor. But his face changed dramatically, inspired by an excellent idea, and now there was even some special, childish interest in the Hokage's eyes. He raised his eyebrows contentedly and smiled slightly with only the corners of his lips. It seemed as if the man was quite pleased with the arrangement. You know what? It's time to hint to Fugaku that Itachi hasn't been home for a long time. That's what I was thinking. It's high time to give Kenshin a vacation. Doesn't Kenshin belong to your wife's squad? Nara asked just in case, recalling something about the woman's angry cries not to touch her subordinates. He would have carried out the order in any case, but it was his job to counter any suggestions and assumptions of the Hokage. Only a discussion could often point out all the errors of the original idea, which is why Minato always turned to Shikaku with a request to oppose on all issues. Have I stopped being Hokage? Minato retorted with a sly, even slightly conspiratorial smile. All Konoha Anbu, even Root Anbu, were subordinate to him according to the regulations, only the shinobi of the personal guards of the clan heads, no more than 2 for each, and officially certified and accredited, had primary subordination to their masters or lords. Even more so, he is not officially her subordinate. And also recall Isame-san to Konoha. Or no, I'll write to him myself. It's time to deport the Uzumaki elders to their homeland. Both of them along with their birds. Send one of the bureaucrats to them, or better yet, go yourself. We are postponing the licensing of their goods to our markets for 2 months in advance. Let them prepare for negotiations in Uzushio. And let them not even hope to take Mito with them, appeal to the academy regulations. They will be unhappy. I know. They will understand that they are not welcome here now. Don't let them get you to sign papers or written guarantees, nothing official. Conduct the conversation as if you were just telling the news. Don't let the old woman, you hear, touch you or invite you to the table. This is very important. Say that you are in a hurry, the mother-in-law values other people's time. And lastly, regarding Naruto, let the academy conduct individual psychological and professional tests, supposedly before practice. At the same time, we will select talents. It's about time. At this Minato sighed with relief and, once again listing all the plans in his head in order so as not to forget anything, happily returned to work. That's all. Thank you for your work. Oh yeah, cancel all the meetings for the evening, if you have any. Yes sir. Shikaku bowed dryly and was about to leave, when he froze for a moment and turned around a little hesitantly, only for a second doubting his ability to address his old friend now as anything other than Hokage. Sorry, Minato, I wanted to ask as a friend. Do you not trust Itachi and your wife? I am confident in Itachi's loyalty and I love my wife madly, the man responded quite cheerfully and sincerely, without even thinking about the answer for a split second, as if he was expecting this question. He had nothing to hide from the man who had walked with him his entire life path from the academy to a high position. Shikaku had always been his best friend. But I don't understand what's going on and what kind of game Kushina is playing, and this can't be done. I'm the Hokage, I have to understand everything. Lately, I've been too carried away by foreign policy and stopped seeing what's right under my nose. We need to be very attentive to Naruto, especially now. The Nine Tails shouldn't even have a chance to escape from its cage. As soon as Kushina stepped out of the busy areas into a lonely, quiet alley, Kenshin appeared behind her, awaiting further orders. She didn't keep him waiting. I want you to keep an eye on Naruto. Don't let any of the Anbu near him, and don't let him near anyone for now. I'm more than sure that Isame will come soon for some unimaginable reason, so definitely limit his communication. Or at least don't let him touch Naruto until I resolve the whole situation. She turned around and looked at her subordinate very seriously, not hiding her concern and confident, decisive attitude. I can only trust you with this. I don't know what Minato will do, but be prepared for anything. And don't ask me about anything. I can't explain everything to you yet, but I must protect my son at any cost. Just trust me. She didn't order, she asked with all the concern a mother could feel. It was obvious that she was quite worried about the situation, trying to somehow get out of the difficult situation. This discouraged Itachi a little. He was aware of the current state of affairs, so he was on Naruto's side for now. Kushina recognized her son by chakra. But wasn't that enough? Was there really anything that could dispel these rather weighty arguments? He didn't dare ask this question and, bowing, disappeared into thin air, leaving the woman completely alone. Kushina loved her family. She loved them more than anything in the world. More than her life. She was ready to do anything for her family. Minato loved her no less, but they saw the situation with Naruto differently. Dead children don't come back to life, do they? Kushina thought with some despair, sending her question into the clear cloudless sky, in which graceful swallows, familiar swallows, were flying like tiny black arrows. She didn't need to hear the answer, she already knew it. Fate had already taken this child from her once, she would not allow anyone to take Naruto away a second time. Somehow her son remained with her, and now she was worried as never before. She knew, she had already heard about Kenshin's report, no matter how much Minato tried to hide it from her. Trying to suppress the growing feeling of guilt, she walked home, lost in her thoughts, not noticing the road at all. She had made a mistake, and it was only her fault. But life was not given to drown in regrets. It was necessary to pull herself together again and start all over again, working on the mistakes. Minato believed Kushina. He had no doubts left about the authenticity of his child, but the seal worried him terribly. More than anything in the world, the Hokage was afraid that Naruto would be made into a weapon, that even one small breach would appear in the seal. And he could not allow this, even if he had to go against the will and opinion of his wife. The situation was difficult. Conflicts with Danzo had become more frequent. The long-standing Cold War with him regarding the Jinchuriki was aggravated by the approaching and quite obvious war between the countries, the momentum of which could now only be stopped by a miracle. The world was waiting in anticipation of that very unexpected spark that would cause an unprecedented fire, devouring the world, plunging it into the abyss of chasing imaginary ideals right up to death. An inevitable, merciless and cold fate. And in these circumstances, the past events and changes in Naruto especially worried him. Now it was necessary to restrain Danzo's ambitions, and Azame was the best fit for this role. It was necessary to protect Mito from being drawn into the political game, and he removed the Uzumaki elders from the way. It remained to check Naruto for the consequences of the shock he had experienced, and in general his level of preparation before the practice. And, of course, it was necessary to prevent Kushina from switching all her attention to caring for her son and, under the weight of guilt, doing what she was not asked to do, forgetting about everything around her. It was necessary to prepare for everything, and he temporarily relieved Itachi of his post, knowing who his wife would most likely assign to their son. It was time for the shinobi to take off the mask and return to reality, and caring for someone could bring the Uchiha back to his senses and, perhaps, even return him to the family. Moreover, the time given for reflection at the request of Itachi himself had long since expired. Minato had to calculate and predict everything, and so far he was coping. Too much to do, too little time. Naruto's whole day was going by in a chaotic manner. It even seemed a little unreal. Geography was over, it was time for lunch. The children quickly began to take out their bento, wandering off in all directions. Uzumaki remained in the company of Shikamaru and Choji, sitting at the back desk by the window. A light warm draft gently touched his hair, taking away the drowsiness brought on by the boring lesson. One thing was sad, the boy completely forgot that in this world he did not receive discounted lunches in the cafeteria, which meant that he had to sit without food. Hinata immediately joined them, not having managed to finish the previous conversation, and already habitually moved Choji. He, again, did not mind. The bench became more crowded, but no one was offended, and only Akamichi wanted to offer part of his bento to Naruto, when Kiba approached them. Yo, guys, the boy, who was carrying little Akamaru on his head as usual, scratched his head slightly embarrassedly, feeling a little awkward. He usually ate in the company of Choji and Shikamaru, but now there were other people here. Still, Kiba wouldn't be Kiba if his head wasn't full of air. He continued more cheerfully and confidently, suddenly losing the awkwardness that had come out of nowhere and was uncharacteristic of him. Hey, you're Nakuro, right? Naruto, Shikamaru corrected, but his remark clearly went unnoticed. You really pacified the freckled one. The guy continued cheerfully, brazenly climbing onto the bench between Naruto and Shikamaru. It became too crowded, and Hinata was almost pushed off the edge, but Choji was able to hold back the onslaught of the guys in time, moving them closer to the window and squeezing Naruto, who was sitting on the edge, into the wall. Now all he does is walk around and whine, I'll get him, I'll get that one, ah ha ha, he was so stunned then, he swallowed his tongue. What are you talking about? Shikamaru asked, frowning slightly, looking at the slightly embarrassed Naruto, who was rubbing the back of his head with a guilty smile. And didn't you see the flick he gave him when the freckled one started making his comments again? Inuzuka continued, examining his friend's bento, while Nara looked questioningly at Uzumaki with undisguised surprise. Hinata blushed slightly, perfectly understanding that since today she was the only one honored with an unflattering comment, they were, in all likelihood, standing up for her. Masterfully, professionally, my respect. Okay, now to business, I'll exchange my sandwiches for half of Hinata's bento. He's got his lip all rolled out, look at him, Hyuga grumbled, as if displeased. Of course, she always took turns with him, understanding that it was hard to eat dry sandwiches alone, and his mother never cooked anything else. What do they come with? Okay, give them here. She pushed her entire bento towards him, taking in exchange a couple of chicken breast sandwiches, drier than which only the summer wind in Suna was. Is this all for me? Kiba babbled with undisguised delight, fidgeting in his place. He probably would have driven anyone crazy with his loud voice, optimism and foolishness, but next to him sat the impenetrable Shikamaru, calm and impenetrable from birth, and Naruto, who was already 20 in spirit. Nah, Hinata slowed him down slightly. Naruto's other half, let's consider this my gratitude as class president for the silence in the classroom today. Uzumaki was slightly surprised and looked at the girl with a grateful smile. It would be rude of him to refuse such a generous gesture. And yet, how good she was. Naruto barely remembered her during this period in his world, they only became friends during the Chunin exam. But he was sure that in his world she was just as charming a child, albeit much more shy. Isn't his name Nakuro? Kiba was genuinely surprised, slightly dejected, but still moving the bento closer to his new friend. He was already excited by the smell of food in the lesson, so he was not eager to share. Naruto, the girl repeated syllable by syllable. Yes, that's what I said. The guy said offendedly, looking at the girl like a beaten puppy. She only sighed conciliatorily. Okay, Chiba, go ahead and eat, the girl said deliberately, looking at the guy in a somewhat childish, playful manner. For the guys, Hinata was not a girl, she was a class monitor with a tasty bento in a heavy hand, so they let her into their circle, but at the same time it was difficult to call her one of theirs. Usually she ate and sat alone, not imposing her company on others, but from time to time, depending on the circumstances, they spent long breaks or windows together, and this suited everyone. They knew each other quite well. The guys never invited Sakura and Ino to their place, because they were, girls, and their friends did not bother them, spitting at their company, because they were, boys. And only Hinata was Hinata, and she did not particularly care about the parties. Naruto smiled contentedly, looking at his friends, they were chatting about something, but he wasn't really listening. Shoji was saying something about the correct serving of meat, and in such colors that everyone felt an involuntary growing hunger. Uzumaki was thinking about his own, trying the hospitably given bento. It was simple, without frills, but very tasty. I've forgotten how good you cook, Naruto thought with a sadness creeping up on him, glancing sideways at the girl. She was listening attentively to Choji while unpacking sandwiches. Noticing someone else's gaze, she instinctively looked at Naruto and, meeting the guy's eyes, blushed slightly from the awkwardness that had set in, then quickly turned her gaze to Akimichi and tried hard to return to the conversation. Naruto was slightly amused by this, even so she remained slightly shy. And yet some things never change. It made him think that now, for him, as an adult, everything looked and felt completely different. Choji, who everyone considered a fat wimp as a child, was actually a plump kind person, capable of bringing light and forgiving even those who were not worthy of this forgiveness. He had always been very caring and gallant, and even now he offered Hinata part of his bento so that she would not eat only sandwiches, and moreover, he single-handedly held back the onslaught of 3 guys so that the girl would not fall off the bench. Naruto thought that he really underestimated him as a child. Akimichi was a very good and sincere person, ready to become decisive for the sake of his friends. Shikamaru, who was reproached for apathy and laziness, was in fact a person who understood life from birth. He set priorities correctly, not wasting himself on unnecessary emotions or actions. The guy lived by the philosophy of the samurai. He did not solve problems, he waited for problems to cease to be problems. At the same time, Nara learned life's wisdom well, observing his surroundings. He was the first, Naruto was sure of this, to see a truly good person in Choji, and understood him. The guy went through life for what he considered right, without saying anything, but doing. No matter how lazy Shikamaru was, at the right moment he was there, even if he whined along the way. And this was truly valuable. Kiba was considered a bully and a fool, but he was just a child. He lived for his own pleasure. Of course, sometimes he bullied someone, but clearly not out of malice. Inuzuka had a talent for being sincere and saying everything to someone's face, as it is, or not interfering at all. He did not gossip, did not talk behind their back. And if he did interfere somewhere, then, fly chips, burn the huts, he said everything as he thought, in simple words and to the point. He was not smart, but there was a special life burning in his eyes, and his generation needed him as a bright spark that could ignite either the most cheerful gatherings or the strangest and most chaotic conflicts in the world. The most valuable thing about Kiba was that he knew how to laugh at himself and diffuse the situation. You couldn't even be offended by him. And he was the one who had the funniest and stupidest jokes in the world. Hinata. They didn't notice her in that world. And absolutely in vain. Hinata was strong, she tried and didn't give up. Her fate was not easy, but she always found strength somewhere in herself not to give up. Naruto respected it. She didn't stand out, but she always cared about everyone. The girl helped even him, hated by everyone, and she helped both in that world and in this one. She helped Kiba, even when he hopelessly stepped on the same rake. She even generously gave him advice when he, at the age of 16, decided to get the attention of one girl, and then another. Oh, it was a long story of Kiba's attempts to start a relationship. Then, in that world, among the guys at the academy, the prettiest girls were considered Sakura and Ino, and now Naruto thought that children were very biased, and, probably, the most beautiful child, right after Mito, of course, he would call Hinata. Of course, in about 4 years they would all grow up into beautiful girls, but as children, Haruno and Yamanaka were clearly inferior. And so, some of his friends were sitting here next to each other, and Naruto could appreciate them as they deserved. And yet, their generation was amazing. How many amazing people had come together in their destinies here, they were all unique. So different, but still friendly. They hadn't lost that connection even after graduating in that world, and they certainly wouldn't lose it this time. There was one last lesson left. Naruto had been waiting for it all day. He really wanted to improve relations with Iruka-sensei. And now, when, surprisingly, the feeling of persecution had disappeared and had not appeared again, Uzumaki knew exactly where to drag the teacher who had once replaced his father. Time to go to Ichiraku. Commentary on Chapter 6.2. Academy. And here is the second part of the festive chapter. Thanks for waiting. And a huge, crazy thank you to everyone who congratulated me both in the comments and in PM. You made me truly happy. This is truly the best birthday in my life. You are awesome. Thank you for being there. I'm not very good at drawing, but I still decided to draw a small art with older Naruto and Mito. Here, I will be glad to receive your feedback. S. Chapter 7. Contrasts. A long, unbearably long day. Yes, Naruto was glad to see his friends, spend breaks with them, chat, but all the long and tedious classes by the end of the day began to bore him. He didn't know what to do with himself, what to do, and listening was uninteresting, because he already knew all this. And it would be okay if the classes with Iruka, where the guy was glad to just hear the voice of his adopted father, listening to his every word, but today, as luck would have it, all the classes, except for history, were with other teachers, whose names time had long since erased from his memory as unnecessary. It's not practical, Naruto thought, carefully placing his head on the desk, slowly, gradually sinking into his subconscious. It was best that way. It was worth spending time usefully, but fate was not particularly kind to the guy. Kurama was sleeping. He had complained of drowsiness yesterday and, apparently, the situation had not changed today. Naruto had no choice but to sit down on the stonework as usual, leaning his back against the warm red fur. And he blissfully closed his eyes, immersing himself in his thoughts. Just a couple of days, the guy had been in this world for a little while, but that time seemed like an eternity. It was like, no, he was born again. Family, friends, Kurama. Damn it, he was happy. His soul was getting used to his body, and his body was sewn to his soul. Now Uzumaki felt freer. He could calmly and without interference control the movement of chakra in his body. His left ear could already hear perfectly, but his right one barely functioned. At first it was annoying, but little by little he got used to it, and he almost didn't feel any discomfort. A person gets used to everything, and to good things, that's the fastest, and he reveled in this temporary happiness, greedily enjoying every minute, as if it was about to be taken away from him. A circle began to appear on his right palm, a barely noticeable, intermittent thin strip. It only appeared a little and froze, unfinished, incomplete. And it alone remained a reminder that he was a guest here, and he still had to earn his place in the sun. And Naruto had a goal. The last thing the guy wanted was to fight Kagaya again. Not because it was difficult, not because he was afraid. He sincerely felt sorry for her. He did not want to lock her up again, so that she would suffer again. It was better for her to sleep a sleep of oblivion, because in sleep there is no pain seal. But all this seemed so far away, and he patiently waited for his hour, not wasting his time of calm in vain. He made plans, trying to occupy himself with maximum benefit. Today I'll talk to Iruka-sensei, and in the evening there will be dinner with the family, the guy thought contentedly in his head, trying to properly distribute the time allotted to him. He wanted everything at once, but now, alas, he could not tear himself apart into a dozen clones. I think I should take advantage of the fact that I did not attend classes and ask for free attendance, so as not to go in vain. I can't wait to finish this academy. The most interesting things will begin after graduation. And then I will become a shinobi. I will not let the war break out in. He hesitated in slight confusion, thinking for a moment. And then what? He didn't know until he decided, but it didn't bother him much. Become Hokage. Become the strongest shinobi. Those were already dreams come true. Wonderful, cherished dreams, but was it worth spending another life repeating them? Of course, he wanted to become a ninja again, and then come what may. Time for a new dream. Obito sat thoughtfully at the table, trying to write the ill-fated report, but it was going very badly. Not to mention that he didn't like all this bureaucracy in principle, a mental contradiction tormented him. He had been sitting like this for an hour, assessing and weighing the situation, and still could not come to the right decision. Maybe you'll do it at home. Itachi, who had been sitting opposite him with a cup of tea for about 15 minutes, asked coldly as usual. With all his gallantry, he didn't offer his guest tea and, in fact, didn't intend to, sincerely believing that he could drink tea at home, and there was no point in wasting his already modest supplies on it. I only have one table, and I don't want you to burn it with your gaze. Obito often visited him. They were not related, and it was difficult to call them friends, but they had something in common. Apart from their last name, they both, for one reason or another, did not obey the head of the clan. Fugaku did not favor him. Itachi recognized only Kushina, his teacher and mentor, while Obito obeyed Minato, so they were often careful in conversations so as not to blurt out something unnecessary, but in general they communicated quite well. And now the usual guest arrived again, as usual, without knocking or warning, not embarrassed by the absence of the host, but not empty-handed. He always brought something. I'd love to, but you know it's noisy at home. I definitely won't be able to write anything there. He leaned back in his chair tiredly, throwing his pencil away hopelessly, and then looked at Itachi carefully, as if assessing him. But he was still indifferent. You're not the one complaining about the noise, you wanted children yourself, Itachi snapped, carefully taking a sip of good green tea. He always bought expensive varieties, even if in this case he had to give up meat and eat energy pills, which were generously given to him by the nurses at the hospital, who were greedy for cold handsome men. Well, the interlocutor drawled a little theatrically, as if displeased, wincing. He already knew that, apparently, he was now superfluous and greatly disturbed his old acquaintance, but he was not going to leave. He did not just come here to sit. You are so cruel. And if my heart can't take it, who else will bring you delicious home-cooked food? You will be left here alone, orphaned and lonely. He could have continued for a long time, dramatizing and using all his acting skills, but he was interrupted. Get to the point, senpai. You're a cracker. Obito sighed humbly and spread his hands in disappointment, returning his gaze to concentration and seriousness. Itachi didn't know about Obito's mission, nor about the necessary contents of the report, so the advantage was on the elder's side. Soon there will be practice at the academy, and you know it yourself. Minato-sensei suggested that I take Naruto on some small job in the police, the Uchiha lied quite plausibly. Naturally, he was not asked for anything. Here I am, thinking where to send him. You kept an eye on him from time to time when Miss Kushina was away, right? Itachi turned his cold, impenetrable gaze to his senpai. He clearly didn't like this conversation. But there was no particular reason to distrust him. The story sounded plausible. Both Uchihas knew perfectly well about the Namikaze couple's plans for their son, except that they never even mentioned the possibility of bureaucratic service in the police. Usually they talked about the Hokage residence or shinobi headquarters. It was strange. Send my son to work for my biggest rival and critic. As in who? As a rat. As a bridge to reconciliation. TCH, weird. Doesn't sound like Minato Dono's policy. Damn Obito. What do you want to hear from me? Either way, it was useless to deny it, so Itachi chose the strategy of being as brief as possible until he understood what this damn clown wanted from him. However, Obito had expected this. The younger Uchiha nodded easily and put down his cup of still warm tea. From the outside, everything was natural, as always, but this was not a conversation between friends at the table, but a conversation between shinobi, and this fact alone changed everything. He had to be more careful. I would like to know who trained him, and according to what program, maybe you know. Puppeteer, Itachi answered immediately, trying to keep his voice indifferent. It's obvious. Didn't you know? To this, Obito only slyly narrowed his one eye and slightly turned his head to the right, without losing eye contact with his Kahai. He smiled slightly with a sly smile, as if mocking, and waited for him to continue. Surprisingly, Itachi felt himself relax a little, seeing the change in the mood of the interlocutor. He was clearly mocking him. TCH. If you know yourself, Then why are you asking? God, Itachi, relax, the man answered cheerfully, completely confusing his opponent. You're always so serious. You'll get lost on the road of life. Like Kakashi, you'll always be a gloomy bore. The Kahai was about to say something sarcastic, trying not to turn the attention to his current captain, but he was not allowed. That's not the point now. So what about Naruto? What can he do? Where would it be better to place him? I won't tell you anything new. Itachi remained calm outwardly, but he was starting to get annoyed that he didn't understand what Senpai was getting at. Had he screwed up somewhere and now they didn't trust him? No, he shouldn't have, because then the mistrust would fall on Kushina Dono too, and he couldn't put her in harm's way. He had to start being careful. The usual academy program. I don't even know what to advise you. The police are clearly not a place for children. Huh, but he's a future shinobi, Obito muttered, raising his eyebrows discontentedly, like a child. The puppeteer should have prepared him well. He can, for example, run with papers between departments and posts. And even train in the police dojo with the recruits. What is he talking about? Itachi thought, falling silent for a second, looking at his interlocutor with confusion and slightly surprised. For the first time that evening, his face betrayed any, albeit weak, emotions. He didn't know what to answer or how to answer correctly. He knows that the puppeteer didn't practice taijutsu with him. Damn it. Whether I object or support him, it won't lead to anything. Why are you thinking? Obito lost his feigned cheerfulness again in an instant. He had already achieved what he wanted. You probably think I'm crazy, if I'm going to send a guy to the police, who all his life did nothing but throw shurikens and clumsily tried to train alone. Then, Itachi tensed, feeling that the conversation was approaching its denouement, and he didn't even have time to react, as Obito with one sharp movement of his hand pinned his Kohai's palm to the table, squeezing it with a death grip. The cup with unfinished tea swayed with a clang, but still did not tip over. The younger Uchiha hissed briefly from unexpected pain and tried in vain to break free, looking furiously at his clansman who was burning him with his gaze. Then why the hell is this little deaf invalid walking like he's already a shinobi? The hell knows, Obito, Itachi blurted out. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Who taught him to walk lightly? A child's light step. Were you listening to his every step? Itachi tried to pull himself together and return his face to composure. Everything suddenly fell into place. This whole circus was only needed to catch him, to destroy the possibility of escape. In Konoha, they cannot activate the Sharingan without permission, and in a fight without eyes, the advantage was absolutely on the side of the much more experienced Obito, who held his Kahai in a death grip. There was nothing to do, it was necessary to oppose to the end. This is nonsense. But even if you have not gone crazy, and this is true, maybe the puppeteer taught him. You're lying, he couldn't stand the boy. Then how would I know? I'm not his nanny. You're probably mistaken. The gate may be similar in appearance, indeed. What a dumbass, Naruto Uchiha mentally scolded. But I can't blame him. The light step is pure habit, you don't even notice it afterwards. Let's say it does. Then why do his instincts react to hidden danger? Until the very end, I thought he didn't notice the surveillance, until the kid looked at me. You know, with my chakra control, some kids can't figure me out with their peripheral vision. Obito hissed and seemed to burn a hole in his Kahai's head with his gaze. He was about to parry this attack somehow, but the elder Uchiha didn't let him. There's no point in denying it, Itachi. I know that you first announced his death, and then confirmed his identity. That Kushina Dono recognized him. So what the hell is going on? And I don't advise you to lie to me. Say thank you that I came to you and didn't immediately report to the Hokage. I have no desire to frame Kushina Dono, so be so kind as to explain. Obito abruptly let go of Itachi's hand, and Itachi quickly pulled away, but didn't get up or try to leave, rubbing his freed palm. The situation was unpleasant. The younger Uchiha was always wary of Obito when it came to conflicts. Of course, he had never seen him in a serious fight, but there was no reason to doubt the skills of one of the strongest Jonin. Even though he was a genius, even though he was a candidate for Anbu captain, the boy couldn't compare his strength with his senpai, but he instinctively knew that the elder's eyes were stronger. For now, he could try to escape, but it would do nothing, only worsening the situation and harming Kushina Dono. Damn Obito, I'll have to deny it to the last. Although, Itachi thought sharply, mentally going over the options. This scenario could easily be turned in his favor. He could be useful. It's not my secret, Obito. But, he paused for a second, looking attentively and seriously into the eyes of his old acquaintance. It's definitely Naruto. Yes, he's different, but his blood, his soul, his consciousness, all of this is Naruto. You may not believe me, but Kushina-sama wouldn't lie. You know how she loves her children, how she loves you and me. She would never forgive a substitution. It was a strong move. The woman always treated her children, Minato's students, whom she had known since childhood, and her students, Kenshin and Heather, the same way, as her own children. Obito himself knew this, so he relaxed a little and leaned back in his chair, but, one way or another, continued to look closely at Itachi, who was still as cold and indifferent on the outside. What do you mean, different? He finally asked quietly after a while, trying to process the information. What is? Our Naruto is dead, and only you and I should know about it, since it happened that way. Kushina-san doesn't know, she recognized him by blood and thinks that the boy simply changed for natural reasons. But now this is a different Naruto, he is an adult and has seen a different world. I don't know everything yet, I still have to talk to him. With each word Itachi Obito looked more and more puzzled, his eyebrows furrowed, and his gaze became somewhat distant. It's hard to believe, but he talked about the war, and then his gaze was similar to yours. I don't want to make a mistake a second time. You have to understand me. This is some kind of nonsense. The shinobi tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingers. I was ready to hear anything, but this. No one in their right mind would believe this. Obito, in Itachi's head this whole situation had already played out as a successful game, even so he had already found a couple of options for resolving the situation. Kushina Dono must not know about this, and I will do everything to protect her. But Hokage Dono must not know either. No one must. What do you suggest? We need to come up with an alibi. I'll tell you everything I know. The visit to Iruka after classes did not end with anything special, to his great disappointment. First, he had to wait for him in the teacher's room for a long time. During this time, the cheerful and sociable Naruto, who clearly did not want to sit still after sitting on school benches for several hours in a row, managed to pester other teachers with an offer to help with something, written on a white sheet of Shikamaru's former notebook, and even do something. He dragged the sheets where they were asked, watered the flowers and even wrote care instructions with recommendations for them. Still, he loved to take care of flowers, they were the only living creatures, not counting the cockroaches under the sink in the kitchen, that had been with him all his life. And he loved them, took care of them, and they bloomed, delighting him with bright inflorescences every new season. And if Naruto was not a genius in the art of shinobi, then he clearly had talent in growing indoor plants. Kiba sometimes even joked that the flowers loved him, because Uzumaki was the main vegetable in the village, in terms of intelligence, so to speak, one of our own. And so, having helped out and even having received a couple of candies from the sweet old lady for his help, Naruto, or, what a kind boy, was sitting at a small coffee table on the sofa and contentedly painting a wall newspaper with gouache on the numbers that the young teacher who had thoughtfully asked him for a favor had thoughtfully left. She would occasionally glance at the boy from behind her desk, occasionally giggling slightly embarrassedly when the boy tried diligently not to go beyond the lines, focused and serious, like a real shinobi. And although she could have sworn that at some point it seemed to her as if the boy was flirting with her with his eyes, taking the work and clarifying the details, she still couldn't help but admit that the boy was rather cute and charming, albeit a little strange. And finally, when Iruka, who had heard about the good boy on the way, finally returned, Uzumaki had already finished half of the wall newspaper. Seeing the one he had been waiting for so long, the guy cheerfully, beamingly smiled, carefully put his brushes aside so as not to splatter the results of his work, and quickly jumped up, barely restraining himself from throwing himself on the neck of his adopted father. Iruka himself was very pleasantly surprised by this, but he had nothing special to say. The teacher still had not found the documents for the boy's reinstatement and had only just sent a request to the Hokage. Nevertheless, Yumino, again, but already unpleasantly surprised by the student's muteness, conducted a briefing just in case and handed out a sheet with a class schedule. Naruto was about to say something, but only helplessly flapped his lips. Not all shinobi can read them, most, in general, do not need to. So Iruka looked at these attempts with bewilderment. To hell with you, Naruto thought cheerfully opening the notebook he had taken and quickly writing down a suggestion to go to Ichiraku Ramen in honor of the restoration. At this, Iruka only smiled guiltily and ruffled the cheerful boy's hair with his hand. He was proud of him, of course, very proud. Every time the teacher worried during exams and tests, sincerely wishing the boy luck, he always hoped that the results would be better, and every time he looked with pain at the sad and depressed child, in the depths of whose eyes there was a determination that was not typical for children. Uzumaki never gave up. Failures did not break him, but they did not make him happy either. Only a cold, tired face and determination were his eternal companions. Naruto was always like that. Perhaps that was why Yumino always followed the boy and his results at the academy. He wanted to believe that the boy would be able to break fate, that his determination would correct injustice. And he believed until the very end. Now Naruto stood before him like a new, completely unknown child, smiling for the first time so brightly and sincerely, as if he had come to life. And this smile alone made Iruka happy. Only one thing connected the boy with the previous image, the determination in his eyes, a determination that even many adults do not have. Sorry, Naruto, I'm expected home today, not to mention work, but I'm free on Friday. From today until Thursday, all the results of the internship assignments should be announced, and then we'll be able to celebrate 2 events at once. Agreed. The eyes of the cheerfully nodding boy lit up with joy, and he didn't even know what was nicer to hear, that his adopted father was communicating with him so warmly, not in a routine and dry manner, not like with some unknown boy, or that they were waiting for him at home. Of course, Naruto thought, feeling a lingering but joyful pain in his heart. Kurama didn't attack the village. He has a family, they're waiting for him at home. Damn it, Iruka-sensei, I'm so happy for you. You know, the teacher's warm voice brought him out of his reverie, his broad palm once again running through his unruly hair, ruffling it even more. There was genuine care and joy in Yumino's gaze, and Naruto couldn't help but give in to these feelings. For the first time in so many years, you really seem like a child. I'm so glad to see you smile. Congratulations on the successful operation, Naruto, I'm sure you'll grow up to be a very strong person. Am I really not dreaming? Why, what did I do to deserve this? As if intoxicated by this joy, Naruto could not believe in the reality of this ideal world. It seemed to him that he was on the edge, that another second and he would burst into 1,000 bright colors, fly apart into uneven blots and splash the walls. His soul was torn from his body in a whirlwind of jubilation, and he barely held on to not break loose and do something strange. This is an illusion, this is some kind of genjutsu. I'm going crazy. I've already gone crazy. All the way home Naruto thought with some pleasure that happiness for others, especially for family and important people, was much more pleasant than personal happiness. It was much more intoxicating, making the heart flutter. And it seemed that nothing could spoil this elation. Feeling an unimaginable lightness, Uzumaki seemed to be flying home, rushing through the streets of Konoha. He could not cope with the hurricane of feelings raging in his heart. He wanted to run, no matter where, just to do something, finding an outlet for his energy. Obito finally left, and Itachi had no choice but to go to Naruto. The elder still had doubts, but decided not to put a spoke in the wheel for now, thinking that it was worth waiting for the conversation between the Kohai and the blonde root of all problems. For now, he just needed time to digest the information. The hallway of the Namikaze home greeted Itachi with a slight crackle of the identifying seal on the frame of the front door, which the owners never closed. Taught by bitter experience in her childhood, Kushina did not trust any bolts, but she trusted herself and her abilities, so all the windows and doors were protected. Itachi was always welcome here, and he came, as usual, without warning, easily bypassing the protective seal. Only Naruto, who had just recently returned home, was at home, looking surprisingly happy. Mito, as the note on the fridge said, had gone with Kushina to her grandmother's for training and promised to be back only for dinner. Minato, unsurprisingly, was still at work. The house was empty as usual, but the mere fact that someone would come changed everything for Uzumaki, and he obediently waited at home, trying to occupy himself with something. And then his loneliness was interrupted. Itachi was not used to seeing a predatory fox-like gleam in those blue eyes, so uncharacteristic of a child. It went right to the bone, as if it saw right through him, but there was no malice or danger in it. Rather, mischief, curiosity and a special meaningfulness, a depth in which a long history had left its mark. And Naruto did not hide, immediately behaving as usual, not trying to maintain the image of a child. He calmly walked into the living room, leading the silent guest behind him. The click of the kettle button broke the silence. Itachi didn't know how to start. After all, the situation was unusual, and he could no longer use the Sharingan to penetrate the subconscious due to known reasons, namely the restriction and the law. You wanted to talk. He didn't have time to finish before a notebook, a little more than half full, fell onto the table in front of him. I know the laws of Konoha, Naruto mouthed. Read this and burn it. You prepared well, Itachi said coldly, even, it seemed, indifferently, but curiosity still betrayed his interest, and he opened the cover slightly, looking at the contents of the first page. And yet, albeit reluctantly, Uchiha turned his gaze to the guy, tearing himself away from the sheets and expecting to receive comments on this text. Even though you wouldn't know it, I can be quite serious when it comes to business, Dadbeo. The guy grinned, tilting his head slightly to the side. He even began to vaguely resemble Obito, and Itachi shuddered slightly, but he didn't show it. I described everything here as it is. I'll tell you right away, you won't like it. The other you plays a significant role there. Not the most pleasant reading. I don't want to put this burden on you, just remember that you is different, and you are not responsible for his actions. The Uchiha did not hesitate, immediately began reading. He read quite quickly, maintaining an outward composure, and only by his ragged breathing or unexpectedly deep inhalations could one understand that the text still did not leave him indifferent. Sometimes his pupils froze, and his lips compressed into a thin, tense line. Naruto waited patiently. Itachi felt a certain numbness. He did not feel pain, no anger flared up inside him. He was a listener, far from this story, and could he do more than express regret and make every effort to prevent this story from happening in their world? But still, deep in his heart, a prickly, bilious feeling arose, which he tried to suppress, which he tried not to think about, and it was intended for another Itachi, who managed to do what this one failed to do, self-sacrifice. And this began to gnaw at his soul. And yet, now Itachi had no doubts. This time he did the right thing. It's no wonder you ran away from that world, Itachi began, closing the notebook. He still didn't know how to react to this, feeling detached and morally devastated. It wasn't the most pleasant fairy tale, with very unpleasant details. I thought our world was cruel, but yours is just awful. I didn't run away, Naruto answered sharply, his eyes quickly losing their shine and playfulness. It hurt him to talk about the past, but it was necessary. He looked at Itachi carefully, trying to speak slowly and as clearly as possible to convey everything he lived for, as usual, revealing his whole soul, hiding nothing, because this is the only way to open the hearts of others in response. He lived with this dogma his entire life. I would not leave that world, no matter what was offered to me in return. It was my home, my burden and life. Yes, I made many mistakes, rose to the top and fell to the very bottom. I had nothing, achieved, built bonds and in the end lost everything. I became nothing and wore the mask of the hero, but I wore it undeservedly. My whole life was reduced to serving a new world, at the foundation of which lay the bones of everyone I loved. And I was ready for this. Even after death. Then why are you here? Itachi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect such an answer. They didn't ask me if I wanted to leave that world, they offered me to start all over again here or go into oblivion. Your Naruto tore out my soul, and there was no turning back. It doesn't matter. Either way, Sasuke is still there, Ibeo. He will finish what I started. It sounds like hypocrisy. Would you really, having lost everyone, not agree to come to this world if you hadn't died in that one? Itachi wondered what he would do. He probably would have agreed even if he had lost everything. It was a difficult question, maybe he just wanted to start all over again too. Naruto was silent for a moment, looking down. He had something to say. Blue eyes looked resolutely at Uchiha again. Longing, sorrow, loneliness, hope, inflexibility, everything was mixed in that look, and Itachi realized that the guy was clearly not joking. Even that look alone would have been enough for him, but nevertheless, Naruto still found the words. I can answer, but it will be a long monologue. I'm not rushing you. Itachi was interested, he wanted to know as much as possible about this Naruto, about his world. All this was unreal, strange, but he could not suppress his curiosity before the unknown, before this anomaly. And now he waited patiently, maintaining external composure and concentrating on the guy's lips, so as not to miss anything. Naruto's lips twitched uncertainly, and he began a confession that was more intended for himself than for his interlocutor. There were people in my life that I especially valued, and the memory of them would not allow me to say, yes. You know, they are still important to me. Where to begin? I used to think for a long time about what I felt when the image of Sasuke or Sakura, my first friend and my first love, appeared in my head. These were definitely different feelings, but equally strong and important. I did not always understand them and wondered which of them was love, which was devoted friendship. But both feelings were something greater, more sublime and platonic. They were everything to me that I never had. My family, my first friends, they were both my dream. I wanted to be as cool as Sasuke, to have Sakura's gaze fixed on me. But at some point, I no longer needed either one. I wanted Sakura, loyal and sincere, to be able to convey her feelings to him, and for Sasuke to no longer experience the feeling that once ate away at my soul, hatred. I wanted the three of us to come home, to have a family again, to go on missions with them, to gather around the same table on holidays. But Sakura died, and Sasuke couldn't come back, feeling the burden of his sins. And I was left alone, without them, without a family. Again. Then the hatred returned, but now it was towards myself, towards my weaknesses and mistakes. I could forgive anyone, understand, console, but I couldn't myself. And then the ground slipped out from under my feet. I couldn't cope with it. I started making mistakes and fell to the very bottom, from which there was no one to pull me out. My guilt and my burden are what I had to bear until the very end, getting back on my feet, going to Anbu and defending everything for which everyone I loved gave their lives. Only in this way could I survive. So no, I would not have left, just as I will not leave this world now. Itachi listened to him attentively, without interrupting or interfering. The feeling of detachment was replaced by a slight trepidation. In front of him was indeed a shinobi, and not just any shinobi, but a strong and experienced one. Itachi involuntarily began to compare him with himself, but there was no opportunity to rethink his mistakes. Now he believed, understood the danger and saw the way. There was simply no time left for doubts. I don't regret lying then. Itachi sighed and smiled slightly, with only the corners of his lips, looking down, but only for a second. Now he was talking to him as an equal. At least Naruto inspired much more respect and trust than Senpai. Even if you're not blood, you really are their son. I'll be brief and get to the point. Obito came to me today and brought two unpleasant pieces of news at once. Firstly, your light gait is noticeable if you watch you, as are your instinctive reactions, but we'll figure that out with him. Wait, Ibeo, Naruto interrupted sharply, shaking excitedly and moving closer to the table. Obito, is he alive? Is he back? What about Rin? Did Kakashi lose anyone? Stop. We'll discuss this later. I don't have time. I'll tell you everything I know, but next time. This is the second piece of news. I'm being sent on vacation. You know what that means. Now excuse me, I need to hand in my mask in half an hour and go through all the paperwork. I don't want to be late. But you said you weren't rushing me, and now you're leaving. Naruto was indignant. He told so much about himself, and in return he only received a couple of facts. I wasn't rushing you. We wouldn't have had enough time to discuss it anyway, Itachi answered calmly, standing up and heading for the door, clearly showing that he didn't intend to listen to the guy today. He continued already at the exit and more softly, which was surprising. Forgive me, I need to think a little. I hope you understand. Oh yeah, you don't have to worry about alibis and suspicions anymore. Obito and I will solve everything. And thank you. Itachi immediately disappeared, and the boy could only nod gratefully after the departing guest. He did not understand what he was being thanked for, because it was the Uzumaki who did the favor. He should be the one obliged. But the Uchiha had his own vision of the situation, unknown to the boy. After the guest left, Naruto didn't know what to do with himself. This conversation was difficult for him. He felt tired, although just a couple of hours ago he was simply overflowing with energy. He lay down on the sofa for literally a second to rest a little, and he himself did not notice how he fell asleep. But it did not last long. Wake up, sleepyhead. The girl's cool palms squeezed the striped cheeks with a characteristic clap, tearing their owner from the tenacious clutches of dreams. Mito is home. You missed me. I did too. Naruto nodded hopelessly, purely instinctively, not yet fully understanding the situation and humbly knitting his eyebrows, not even paying attention to the fact that it was not a question. The unpleasant sensations from abrupt awakening did not allow him to concentrate much, so he simply sat up, sleepily blinking his eyes. Cheerful, as if not at all after training, his sister was already waving, slightly teasing, a white envelope in front of his nose, on which the guy was still able to discern the academy's coat of arms. Lucky guy, she said, giggling. Someone's already been hired for an internship. Don't give him hope ahead of time. Dad and I sent the form late, it shouldn't have been processed yet, Kushina said, slightly perplexed. They really did send it late, only yesterday evening, at the last minute, considering the recent events and her son's recovery. Before that, they hadn't expected to allow Naruto to practice at all, expecting a longer period of rehabilitation after the operation. It must be some kind of mistake. He'll open it and find out. Mito didn't let up. Naruto looked at his mother and then at his sister in bewilderment. His brain had finally woken up, and as soon as the meaning of the conversation had reached him, the guy took the envelope that was extended to him and opened it with slight impatience. In that world, he was not accepted for practical training. He had no parental protection, he had no talent, and the leaders themselves did not let him do ordinary work, telling him not to come and not create problems for them. And now he was interested in what his father and mother had chosen for him, because there clearly had to be something cool there. He hoped for it. All work related specifically to the activities of shinobi, and not civilians, was considered a very prestigious practice at the academy, and Minato's son clearly could not get something that was usually foisted off on clanless and not very talented students. Maybe he would have to work in the Hokage's residence or at checkpoints, or maybe even at the training grounds. What? Mito said discontentedly, puffing out her cheeks as soon as she read the notice. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at the sheet of paper with an unseeing gaze, as if through it. Mom, this is somehow unfair. Sonny, are you upset? Kushina asked with concern and slight excitement, noticing the children's reaction. She came closer and leaned towards her son to be at his level, her warm fingers touching his cheek tenderly. Working in the residence archive is not as interesting as I would like, but it is important. You will be able to help Dad. That's great. Huh, Mito was slightly surprised. Archives. But no, there's nothing about the residence here. Naruto took a deep, slow breath, emphasizing his doom, and continued to stare into space. Confused, Kushina carefully took the sheet of paper from her son's hands and ran her eyes over the lines. Her face darkened sharply, and a vein even swelled on her forehead from irritation. Her lips trembled crookedly, and her fists clenched helplessly. There was a seal on the sheet, which meant that all the practices had already been certified and distributed, meaning they could not be appealed. Dear Namikaze Naruto, the Konoha Shinobi Training Organization Committee informs you that you will be sent for practical training from 10/1XXX to 101XXY in the following area of activity: basement floor cleaner and more. To receive recommendations, you must appear at the place of practice, Point 12, Medical Building Number 4, on September 30th, XXX. The referral is certified by a statement of targeted admission from the pharmaceutical department under the leadership of the Jonin Yamato and under the patronage of the head of the research center, the Sanin Orochimaru. Sincerely, Tadeo Nava, 924. XXX. Amazing, just amazing, this is the best thing that could have happened to me. Internship with Orochimaru, what an irony, Naruto thought doomedly and rather sarcastically, feeling unimaginably tired after such a busy and contrasting day. This is karma. This is the price for my happiness, and it must be accepted. Maybe it will even be fun. Commentary on Chapter 7, Contrasts. I'm alive. Thank you so much for believing and waiting. Thank you for your feedback and support. Less than 3, you are awesome. This chapter was especially hard for me, but I stood firm. Like a king. Soon we will have fun basement routines and strange experiments. Hey, I've been wanting to write about this for a long time. It's time for Yamato to go on stage. Chapter 8. Awareness. Some days are not going well from the very morning. They can be ruined by anything. A bad mood or minor troubles in the form of spilled tea or burnt eggs, fussy relatives who are always trying to flash before your eyes, hastily trying to get ready to go somewhere where something supposedly important is happening, but is absolutely useless on the scale of your entire life. Why rush if you're already late? Naruto indulged in such unworthy shinobi thoughts, watching his sister rushing from the dining room to the hallway in an attempt to find her keys. However, he was also late, but it was hard to tell by how calmly the guy was finishing his breakfast. Mito, my dear, if you don't try to calm down, you definitely won't find them and you'll be late. Learn to be a shinobi even in everyday life. Kushina took it upon herself to help the little girl, as usual, gently, but uncompromisingly guiding her on the right path. The boy gradually grew accustomed to his mother's warm voice, but it did not lose its charm, warming his soul every time. And he looked at her with undisguised affection. Minato sat slightly distantly at the table opposite Uzumaki with a mug of coffee, studying some scroll. Occasionally he was distracted from reading, glancing at his son. The other Naruto considered this tenacious, intent gaze stifling and was wary of it. His father never scolded him and Mito, did not yell, did not beat, but looked so intently, as if he knew everything and even more and patiently waited for them to tell everything themselves. And they spoke, confessed even to things that he did not even think to catch them in. Broken vases, fights, unfinished work and mistakes, he knew about everything, but never yelled or punished them. He listened to them to the end, without interrupting, and asked the same question. And what will you do next? The Namikaze children never lied. They knew how to take responsibility and correct their mistakes as they saw fit. And Minato was proud of them. This Naruto was different. This was a completely different child. Easily withstanding any gaze, as if not noticing it at all. This boy was active, curious and completely independent. He did not ask for permission to go for a walk, as before. He did not warn where he was going and when he would return. He had his secrets and did not intend to dedicate anyone to his plans. Now Naruto looked into people's faces without fear, but also without challenge, with some kind of wildness in his gaze, unpredictability, as if he was looking right through into the very essence of a person. And, what is most strange, this gaze was exactly the same as Minato's. This is both my child and not my child at the same time. The behavior, the thinking, the habits, everything changed so abruptly, but the boy still looked like his parents, but now in completely different parts of his personality. This greatly puzzled Minato. Who are you? Are you Naruto? Where did you get that look from? When did you manage to change so much? He didn't understand at all how these abrupt changes had happened. A change in personality, goals, attitude towards parents and life, but he had to accept it. Even towards him, his father, Naruto now treated him completely differently, with respect, slight pride, but without much interest. He didn't avoid him, but he didn't seek communication either, as he had with Kushina or Mito. I guess all parents go through this. The moment when kids stop being kids. But how did I miss it? Young man, you wouldn't hurt to hurry up so you don't get late for the test, Kushina began sternly, looking intently at her son, who had once been absolutely calm as a boa constrictor. Or have you already changed your mind about becoming a shinobi? He clearly became embarrassed under her stern gaze. His mother, frankly, frightened him somewhere on a subconscious level. Feeling his legs go a little numb from the instinctive danger, Naruto quickly began to devour the rest of the scrambled eggs. There was no point in arguing. And as soon as Minato expressed silent condolences to his son with a crooked smile of sympathy, it was his turn. Don't you have to be at the residence? Shikaku is already taking part of your work, and now you're even late. You can have some coffee in the office. Already in the hallway, hurriedly getting dressed, Minato looked at the same disheveled, hurrying Naruto and thought that he was still quite similar to him. Uzumaki at that moment was learning a new truth. He lost faith in his thought that you don't have to hurry when you're late, not in this house, not with this woman. And in general, it's better not to argue. The academy was even more hectic than at home, bringing an irresistible melancholy to the boy. His mood had already been spoiled by the upcoming practice of a kind of housewife of the cold corpse packing shop, and today something useless was expected, namely a psychological test before the practice, which Naruto did not expect to pass, especially after Orochimaru's antics with these directions. It was already clear that he would have to work hard. Almost everyone was nervous, fiddling with something in their hands or fidgeting in their chairs, trying to distract themselves. Only the clan shinobi were mostly calm, because they were better prepared, and they had nothing to lose. They would still become shinobi, even if they were not sent to practice. So, there will be no classes today, as you already know, Iruka began. 4 Jonin were standing next to him, of whom Naruto recognized only 2, and both of them were from the squad for work with suspects and civilians. A serious approach. Today's test will consist of 2 parts, an interview and an on-site assignment. During the first part, you will be invited to neighboring rooms in turn. As soon as I announce the start of the test, talking and whispering will be prohibited, as well as passing information. After the interview is over, returning to the classroom is prohibited. Immediately go where you are sent. Therefore, do not leave your things here. For breaking the rules, the test is automatically considered failed, and you lose the right to do an internship in ninja work. This year, this test is especially important. I warn you that for those who fail, the path to shinobi will already be closed, and you will be sent to civilian internship. At that moment everyone began to look at each other excitedly. No one expected that the test would be a pre-qualification. But the children did not have time to start the discussion. If there are no questions, then good luck to everyone. Let's begin. They began inviting students in 2 by 2, following the list. They left and did not return. With each passing minute, in the silence and agonizing anticipation, the children began to panic more and more. Even Hinata began to worry a little, barely noticeably squeezing the ends of her sleeves in her palms and running her worried gaze over the desk, trying to find something to cling to, but still trying to control herself. Only Naruto, Shino and Shikamaru remained completely calm. The latter, apparently, also noticed that the panic of the crowd was gradually creeping up on the girl sitting next to him, so he laid his head on her shoulder, pretending to fall asleep, and yawned especially loudly, demonstrating boredom with his whole appearance. Hyuga was distracted by this and relaxed, noticing the steadfastness of her friends. She did not want to lag behind them. Ino and Sakura were holding up well. Sakura was considered a smart girl, so she felt confident in her abilities, and Ino was simply perfectly prepared mentally to withstand the expectations and pressure. After all, her clan activities implied this. Uruka, the only adult left in the class, watched them. It was obvious that the test had already begun. Fortunately, no one in the classroom broke down and spoke up during this time, but the atmosphere was not the most pleasant. Namikaze Naruto, room 209. Nara Shikamaru, room 218. Not yet accustomed to his new name, Uzumaki did not expect to be called so early, but it was actually a good thing. He swaggered down, confidently smiling at his sensei one last time, and left the office with Nara. They did not have time to talk to Shikamaru and immediately went their separate ways, but they did not need to. These tests were always complete nonsense, and they both knew it. There was a shinobi unknown to him in Office 209. There was something unpleasant about him. His tired, narrow eyes, under which large dark bags flaunted, began to bore into the guy as soon as he entered the classroom. There was something strange in that look. Shinobi from the Investigation and Work with Suspects detachment were always easy to distinguish by appearance. It was as if they were all deliberately chosen from the most unpleasant and disgusting people in each issue in terms of energy. But it must be admitted, it was effective. It also smelled characteristically of strong cigarettes. If his uncombed, sticking out short hair were slicked back, it would be quite no Irish. The chairs in the classroom were arranged in a circle, with the ninja conducting the test sitting on one of them, and the others were free, so the student could choose any. If we take into account the most seemingly advantageous positions, these were chairs with their backs to the wall, but not too close, and not interfering with the view of the enemy, so that in case of danger they would not expose their back and have an escape route in the form of a window or door. There were only two good places, and they were quite obvious to children. But Naruto was not a child, and sitting in a deliberately obviously prepared place would be stupid. He simply took one of the chairs and pulled it out to the middle, sitting very close, literally a meter from the shinobi. This position was the most advantageous for a small but nimble target, so he could strike first or jump to the side, dodging, in order to get behind the enemy as quickly as possible. But this required good preparation and reaction, which Uzumaki, fortunately, could boast of due to experience. He was a close-range fighter after all. The examiner looked at it with indifference, but the fact that some brat underestimated him so much made him slightly angry. The guy was clearly not afraid of him and didn't care about the prejudice he was causing. Naruto had been in breakthrough, capture, reconnaissance and cleansing squads, and none of them particularly favored those whose lot was torture. Rarely did they gain respect, for example, people like Morino, who were good and dangerous not only in interrogating unarmed people, but also on the battlefield. Moreover, he was fair. All these guys could do was sit back in Konoha and check capable shinobi after missions and on court. They were not liked, and no matter how hard Naruto tried, this slightly arrogant attitude was passed on to him. The guy did not despise them, but at the same time did not value them at all. For him, they were not shinobi in the full sense of the word, but rather full-time employees in the civil service. Namikaze Naruto, your form says that you can hear but not speak. Is that so? The shinobi said coldly, not showing his irritation. Naruto nodded indifferently. I see, you are a very brave guy, again a nod. And arrogant. I will ask questions, answer briefly, without thinking. You do not need a sheet, I can read lips. The questions are read once. You have 1 minute to answer each question. As soon as the time is up, I will ask a new question. You cannot change the answer. You cannot add to it. You cannot cross it out. If you do not answer, I put, no answer. Any questions? Naruto didn't even bat an eyelid at his fast, as if minted speech, and shook his head negatively, to which the testing shinobi immediately took out an hourglass. He didn't like the boy, so he decided to run him through all the compiled and additional questions, and not the basic part, like the others. However, this was not a problem. Now Naruto guessed about the strange type of thinking of his other self. It was enough to simply rummage through things and find unusual drawings and notes of the guy, which meant that there was no need to bother with the test. However, he was not going to play and pretend to be something. The guy was simply not ready to give coherent answers now, adjusting to another personality that he did not know, and not lie even once, without getting caught on repeat questions and traps. All that was left was to just be himself, the most advantageous, albeit risky, position against shinobi psychologists. First question. 4 large boulders and 12 small ones fall from a cliff onto a caravan of 20 convoys. What is the probability that a large boulder will fall onto the main wagon, provided that each stone reaches one of the convoys? 50-50, the guy answered without thinking, mouthing his lips, still looking at the shinobi with an indifferent and slightly empty gaze. He had not expected such an answer and so quickly, so he was slightly stunned, but his face remained just as impenetrable. Usually children were confused by the unexpected first question about calculations or panicked, trying to calculate the probability. Geniuses, on the other hand, thought for a moment and gave the correct answer without hesitation. This answer was not correct, but it was given with such confidence. And how did you count? Well, either it will fall or it won't. 1/2, in short, Naruto answered, scratching his eyebrow and chuckling. He didn't like problems that involved calculations, he liked logic or creative thinking more. The face of the shinobi sitting opposite him didn't change, remaining just as stony and impenetrable, but the guy could swear that they were clearly looking at him like he was an idiot. However, for some reason he wasn't offended. This answer wasn't correct from the point of view of probability theory, but overall it could be considered logical. Strange, but logical. Both Naruto and the shinobi checking him understood this. Okay. Second question. Shinobi A was sent on a mission to pass on an information scroll to Shinobi B at night. The night will be dark due to clouds. Shinobi B needs to familiarize himself with the information that same night. How can Shinobi A pass on the information? Just give me the scroll. Is that your entire answer? The man asked after a while, realizing that the guy wasn't going to say anything else to explain. There were still 45 seconds left. Naruto's answers were simple and rather monosyllabic, and the examiner was becoming interested in learning his logic. Well, yes. Shinobi A's job is to hand over the scroll. Shinobi B's job is to read it. Let's say, what if the task of Shinobi A is to transmit not a scroll, but information? And what will this change? Naruto looked at the shinobi in bewilderment, he sincerely did not see the difference between the wording. He cannot read the scroll and retell it, just as he cannot light a fire to read. Light and noise attract attention. Moreover, there are seals for modifying Konoha scrolls to text for the blind. Well, these pimples. Pup. What? Excuse me. For a second the examiner even thought that he had read the answer incorrectly. Bumps. Little dots. In any case, if the information is important, it won't be passed on to just anyone, and all elite shinobi can read bumps. Here the guy remembered that thinking is thinking, and it's clearly not worth going overboard with your knowledge and experience. In such a case, it's better to refer to authority. Uzumaki looked at his opponent seriously and gloomily, as if telling a deadly secret, and raised his index finger up, giving the first thing that came to mind. For example, my dad. He can do it. The inspecting shinobi desperately wanted to take a deep, exhausted breath, but he held back. He didn't understand whether this boy was a genius or a complete idiot, but the fact that he was wildly annoying, so much so that he wanted to hit him, was hard to deny. Annoying and interesting at the same time. Naruto also answered all subsequent questions strangely. He knew a lot, and that was obvious. He handled all the team and professional questions in an unusual way, but generally correctly, but by the end, he apparently got tired and began to answer strangely, half according to the manuals and regulations, half like a crazy person with a clearly not sober mind. For example, when asked about teamwork, he answered that distribution into teams should be in connection with abilities, that there should be reconnaissance teams, attack, cover and mobile squads, and everyone must be ready to regroup into mixed squads, but... And then he inserted something inadequate, that he would not go on reconnaissance with Gai Sensei or Inuzuka, because the former was somehow nailed, and the latter bitten by rabid dogs. Moreover, the examiner wrote down the last phrase as a quote, he could not shake the feeling that the child was just having fun. However, all questions disappeared when the man, remembering something, looked again at the student's file and saw the place of practice. Everything fell into place. Exactly, it's him. Yeah, this idiot only goes to Orochimaru, he thought tiredly and moved on to the final questions. The last questions were purely formal and psychological in nature, like, do you often feel like things are getting out of your control? Do thoughts often come to your mind that you don't want anyone to know about? Or, do you have many secrets? But Naruto answered them immediately and in a standard way. In the end, it was only possible to latch on to two questions, about lies and secrets, but he evasively answered that, everyone has secrets, and they are inextricably linked with lies, and that he does not lie only to himself, and that is enough for him. And yet, having filled in the last columns, the examiner decided to ask one more question. So Naruto, one last question and you can go. You are still deaf in one ear and mute, you have absolutely no academic success or achievements, do you still believe that you can become a shinobi? He knew it was a cruel and painful question, and waited for a corresponding reaction. But there was none. What could be more useful than a mute shinobi? Naruto answered with a smile. This question did not bother him at all, and he stood up, preparing to leave. Now I can be free. Yes, the man answered a little later, thoughtfully looking at the sheets of paper with the questionnaire and writing the information in the blank space at the end. Go to the 48th testing ground and wait by the red flagpole. All the results will be known tomorrow. As soon as Naruto left, the man relayed the message about the change of the inspector, grabbed all the written questionnaires and jumped out the window onto the neighboring roof, taking a cigarette hidden between the scrolls from the front pocket of his vest. Working with children was always more difficult than with Nukenin, prisoners and suspects, so the ninja took turns from time to time. And now, having finished with his half, he was heading to give all the questionnaires to the captain of their group. His colleague was already reporting on the spot. One of the Anbu was standing next to the captain and examining the questionnaires of the general group. His mask looked like the face of a white porcelain doll, or rather, like a cast of a woman's face with unclear features. A perfectly beautiful mask. I sent these ones on group missions. Overall, I don't think they can become shinobi, except for some of them, maybe, for the rear. The other group, Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and another clanless student. They were sent to individual training grounds, where they are awaiting individual checks. All data will be provided in the report. Overall, 3 out of 8 checked is an excellent result. I don't have much to brag about. The shinobi who had just arrived began, catching the captain's expectant and thoughtful gaze, jumping over the windowsill and putting out his cigarette on it. Shino Aburame showed excellent results. He's a capable guy, the rest are talentless. Except that last one almost twisted my brain into a knot. Either a genius or a complete idiot. Don't forget about subordination. Tadio, the captain cooled his ardor and immediately handed over all the questionnaires he had received from him to the officer standing next to him. What an interesting specimen. Our Hokage's son. He backed away, catching the puzzled looks of all 3 of them, and sat down on the ill-fated windowsill, cheerfully taking out another cigarette and waving it in time with his words. Yes, that same synesthete with associative thinking disorder. I don't know what kind of miracle happened, but he thought clearly and sensibly. No color associations or strange explanations, as noted in the case, nothing like that. Clear and quick answers, only his logic is strange, but interesting, and his knowledge base is very good. If you pick on him, you can study his lability of thinking. Otherwise, he's normal and healthy, but a cheeky, irritating kid. If he gets into the attack or capture squads, he'll clearly fit in. I sent him to the training ground to see Hataki. Hey, be careful. He wanted to say something else, but he was pushed aside to make way for the window. The Anbu with the doll mask immediately jumped out onto the street, leaving behind his colleagues who had long since ceased to be surprised by such antics. He said nothing, just left, quickly disappearing. Well, he remembers that we are forbidden to interfere with the second stage and even be present at it. Although this is the puppeteer, the devil knows, probably went to replace him at the first. Naruto sat under a tree at the 48th training ground. All the sites, from the 35th to the 50th, were located outside Konoha on the western side of the forest. These areas were perfect for maneuvering, camouflage, setting and disarming traps, tracking, and also for survival training. But when it came to the psychological test, these dense thickets were perfect for genjutsu, Uzumaki's weakest side, but this forest was also a powerful system of circulation of natural chakra, his strongest side. And so he patiently waited for the examiner to come, his palms lowered to the dry moss and tuned into the flow of nature. It was an indescribable feeling of understanding, an awareness of the greatest and most fundamental truth of life, the flow of energy and chakra from the earth to the leaves and then into the air, insects and animals, then back into the earth. Here in the forest, he could meditate calmly, without fear of being discovered, and keep an eye on everything within the range, hiding at the roots of a large tree. A small source of unknown chakra crossed the line of observation, interrupting the feeling of harmony and forcing the guy to reluctantly exit the meditation mode. Literally a minute later, a shinobi appeared in front of him with a slightly larger than standard pouch on his back, the kind usually worn by investigators. There was something cloying and unnatural in his unwavering face with dry, slightly flaky skin, as if the face was not his at all, molded from makeup and yellowish dirt. It was an unpleasant face. Naruto even thought for a moment that if he came closer, he would smell a slight smell of a thick layer of powder or foundation, the kind that usually envelop not very beautiful waitresses in cheap eateries or basement nightclubs. But he really didn't want to check it out. The guest who had come looked at the guy attentively, gazing at him with some kind of detached, even slightly drunken gaze of his small, deep-set eyes. In the depths of them Naruto saw contempt. A painfully familiar look. The guy had already forgotten the time when the whole village, the whole world, looked at him like that. It was an unpleasant memory. But why did it cause such a reaction? The guy didn't have time to think, as the man quickly made a couple of gestures, the meaning of which Naruto did not know. One could only guess that it was the language of the deaf. You can just talk to me, I can hear now, the guy tried to wriggle out of it. So what? Don't you understand sign language? I've been deaf for too long to lose even one opportunity to hear human speech now. Uzumaki was surprised at how quickly he came up with excuses, but it was too early to relax. The strange shinobi took a small step forward, gradually approaching Naruto. He did not demonstrate any aggression, but the guy still felt uneasy. Well, okay, but I'm not very good at reading lips. Could you answer me with gestures? Naruto began to feel that something was clearly going wrong. He needed to get up and open up space behind him for maneuver, but not rush, so for starters he simply began to carefully rise. Judging by the equipment, you are from the interrogation squad. Frenzied screams often deprive people of their voices. Who, if not you, can perfectly read lips? The guy was about to start moving to the side, moving away from the large tree, when his opponent forced a smile and supposedly extended his hand cordially. He was repulsive and unpleasant, and Naruto didn't want to shake his hand at all, but he couldn't run away, nor could he show such open disrespect to his elder in knowledge. For now, to his elder. I see you're a smart guy. Well, so be it. Today I'll be your supervisor for the second task. My name is Basil. And I'm Naruto. Let's get acquainted. He shook his hand and wanted to interrupt this act of business etiquette, but the shinobi still squeezed it tightly, clearly not going to let go yet. It became somehow very awkward. Uzumaki even shuddered internally from this. You're interesting. Basil's face changed abruptly, not even a shadow of a smile remained. He grabbed the surprised boy's hand tightly and pulled him towards himself, looking into his eyes with hatred and fury. So, do you often meet people you know? Naruto. Well, your mother, well, how could I feel it? Was all the guy managed to think with undisguised annoyance, feeling how he was suddenly pulled by the arm with inhuman force, thrown aside with a rough jerk. The light, unresisting body flew towards the tree like a sack. The guy didn't have time to group himself, and the blow landed right across the oak trunk on his spine. Naruto involuntarily arched and, unable to restrain himself, wheezed. For a frail and poorly prepared body, this turned out to be too strong a blow. An unexpected and dull pain gave an instant, sharp impulse to his head, and Naruto fell to the ground, lightly hitting his forehead on the ledge of one of the roots. There was a treacherous noise in his ears. There was no time to come to his senses. The ground beneath him parted and began to rapidly envelop the guy, squeezing and squeezing, as if with a press, not even allowing him to breathe normally, let alone move. The growth of earth kept growing, transferring the captive to a vertical position. Basil already considered himself the winner, because he couldn't form the seals of false Naruto, and if he did release destructive chakra, he would be quickly noticed by shinobi at neighboring training grounds. The main thing is that the spy was exposed. I was too careless. It's my own fault for relaxing, Naruto thought hurtly. But if he hadn't shaken his hand, trusting his instincts, he wouldn't have been caught. Okay, screw him. I'll have to go into Sannin mode and knock him out. Of course, the earth grip would have been more than useful if the puppeteer had not been up against a shinobi, who had to remain motionless during meditation. To Basil's surprise, Naruto went limp and closed his eyes, offering no resistance. And the man was about to ask something, when a surprised Itachi landed on the ground nearby. Kakashi, logically, had to conduct another formal test with Genjutsu, which he really didn't like, and in connection with this, he wasn't even in a hurry to get to the training ground, so the Uchiha wasn't worried at all that he might show up anytime soon, and decided to take advantage of the good opportunity to talk to Naruto outside the Sharingan ban zone. However, fate threw an unpleasant surprise. You're Basil, right? What the hell are you doing? And you, Itachi. Wait, where's Kakashi? TCH, damn him, always doing some kind of nonsense, the shinobi grinned, continuing to hold the earthen grip seal. He didn't have that much chakra, it wouldn't last long. He turned to Itachi for only a second, and then focused again on the still quiet boy. In any case, I need help. This is not Naruto. I have proof. Call the Hokage. What are you talking about? What evidence? Naruto opened his eyes, looking at Itachi. He hadn't expected him to appear, but it was even better this way. It would be very reckless to enter into battle now, so the Uchiha's arrival was more than ever opportune. He would definitely figure out how to talk this strange shinobi into it. His thinking. The man stopped short. Those close to the Hokage knew that Naruto was trained by the puppeteer, but not many knew about the identity of the puppeteer himself. It was risky, but he wanted a promotion too much. For too long he had been given stupid and useless tasks, he always had to babysit children, write some papers. And now he had a chance to distinguish himself. He could not miss it. Okay, it's hard to explain. Replace me, grab him, and I will report everything to the Hokage. No, here you go, since you've already taken it on, so he doesn't run away, Itachi hissed. I knew there was something wrong with him. Thinking, you mean the test? I can find others who know and report to the Hokage with them. Nobody knows. I'm telling you, it's difficult, just replace me. Nobody knows. Really? The puppeteer tried to turn around and say something, but he couldn't. A weak wheeze escaped his throat. A sharp pain, just one moment, and he fell at Itachi's feet. Naruto, who was watching this scene, froze, not understanding what had happened. The grip of the earth weakened, the technique began to crumble, and the guy rolled down the already loose mound of dry mud, unable to even move from shock. In an instant, he broke down, acting purely on autopilot, not noticing the same calm Itachi, looking at the corpse with some sadness. With sadness, but without regret. Uzumaki did not quite understand what he was doing. He fell to his knees and frantically examined the wound, not particularly caring that his hands were stained with blood, forgetting about the pain in his back. He quickly turned the body over, frantically examined the neck and wrists, but there were no signs of even a weak life, and he froze. Although what could one expect? A little later, the guy slowly raised his dumbfounded gaze upward and met Itachi's meaningful, strong-willed gaze. What could he say? Why? Uzumaki did not understand. Are you okay? He asked Naruto after all, noticing that the boy was clearly very shocked by what was happening. The boy was still kneeling next to the corpse, which should have been removed already. Uchiha did not expect such a reaction, believing that since Uzumaki had gone through the war and served in Anbu, then some death of an unknown person should not cause him even a shadow of emotion. But, apparently, he was wrong. Hey, what are you doing? What have you done? Naruto asked in horror. The guy's dumbfounded gaze darted between the standing shinobi and the corpse, and his hands trembled helplessly. This was wrong, it was out of his understanding of the world and the coordinate system. For his sake, for the sake of protecting some secret, the Uchiha killed his own, mercilessly and without hesitation, and Naruto categorically could not accept it. Yes, he had to kill traitors, criminals. But he had never killed so easily. For silence, for the guilt of knowing something, and his own. He was horrified, and suddenly he froze, exhaling noisily and with difficulty, he sank to the ground, limply lowering his bloody hands. An empty, as if glassy gaze was directed towards Itachi and froze on him. Rejection, disappointment, deep, sincere melancholy. Now he continued slowly, addressing the shinobi, who felt uneasy from the furious, tenacious gaze. Minato had a similar one when he was angry, but there was something animalistic and unpredictable in this one, something from Kushina, wild, fox-like. Why, he's from Konoha. You'll be court-martialed. You'll be executed. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. For what? For a secret. Me. Life isn't worth that cheap, Itachi. You're an idiot. Shut up and calm down already, Itachi growled. He didn't want to let Naruto get hysterical at all. A heavy, weighty hand swung across the guy's cheek. There was a characteristic slap. And as soon as Uzumaki's body moved to the side after the slap, Uchiha suddenly grabbed him by the chest and pulled him up, lifting him so that the boy barely touched the ground with his feet. Their eyes met again. Confused Naruto looked in surprise at the angry, furious Itachi. You're an idiot if you think we're joking around here. Maybe you didn't feel it, sitting at home on your ass and enjoying your mother's care, how we're busting our asses here so as not to give you away. War is on the doorstep, Naruto. Wake up already. One life is worth nothing, even if it's one of our own. The lives of all the shinobi are worth nothing if the fate of the nation hangs in the balance. We live to die in battle, and now you are our trump card that will not let the world perish. So get your head out of your ass and take everything seriously. You are not on a resort, damn it. I'm sorry. Naruto barely squeezed out, gradually recovering from the shock. Itachi calmed down a little and let him go so that the boy could stand on the ground. To hell with your apologies. Better get yourself together and do what you have to do, and don't get caught so easily again. The Uchiha spat out and quickly took out a scroll to seal the corpse and remove all traces. But still, he softened a little, looking at the depressed Naruto, who lowered his head, and, having finished the sealing, continued more softly, even a little guiltily. Sorry, But we need the Naruto who went through the war. I understand that after everything you've been through, it's completely normal to want peace, but for now this is an unaffordable luxury. Yes, this world is simpler and better than yours, but don't relax too much. Yes, it's my mistake. The guy felt ashamed, because in fact now he was older than the Uchiha and should have taken many responsibilities upon himself, but instead he suffered from nonsense and lived for his own pleasure. It was impossible. Naruto raised his head sharply and looked at Itachi, which made him exhale barely noticeably. Determination, will. The Uchiha saw this deep and meaningful look, but not in Minato and Kushina, but in Obito. The look of a man who had nothing and lost everything, who had gone through pain and hardship, a man who would stand to the end. And Itachi thought that now Naruto would support his plans, but nevertheless, murder is not a way out. I would not be left without protection, Itachi. I am a Sannin. It's easy to break a boulder and knock out some shinobi from the interrogation squad. You probably forgot that I'm not a little brat, damn it. Of course, I'm grateful to you, but you know, I'll somehow cope with my problems. I certainly don't need to be shepherded. I won't be so reckless anymore. He's already done it. Whether he knocked him out or not, where would we put him? That idiot had to be taken out anyway. You don't know, but that shinobi was your teacher. He was the only one who studied with you, and you know, he really didn't like you, as far as I know. He would have run to Minato, wouldn't have gotten anything and would have gone to Danzo, just to get a bone. Basil would have noticed your changes sooner or later anyway and definitely wouldn't have left you alone, but I didn't think he'd get to you so quickly. Damn those fucking tests and that fucking careerist. Itachi was clearly angry, but not at Naruto. He understood that no matter how careful he was, the puppeteer would still notice the substitution. Basil was clearly not the kind of person who should have been let go. Just accept it. Friend, foe, I will kill anyone who threatens the safety of Konoha. Now there are no people left who could expose you, which means we can move on to the next step. Listen, Itachi fell to his knees in front of Naruto to be on the same level with him and squeezed his shoulders in his palms. He looked so worried and serious that vague doubts began to creep into Uzumaki's head. Kakashi will be here soon, and Basil will be missed in a couple of days. We don't have much time. I have something to tell you. Come here tomorrow at midnight. Do whatever you want, wriggle out as best you can, but be here without a tail. This is important. Are you leaving? Naruto asked, unexpectedly even for himself. You're in a hurry again. I'll tell you everything tomorrow. Just wait. Okay. Itachi turned around slightly nervously and, apparently not sensing danger, continued more quietly. Tell me, what will you do next? In the near future, so that I can prepare or help you. Passes, scrolls or something else. Thank you, Itachi, Naruto answered, hesitating a little from surprise. He was confused, and nothing important came to mind. If you have something, then leave it for Sasuke. He also needs to develop. And I appreciate your help. You're right. Now we need to pull ourselves together and prepare for war. All I can do is get stronger physically for now and not attract attention while preparing. It is also necessary to gather information about Kagaya and Black Zetsu, but it would be wiser to leave that to you, and let my father. That is, Minato-san, deal with all the political squabbles. That was sensible, and so they parted. Itachi quickly disappeared, and Naruto stayed behind to wait for Kakashi, who had lost his way on the road of life as always, going only briefly to the stream to wash his bloody hands. And yet, his soul was uneasy. He was worried about the Uchiha. It was extremely difficult to hide something in Konoha, especially if it concerned a murder or a missing shinobi. But he tried not to think about it, as he was asked, and to trust Itachi. And yet, he sympathized with him. It must be so cool to have an older brother. Sasuke was lonely. He was already used to lying in an empty, cool room, the silence of which was broken by the ticking of the wall clock, but he did not know what time it was, and he did not need to. His mother had gone somewhere, his father too, but he did not care. They had practically stopped visiting him a long time ago. The guy's company was still not people, but books, but now they were gone. He himself did not remember when his life turned into these walls, 8 tatami, 4 by 4 meters. He only had to close his eyes and stand up. He remembered how many steps to the door, how many to the shelf, the location of the books, things, how high he needed to raise his hand and how to move it. Boring. An absolutely boring room. Nothing new appeared in it. It was as if she was frozen in time, and he was frozen in it along with her. Day, hour, time of day, these are trifles. And with each passing day, more and more important things became indifferent. clothes, their neatness, color and compatibility, someone's faces, beauty in the usual sense, walks in nature. Sasuke no longer went to the window to look at the quiet streets, did not leave the house. But for every deprivation there is a gift, and he understood this truth not long ago, having plunged headlong into despair and the utmost hopelessness, having plunged into darkness. The whole world acquired a volume hitherto unknown. Waking up, the boy no longer opened his eyes and carefully, barely breathing, listened to sounds, footsteps, muffled voices that barely reached him, their intonations, creaks and rustles. And soon he learned to distinguish them. Space became tangible, more interesting and profound. He learned the beauty of matter and material, sound, touch and even taste. Sasuke no longer opened his eyes, finally going into another world, a world without light and colors, without hope and any aspirations. He did not open them, finally going into himself. The doorbell rang briefly, barely audibly, and Sasuke sat up from the futon. He hadn't slept on the bed for a long time, and he no longer liked its stuffy softness. So today is Tuesday, the boy thought, getting to his feet. There was no one else at home, so he had to open his eyes and go out into the hallway. He walked slowly, carefully, the bell did not ring again. Any other person would have thought that he imagined it, but Uchiha knew that they were waiting for him, and would wait as long as it took, without bothering him with useless trills anymore. Because it was always like that. Apparently, she understood. Hinata was standing at the door, having finished her test early today, holding new printouts in her hands. She had arrived, which meant it was Tuesday. That was the only thing Sasuke relied on when it came to time. But which Tuesday was it? Which one in a row and why he needed this information, he didn't know. He simply accepted it as a fact. Tuesday was a special day, the same every time, but not standard within the framework of the entire week. And that alone was enough for the guy to feel a connection with the world, to feel alive. It was that bridge connecting him with social life, allowing him to feel the edge of reality, leaving the walls of a familiar, boring-looking room devoid of the framework of existence. He loved Tuesdays. Have you come here again? Sasuke asked from the threshold, displeased, grimacing slightly as soon as he opened the door. He spoke not very loudly, uncertainly, as if he was not used to talking in general. It took her one quick glance at Sasuke to understand that he didn't really feel even a part of the emotions he wanted to express with his intonation. He had lost weight, had become slightly haggard. His empty gaze looked somewhere above her, thrown completely at random, and it didn't correspond at all with his lively and mobile face. He can't see anything anymore, Hinata thought with sincere, genuine sadness. She knew that the boy's vision was getting worse and worse, but she never talked about it, didn't focus on it. She didn't consider this affliction sufficient to feel sorry for the boy. The girl only politely offered to help with materials, homework and left, having received, as usual, a refusal. However, before that, he had coped with all the tasks, and very well. He tried, and she respected it. Sasuke was very smart and completed even the most difficult tasks. It was obvious that he spent a lot of effort and time on them. This was worth respect. Yeah, he couldn't see her, but he could tell from her voice that she was smiling. Hinata always spoke sincerely and without pity. She never felt uncomfortable or awkward in his presence. Who, if not me, will tolerate your harmful, old-fashioned character? Did you do the old task? Sasuke answered shortly, no, and extended his hand to take new printouts. It was the first time he gave nothing in return. Did nothing. He never asked his parents for help and always did everything himself. His pride simply did not allow him to ask them, these people who always talked only about Itachi. A genius, a Jonin, how much praise the rare guests expressed in his direction. Sasuke also wanted to be worthy, to prove that he was worth something, to step out of his brother's shadow. But, not with those eyes. And at some point, everything became indifferent. His brother, his parents, the path of the shinobi. To hell with it. He was disappointed, but for some reason, maybe out of habit, he did his homework and physical exercises. He himself did not know why. His hands did not drop, as if they did not obey him, and he stubbornly continued to do something. Continued as long as he could. Well, I'll be a bad class monitor if I don't bring your homework. I don't want to get a reprimand, the girl lied a little. Let me help you a little, since you didn't have time. There's nothing to do today anyway. You know, right? The guy suddenly asked. I know what. Hyuga, don't piss me off. What I can't see anymore, of course. Sasuke himself didn't know why he brought up this obvious topic. Usually people treated him, specially. Sometimes they talked to his mother about him in the third person, although he was supposedly right there in the room. Their intonation changed when they addressed him directly. They always pestered him with unnecessary help, speaking so plaintively, as if he were not a visually impaired person, but a feeble-minded person. And they were wildly irritating. It was sickening from the excessive, uninvited care. But Hinata, like his parents, seemed not to notice the ailment at all. Her intonation had not changed for so many years, and he suddenly became interested in why. Sometimes it even seemed that she did not know about the problem with her vision, no matter how absurd it sounded. It would be hard not to guess. But what difference does it make? It doesn't change anything, you're a capable and smart guy, but she suddenly shuddered, her intonation changed from warm and calm to a little faster, her voice became a little louder and higher, and Sasuke realized that she had suffered a lot to tell him. Oh yeah, I don't know if you'll be interested. Do you remember the Hokage's son, Naruto? That deaf boy who always followed Shikamaru around the academy? Sasuke's face didn't even twitch, he still stared into space indifferently. Come on, I once told you about him. Yes, I remember, I heard that they want to send him to bureaucratic service too. Sasuke waved his hand a little sharply, he remembered Namikaze very well. Even more, he saw him as a fellow sufferer and from time to time he wanted to come up and talk, when he still went to the academy and saw something, look at his drawings, find out what he was thinking about and how he lived, but how can a deaf person talk to a blind person? He didn't know sign language, and Naruto never spoke, and each time Sasuke, with a heavy heart, walked away. As usual, alone in his loneliness. So, of course, he involuntarily became interested in this news. Closer to the point. He can hear now. Hinata happily fidgeted in place, looking with pleasure at the dumbfounded face of the Uchiha, he clearly did not expect such news. His eyebrows raised in surprise trembled slightly, and the guy tried to pull himself together, returning his face to its previous steadfastness with feigned boredom, but it did not work out very well. So now he goes to the academy, and so confident and cheerful. Therefore, Sasuke-kun, I believe that you can become a shinobi. Don't give up, you are the smartest in the stream, this is great, such people are very much needed in our village. Sasuke didn't really listen to her, feeling a pang of bitterness. Was he the only one left behind? It was embarrassing to admit, but before that the guy was even a little glad that there was another person in the village who had not been merciful to fate. That there was someone who understood his grief, and that made it easier. But what now? Naruto could hear, he would become stronger, get a shinobi headband and a place in one of the teams, and he, Sasuke, would remain in this room, alone, going to a shameful job in the Konoha offices. He felt incredibly sad because of his own weakness. No, that was impossible. Uchiha clenched his teeth so hard that it hurt. But he didn't feel it behind the pain in his soul, behind his contempt for himself. A deaf, strange boy, who seemed to have fallen from the moon, was moving forward, and how was he any worse? No way. Now he definitely had to become a shinobi. Who needed the Sharingan? There were so many excellent shinobi without it. Moreover, Sasuke knew that he was smarter and more capable than all his peers, which meant he had to raise his head and choke on his own pride. Hinata. The guy said with difficulty, it was obvious that the words were coming from him with great difficulty. The girl, who was about to leave, looked at his red, tense face in surprise. It seemed that another second and he would fall through the ground. Could you, read me the assignments? He fell silent again for a second, with the last of his strength, as if squeezing out the continuation of the request. Through clenched teeth he said another most difficult word, which finally killed his pride. Please. But not a word to anyone. Or I will kill you. Deal. She beamed happily, her cheerful and satisfied intonation discouraging and slightly calming the embarrassed Sasuke. Admitting his weakness was so unpleasant and painful, but he had to do it in order to move on and become stronger. And it just so happened that he could ask no one else for help except the class president. There was not much time left before graduation. He had to become stronger in order to prove to his parents and the world that he was worth something, and on his own. But the hardest part was still ahead, another barrier of pride, agreeing to the operation he had refused for so long. Commentary on Chapter 8, Awareness. Here is the chapter. How difficult it was to write it, wow. But I did it. Before the session, from the heart. About Itachi. He has already decided something, so don't be too surprised by his actions. I think in the next chapter or the next one I'll move on to Orochimaru and everyday life in the basement, as soon as I deal with both Uchihas. Important. Sasuke is not completely blind at this point. He can see light and spots of color, but that's all. Since the question was already there, Sasahina won't be there, if anything. He blushed from shame, not embarrassment. And Happy New Year to everyone. Even if it's belated. Song, as usual, and you share yours, Halsey. Control open black lens bracket Russ close black lens bracket M19, Kate yes, it's a cover, but I liked it better than the original. See. Chapter 9. Shinobi. Kakashi didn't want to go to the training ground. He basically didn't like the fact that the Hokage was so insistent on his leaving Anbu and trying to give him ridiculous, as the shinobi considered, and useless tasks. The best student, Minato's close person, Anbu captain, one of the strongest Jonin in Konoha clearly should have been standing at the border, preparing for war or at least carrying out S-class tasks, which is what he usually did, but not babysitting children, conducting stupid tests. He didn't understand, but he kept his opinion to himself. He had already tested 2 groups of hopeless children that morning, and neither had passed his test. In the face of danger, they forgot their duty, they threw down their scrolls. These children did not sacrifice others to achieve their goal, but they did not save themselves together either. Like cornered animals, they fled from danger, saving their own skins, and ran away, running away. They did not need to be first in the group, their real goal was not to complete the task. To gain approval, they only needed to overcome their fear of the illusion that clearly desired their panic. Overcome the fear of their secret nightmares. And they knew it. It was cruel, but war spares no one. The path of shinobi has never been simple and peaceful. It is a road of suffering and overcoming, which not everyone is given the opportunity to walk. Kakashi did not see what the frightened children's brains were drawing, but from their movements he could roughly understand the weaknesses of most of them, which the academy would have to work on with those children who would not give up their desire to become a shinobi after the test. Someone was floundering on the ground, stretching out his hand and screaming, begging his friends to pull him out of the water. Someone was squealing and hitting himself, as if trying to shake off invisible insects. Some were running, saving themselves from something. And the more the children gave into panic, the more terrible the illusion became. They themselves created it, giving food to their inner fears, hidden somewhere behind the veil of habitual consciousness. No one could pull themselves together. The test had to be stopped immediately before the children completely exhausted themselves. They were told hundreds of times over the years, that the most important thing for a shinobi is not to panic, to keep a cool head. They were brave, bragging that after solo missions with orientation in the forest, they were definitely not afraid of anything and would become real shinobi. But now, in the face of danger, they all immediately gave up. Although in this test, in this technique, there was nothing complicated. It all started with a small fear, for example, one tiny spider on the body of an arachnophobe, and the more he was afraid, the more spiders appeared on the body. They were where the one who succumbed to horror was looking for them, where the frightened brain tried to find and destroy them. This is panic. A growing, suffocating lump of paranoia. It is like an ulcer on restless and uncertain hearts, a crushing weight that pulls down to the very bottom. We ourselves are the source of our fear. And there is no more terrible mistake for a shinobi than panic and weakness of the heart. And these children were not yet ready to become shinobi. As expected, none of them passed the first test. Kakashi began rather skeptically, sitting down on one of the branches and dangling his legs. His hunched back and sleepy, almost dead gaze, looking through the children standing below, betrayed his disdain for these tests, his complete disinterest in these obvious results. The shinobi who stood next to him did not blame him. Everyone knew this would happen, that was why the first test was conducted so early. What about the other groups? The only answer was a deep sigh with poorly concealed mockery, and that was enough for the Jonin. What about the singles? So far, a complete failure, the inspecting shinobi answered, even somewhat cheerfully. Hitaki was not surprised by his colleague's behavior or the information he provided. He simply hoped that there were few singles and that he would not be dragged anywhere, but apparently, luck was not on his side. You know, I hasten to please you, this year there are much more interesting children than last year. So 2 students were assigned to you for the test, Ino Yamanaka and Namikaze Naruto. Hearing the names, Kakashi glanced at his colleague with his only open eye, in which genuine interest flashed for a split second, elusive and lively, completely uncharacteristic of the usually bored face of the Jonin, unusual, and therefore a little frightening. And even if it was only for a moment, it did not escape the examiner, and he could only guess which of the children this interest was intended for. The heiress of the Yamanakas, famous for their spirit, or the quiet son of the Hokage, about whom almost nothing was known. In any case, he did not dare ask. What training grounds are they at? Naruto felt strangely peaceful and focused after his conversation with Itachi. It was as if he had been pulled out of a veil of sleep, reminded of who and what he was definitely not. The strongest shinobi had long forgotten the words, fear, and caution, feeling special, invincible, but here he was no longer. His negligence no longer went unpunished and eventually backfired. Family, friends, he began to think less and less about his duty, about the seal. He felt good here, he was lost in this illusion, and for the first time in many years he felt like a real idiot. So who was he? Who was he now? Namikaze Naruto, loved by his family and accepted by his friends, or Captain Anbu, deprived of his first and last name, living for the sake of duty and the prosperity of Konoha. He did not know which of these had become his true face, and which was a mask necessary to achieve a goal. Who was secondary? He wanted, with all his heart desired to be Naruto, but somewhere deep in his soul he understood that his essence could no longer be changed, that he had already become a shinobi in the full sense of the word, and there was no turning back. He would not be able to live differently, and if he did not make the right choice, did not find the right answer now, he would lose, and this time forever. Uzumaki looked at his hands, palms up. They were clean and absolutely calm, not the slightest tremor, perfect stillness, even though he held them suspended. Not a drop of blood, not a shadow of fear remained. And the guy with genuine bitterness realized how much he missed this feeling, the smell of blood and dirt, the pain, the excitement of battle. He always liked battles, dangerous missions, he liked to protect and move forward, overcoming more and more new frontiers of his limits. He went to the battlefield not because orders required it, because there was no choice. He lived it. Naruto was born a warrior, he became a shinobi and remained one to this day. Even in this world, where his hands were clean, he felt invisible blood on them, dry, slightly tightening skin, and it did not frighten him. This feeling instilled in him some inexplicable desire not to give up, not to stop. He didn't like killing, so all those victims on his conscience shouldn't have been wasted. Naruto reluctantly pushed aside his doubts and decided that it was time to end the games. He was no longer a Namikaze, but he was no longer a faceless Anbu captain. He remembered how for the first time since the war he had been able to look into the very heart of himself and find in the reflection the one he had lost so long ago, the boy who wanted to become Hokage and was eager to get to the battlefield. It was that pure and bright image, shining like the sun, warming his soul. Naruto felt an incredible sense of peace, as if all the dirt that had mired his being over the years had vanished in an instant. All the pressing pain, all the doubts had evaporated as if they had never been there. He exhaled deeply and with relief, feeling an unimaginable lightness. Now he knew exactly who he was and what he would do next. What a disappointment, you gave up so quickly. Frankly, I expected more from the heiress of such famous mentalists, Kakashi said tiredly, as if waving away the girl trembling on the ground, choking on her tears and unable to even move. Only occasionally a quiet, stifled squeak came out of her throat, and the stunned look of her frightened eyes looked somewhere down. Don't hold a grudge, but I can't credit this task to you. The same shinobi who had assisted Hitaki during the tests immediately appeared nearby. He was a chunin by rank, and quite capable at that. The guy deftly made a couple of seals and barely touched the girl's forehead with his fingers covered in a faint green glow. The trembling quickly subsided and Ino's body went limp, she fell asleep. What should I tell the captain? The chunin's voice still sounded cheerful, and this began to slightly irritate Hitaki, who was disappointed with the results. Okay. Groups of clanless students, no one really worked with them, but such low results of clan offspring, that's what could definitely undermine the future of Konoha's personnel. Yamanaka Ino failed, she did not pass the first stage of Genjutsu. Test time, 42 seconds. I need to tell Inoichi Dono that I will be conducting the final test myself, and it will be much more difficult. There are only half a year left, we can't let this girl remain at the same level, Kakashi thought. He was always careful with his words. The man knew that saying such things out loud in front of strangers would be too bold, because the Hitaki clan was not as respected as the Yamanaka clan, but he also knew that Inoichi was a prudent man and respected military merit much more than the strength of the family, so he should react to the statement one-on-one very calmly. Mentalists had always been one of the foundations of Konoha's prosperity, such a weak heiress could greatly shake the balance, which was unacceptable. What about the rest? Many of the tests are not finished yet, but so far, of those who have already finished, all are failures, the chunin answered with a smile, carefully lifting Ino into his arms. Except Nara Shikamaru. He passed both the first and second stages. At first, he almost got stuck in an illusion, but he quickly analyzed the situation and was able to pull himself together. He finished the second stage quite cunningly, but I don't know the details. His analytical skills are very good. Asuma Dono has already expressed a desire to take him into his team. This was good news. The Nara clan always produced geniuses. Last year, only Hyuga Neji was able to pass the first psychological test, and just 6 years ago, at least 4 or 5 people passed, sometimes even 7 per stream. Now, the examiners were happy to see even one. This was a very bad statistic, especially in the current situation. Raising good shinobi has always been very difficult and time-consuming, and now they were needed more than ever. Even taking into account the peace-loving and very careful policy of the 4th Hokage, the stronger Konoha's influence became, the more orders, responsibility and pressure fell on it. The village grew, and there were not enough shinobi. Kakashi moved away from the first training ground and looked at the sky, covering his eyes with his hand from the still warm autumn sun. The day had already passed noon and was gradually waning. The shinobi figured that it was about 2 o'clock, which meant there was no need to rush to Naruto. Waiting is another test for a shinobi. A man must be patient. Satisfied with his excellent excuse, Hitaki decided to take a break for lunch. He could have gone anywhere, but he stopped at Ichiraku. Something told him that he wouldn't be left there without company, as usual. However, he was looking for a specific person. Pushing aside the curtains, the shinobi went inside and pulled down the blindfold. His face was immediately hit by the heat from the kitchen, and the spicy smell of spices and fish broth made him wince slightly with its pleasant sharpness. Surprisingly, the noodle shop was empty, if you don't count Obito, who was waiting for his order alone. The Uchiha was always quite predictable when it came to his daily schedule. He often dropped in here during his lunch break, since it wasn't so far from the police station that he would be late, but not so close that all the employees of the station would run here for lunch. Ichiraku Ramen was quite conveniently located between the academy and the police, not far from the Hokage's residence, so it was a special meeting place for a certain knowledgeable circle. "May I?" Kakashi asked, smiling with only the corners of his lips, taking a seat next to his best friend. He didn't particularly like noodles, but since Obito did, Hitaki, who wasn't particularly picky about food, usually gave in and also ordered ramen, always the same, so shinobi hadn't been asked for an order for a long time, they just cooked it. He liked to eat in company, so he often came here as if by accident, and was especially happy with the company of the Uchihas, Yumino, the occasional guy, or the now eternally busy Namikaze. All of them were dear to him in one way or another, and usually, due to some incredible coincidence, on weekdays when Hitaki didn't have missions, the three of them would dine together, Obito, Iruka, and Kakashi himself. Sit down, sit down. I didn't expect you to come. You were harnessed to help at the academy, right?" Obito said a little crumpledly. He seemed cheerful, but his thoughts were clearly somewhere far away. He knew that most of the free shinobi, as well as all the teachers, would be harnessed for the whole day to mess around with the psychological test. To some extent, he was even glad of the solitude. There was still a lot to think about. And yet, Hitaki's appearance could not upset him. "What? Are you done with the tests? Let me guess, the results are worse than ever again. Who did you torture this time, Mr. Principals?" "You are very perceptive," the man sighed heavily, rubbing his right eyebrow with his fingertips, slightly tired. Due to the obvious reasons for non-disclosure of information, he answered rather evasively. "So far, only one has passed again. But the tests are still going on, and there is still one student waiting for me. Who knows, maybe the results will be better this year. We still won't reach the number of graduates that we had under Hiruzen," Uchiha noted rather quietly, immediately catching Hitaki's sideways and concentrated gaze on him. It was a dangerous topic, but he didn't let him notice anything, and immediately continued. "Under Hiruzen, they raised meat. Most of them were not actually ready for a sharp change in the situation, so they often died without even becoming chunin. We were thrown straight into a reality, from which the only way out was to the next world, either become stronger or die. There was no genjutsu test, but it wasn't as humane as many people think. Even if all of us, thrown into extreme conditions at once, ended up becoming strong shinobi, but how many comrades were wasted? That's why, I'm glad that Minato-sensei is in power. His reforms allow us to keep children without turning them into murderers against their will. This test will immediately weed out those who are weak in spirit. So don't be too strict. These children need more time to open up. Someday they will take our places, and they will take them worthily." Uchiha suddenly fell silent, and then, unexpectedly even for himself, added more quietly. "Like Naruto, for example." Obito seemed slightly unwell to Hitaki for a moment. He spoke quietly and strangely, but surprisingly worthwhile and important things. The Uchiha did not clown around. Did not play a double game, which he had a habit of doing to amuse himself in any convenient situation, but spoke quite directly and seriously. This was a rare phenomenon. Kakashi always knew that Obito was quite smart and cunning, but even with him, he rarely took off the mask of a fool and a simpleton. Although whether it was a mask, and not an inseparable part of the essence, even the Uchiha himself did not know. Naruto? Hitaki asked with interest, turning slightly towards his friend. He was distracted by the Uchiha's speech, and he relaxed, thinking about the rather interesting words. But the mention of Naruto was a little surprising. Kakashi did not understand why the shinobi was talking about him, about a weak, as it was considered, unpromising boy, and not about someone more promising. With all due respect, Namikaze seemed to be the worst example in this situation. What about him? You rarely visit Konoha, he was always very diligent, and now he can hear. He may not be ordinary, but the guy has every chance of becoming a shinobi. I even trained with him a little, he's a smart kid, he catches on quickly. Obito knew that it was too late to retreat, since he had already gotten involved in this dubious business of creating an alibi for Uzumaki. He was not eager to help the shinobi, but he decided not to put a spoke in the wheel either. He promised to only help a little with the story, and then decided to wait and observe the situation, leaving this whole mess with incomprehensible movements to Itachi. Everything was too incomprehensible. How is he, by the way? He probably lost. Well, at least showed him a little of what I taught him. He hasn't taken the test yet. I'll go to the training ground to see him soon. Kakashi trusted Obito as himself. He didn't pay much attention to his friend's words, considering it to be ordinary and habitual chatter. Now the man was thinking about something of his own, something in the situation with Namikaze he really didn't like. But what? But he really seemed more confident and focused to me. Hitaki thought for a moment, trying to find the right word. More mature, or something. And how much has he advanced? It's hard for me to judge. You'll tell me after the test whether all his efforts and my royal training have borne fruit. Obito suddenly became cheerful and sincerely shrugged, taking a freshly prepared bowl of hot ramen. His fingers slightly burned on the edges of the bowl, heated by the broth, and it was an indescribably pleasant feeling for a hungry man. The Uchiha instantly became kinder and fresher. But you're right, he's grown up. They're all growing up fast now. At the final test in 6 months, you'll see, there will be completely different people. Here he looked sharply and slyly at Kakashi and pointed his chopsticks at him, somewhat childishly raising an eyebrow not covered by a bandage, as if throwing a supposedly principled threat. So you watch out there. Don't go too wild. The kid had it rough enough as it was. Kakashi didn't answer. He was genuinely interested in seeing how Naruto had changed. He knew of his successes, so to speak, only from rare, uninformative rumors, and now he could see the truth with his own eyes. It was intriguing. But first, lunch. You can't interrupt your training by waiting. Naruto was still sitting under the tree. In meditation, there was no concept of time, it became unnecessary. The guy felt nature, observing its every change. The flow of chakra became slow, as if matching the surrounding flow of natural energy, even the body temperature dropped. Uzumaki was thinking about how to destroy the seal. He had already tidied up the area. Destroyed all traces without a trace. No smell of blood, no soil plowed by techniques, nothing confirming the recent skirmish remained. It was very neat and fast work, but it took too much chakra from him. He needed to recover, but he also did not waste time. The fox was still sleeping. Lately, he almost never woke up. This was starting to worry him. The guy didn't know how much time had passed. The sky was covered by the lush crowns of centuries-old trees, and he couldn't tell by the sun, just as he couldn't feel whether the others had finished at the neighboring training grounds. And yet he assumed that it was getting on for the evening. He wanted to eat, but Uzumaki, as luck would have it, hadn't brought anything with him. He didn't know that the test would drag on so long in this world, so he came home completely empty-handed. In his past life, he joked and showed off at the first stage, which was purely written, drawing scribbles and making strange notes, which angered the examiners. They gave him a failing grade and immediately kicked him out of the classroom with a slap on the back of the head, sending him to one common training ground for everyone. Then their task was an obstacle course made of all sorts of junk. It wasn't very useful. In the end, this test didn't affect anything. But here everything was somehow different, more serious, or something. It was intriguing. When Uzumaki came out of his meditation, barely feeling the familiar chakra, his chakra reserves were almost completely restored. He no longer felt Kakashi, but he knew that he was somewhere nearby and already watching him. However, the guy did nothing, patiently waiting, focusing on the surrounding nature, not the enemy, and carefully looking around. The red flagpole, which Uzumaki used to monitor changes in the air currents, suddenly lit up with little-known seals, as soon as the guy looked at it. He had not foreseen this. In fact, he did not try to find hidden traps so that everything would go as usual. The guy did not have time to look away in time. An unexpected gust of wind tore off the leaves, swirling them around Uzumaki, from which the guy briefly closed his eyes and stood up abruptly, quickly realizing that he was already caught in genjutsu. His senses suddenly became confused, as if dulled. It seemed that it had become a little colder, and the air became heavy and stuffy, as if saturated with dust and soot, just like in a war. His throat was sore, a burning desire to cough and spit appeared, as if there was blood and sand in his mouth. This long-forgotten dirty metallic taste of a big battle for a moment plunged him into unpleasant memories. As soon as Naruto, having coughed violently, opened his eyes, he saw clouds of dust and smoke, surrounding him and another person standing opposite him with a dense curtain. His heart involuntarily skipped a beat, and Uzumaki swallowed nervously. Sakura appeared before him, an adult, as he remembered her from that world, but dead. This was what he least wanted to see in his life. Gray skin, covered with dozens of scratches and bruises, deep cuts and lacerations, from which endless thin streams of blood flowed. Legs, arms, face, it seemed that there was not a single whole place on her. He knew that she died from the explosion, from hundreds of fragments in the shock wave, when there was almost no chakra left even to heal herself. And now she looked at him with a silent plea, with wild horror in her eyes, as if looking for help, trying to say something, but from her torn neck only a dull bubbling of blood was heard. The girl seemed to choke on it. She groaned, but continued to try to convey something and slowly, timidly took steps towards the guy. It began to hurt, unbearably painful. He was scared only for a moment, involuntarily taking a step back, and then two more illusions appeared before him, his parents. But he no longer looked at them, closing his eyes. Naruto took a deep breath and slowly, just as deeply exhaled, trying to come to his senses. He loved them. Love and faith are stronger than fear. The boy knew it. As he knew who he was, he knew that he could do everything and fix everything. Naruto opened his eyes again, confidently looking at the illusions. I love you. Everything will be fine now, I promise, he repeated mentally, feeling that only bitterness lay like a heavy burden on his soul, and not a trace remained of the small spiritual weakness in the form of a momentary fear. He said this more for himself, feeling unimaginable melancholy, and was preparing to somehow get out of the situation, but the illusions immediately dissipated, to his surprise. The guy really has become quite good. How quickly he pulled himself together, Kakashi noted with some pleasure, watching as the seals on the flagpole went out on their own and the child began to look around in surprise. Maybe he really will come to some good. I wonder what he saw. It certainly wasn't something banal like insects, snakes or the elements. Curious. The difficulty of the genjutsu task on the individual training grounds was that the children were not warned about it, were not given any instructions to be more attentive and monitor their emotions, as was the case on the group training grounds. It was assumed that the clan offspring should already understand what was going on and determine the catch themselves. Not bad, Naruto, and you really prepared well. Kakashi jumped out of cover and quickly found himself a couple of meters away from the boy, attracting his attention. Hitaki wanted to continue, but suddenly stopped, looking closely into Naruto's eyes. It was the same focused and absolutely conscious look that he saw on the day of the search. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in it, only unimaginable depth and a certain coldness of bright blue eyes. Nevertheless, he came to his senses, trying to suppress a strange and slight feeling of misunderstanding. Congratulations on passing the first task of the second stage. But do not relax. Suddenly Naruto grimaced, arching his eyebrows in a displeased and childish manner, after which he began to quite actively poke the red flagpole, as if complaining about it, incessantly clicking his tongue, spitting and with all the strength of his acting skills showing an unimaginable range of emotions from discontent to feigned anger. He clearly did not like this test, and even more so the fact that it was used on children. He falsely decided that all the subjects had seen the corpses of their loved ones, and the feeling of war was an additional bonus for preparation. In any case, he showed his discontent in a rather caricatured way, as vividly as possible, vividly waving his arms and hissing so that the whole spectrum of his emotions would be understood without words. Kakashi was slightly surprised. It was worth him only to think that the boy seemed incredibly mature and prepared, as Naruto suddenly turned into a real child. It reminded him of Obito's behavior when he played to the crowd or fooled around. It's true, Hitaki suddenly thought, watching the boy's silent attempts to show all his dissatisfaction with the strange technique. There is something similar in this. He is clearly not a fool, but he behaves rather simply. If Obito continues to train with him, then the boy may really become a shinobi. And yet the story of the kidnapping does not give me peace. How can I question him later? I must act carefully. I see, this is your first time encountering this technique. Kakashi began quite calmly and even a little warmly. He was not at all against telling everything, because since the kid had completed the task, and so quickly, he fully deserved to receive an explanation. Naruto nodded quite fervently. He was interested in learning not only about the technique itself, but also to receive information about the reasons for such a cruel exam for children. It has recently been used to weed out all the children who are not mentally prepared at once. This is the easiest genjutsu. You have seen your greatest fear, haven't you? Naruto listened to him attentively, quite boldly looking the Jonin straight in the eyes, as if slightly condemning, and nodded when necessary. So, this technique only shows it, your greatest nightmare. It cannot harm, but the more you are scared, the more terrible the illusion becomes, and then it can drive you crazy. However, if you are not scared of it or calm down, the technique will immediately dissipate. This is a very cruel test, the guy muttered with his lips, still looking intently at Kakashi, as if trying to discern something in his eyes, and this intent gaze was mutual. Hatake already thought that the guy would start to criticize this system or accuse him of inhumanity, but, surprisingly, this did not happen. And yet I understand its necessity. This is a good decision. It is better to be scared to death in Konoha and not become a shinobi, than to fail and die on the battlefield. Most of the students will not become shinobi. This is already obvious. Suddenly his face changed sharply and looked at Kakashi with a slight mockery, well hidden behind a curious, innocent smile. This awareness and liveliness suited him, and Hatake felt that he was quite pleased with the results and behavior of the guy. He looked open enough, but did not seem like the last fool. Now it is clear why the test is held so early. Let me guess, the results of this test are as bad as they could be, aren't they? You're very perceptive, Kakashi answered patiently, thinking to himself that he'd heard that somewhere before. However, no matter how much the man wouldn't mind chatting instead of working, time was starting to run out. Nevertheless, don't forget that you haven't passed the test yet, only part of it. If you fail the second part, you can pick up your documents from the academy tomorrow. Naruto nodded at this and quickly got ready, realizing what the Jonin was getting at. The guy carefully moved his left leg back, slightly turning sideways to hide his hand behind him and leave options for maneuver. It was a rather advantageous position to start, and Kakashi couldn't help but notice it. Oh, and you really aren't slowing down, that's commendable. Well, then I'll explain the essence of the second stage to you. The situation changed abruptly and radically, forcing Uzumaki to tense up. In a second, there was no trace left of the Jonin's warm tone and goodwill. Only the thirst for murder and a real threat stirred the guy's instincts, and he slowly, with difficulty and involuntary trepidation exhaled. I hope this is enough for understanding. You have 5 seconds to surrender. But Naruto wasn't going to give up, he just couldn't, even if his exposure was at stake. Quickly regrouping, he looked at his opponent with a slightly wild and enthusiastic expression, trying to anticipate the attack. The unthinkable chakra pressure was too much for his body in the state it was in now, even breathing became difficult. Kakashi looked at Uzumaki with fury and rage, making it perfectly clear that he wasn't joking and wouldn't regret it. I've worked too long to get to this point to just give up. Naruto tried to yell to somehow cover up his actions. He wanted to add something else, but he didn't have time. The man suddenly jumped up. In a second he was next to the guy, stretching his hand to his face, clearly intending to grab him and crush him. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he definitely wouldn't have time to dodge, not in this body. Time seemed to freeze. An instant before contact, Naruto tried to grab his opponent's hand to at least move it to the side a little, and tried to tilt his head to the right. He concentrated on watching the man's hand, although he understood that he didn't have enough strength or speed, but he didn't give up. Is this the end? An unexpected, involuntary thought flashed through the guy's head and dissolved into silence. Kakashi's fingers suddenly closed on the Uzumaki's plump childish cheeks and squeezed them gently. They froze there. The feeling of danger immediately disappeared, and a surprised, confused Naruto remained standing with his cheeks flattened, still holding onto the outstretched hand of his former teacher, which he had so futilely tried to divert from its course. What? The guy blinked, trying to speak with difficulty. It only just dawned on him that he had been brazenly and simply deceived. Only a second of realization was enough for him to explode with righteous anger and kick, trying in vain to break free from Hataki's strong grip. What a bastard you are, what's wrong? You fooled me, I'll remember this, you damn pervert. Do you think I don't know what kind of books you read? Are you always late because of them? I almost gave my soul to God. Idiot. Stupid. Fortunately, Kakashi couldn't make out anything because of his flattened cheeks, and all the guy's threats and insults went into the void. He even tried to spit a couple of times, but in such a position even that was difficult, so even these pathetic attempts had no effect. Hitaki was simply glad that the boy had been so hardened by these years of difficulties and striving for a dream. He did not give up in the face of danger, even a real threat, and would rather die than retreat. The guy really did have the spirit of a shinobi and, finally, he was receiving a real and well-deserved return on all his efforts. This had to be supported. Of course, I don't understand anything you're saying, but it looks pretty funny. Let's assume that these are words of joy and gratitude. Most of the Jonin's face was not visible, but from the wrinkles that appeared around his eye and his warm, satisfied voice, one could tell that he was smiling. The man let go of the cheeks of the quiet, but still dissatisfied guy and ruffled his shaggy hair. Congratulations, Naruto, you passed. You really are a worthy son of your parents. Oh yeah, I never got around to congratulating you on gaining your hearing. You're a great guy. Uzumaki finally calmed down and looked at his teacher in surprise. The man's words didn't immediately reach him. It was incredibly pleasant to hear something like that from someone he had respected all his life. Naruto was slightly embarrassed. He expected that the most problems would be with the very attentive and quick-witted Kakashi, but the latter clearly accepted him, moreover, treated him quite warmly. Hitaki was an important person for the guy, and this could not but please. Naruto smiled widely and happily and looked at the man gratefully. This new bridge was worth maintaining. Well, that's it. You can go home and brag. Naruto waved his hand in farewell and ran towards Konoha, hiding behind the centuries-old trees. The smile quickly slid off his face, and it became focused again. The guy would like to drown in the feeling of happiness a little more, but there was not much time. It was necessary to prepare for the meeting with Itachi and penetrate the secret underground archives of Konoha at night. Now he knew, he remembered that his life had not belonged to him for a long time, given away by himself in that world. There was much to do. It was time to act, because he was a shinobi. Commentary on Chapter 9, Shinobi. Some additional facts from the author. About Kakashi and the situation with Naruto in general. Hitaki often saw Naruto, even when he was a baby, and after the boy distanced himself from everyone, they no longer had contact, so Kakashi did not see anything particularly surprising in the child's preparation. As is clear from the work, only Basil, his teacher, and Obito, whom Minato often asked to look after his son during Kushina's absences, knew about Naruto's level of training. Sorry for such a long delay. The next chapter will be dedicated to the Uchiha. I'll try not to drag it out. The chapter is not the most informative, but Kakashi to the masses, as they say. I tried to reveal a little more my understanding of shinobi as such. Song. In Virgo, Set Me Free.